This is part 2 of Theodore Roosevelt's story. If you haven't seen part 1, check out the link in the description to watch how it all began. The thrill of the hunt, the solitude of the wild, the test of endurance against nature's raw power. Few men understood these things better than the wilderness hunter. For years, Theodore Roosevelt lived on the edges of civilization, where survival demanded skill, grit, and a deep respect for the untamed land. He hunted not just for sport, but for sustenance, for knowledge, and for the sheer love of the chase. To him, the hunt was more than a pastime. It was a way of life, one that shaped his body, his mind, and ultimately his vision for a nation still defining its frontier spirit. How did Theodore Roosevelt's time in the wilderness forge the man who would one day help preserve America's wild lands for generations to come? The campfire is ready, so stay with me tonight. The story is about to start. My name is Sam, and this is Wild America. Chapter 9. The Wapiti, or round-horned elk. Once, while on another hunt with John Willis, I spent a week in a vain effort to kill moose among the outlying mountains at the southern end of the Bitterroot Range. Then, as we had no meat, we were determined to try for elk, of which we had seen much sign. We were camped with a wagon as high among the foothills as wheels could go, but several hours' walk from the range of the game, for it was still early in the season and they had not yet come down from the upper slopes. Accordingly, we made a practice of leaving the wagon for 2 or 3 days at a time to hunt, returning to get a night's rest in the tent, preparatory to a fresh start. On these trips we carried neither blankets nor packs, as the walking was difficult and we had much ground to cover. Each merely put on his jacket with a loaf of frying pan bread and a paper of salt stuffed into the pockets. We were crammed with nothing save our rifles and cartridges. On the morning in question, we left camp at sunrise. For 2 or 3 hours we walked uphill through a rather open growth of small pines and spruces, the traveling being easy. Then we came to the edge of a deep valley a couple of miles across. Into this we scrambled down a steep slide where the forest had grown up among the immense boulder masses. The going here was difficult to a degree. The great rocks, dead timber, slippery pine needles, and loose gravel entailed caution at every step, while we had to guard our rifles carefully from the consequences of a slip. It was not much better at the bottom, which was covered by a tangled mass of swampy forest. Through this we hunted carefully, but with no success in spite of our toil, for the only tracks we saw that were at all fresh were those of a cow and calf moose. Finally, in the afternoon, we left the valley and began to climb a steep gorge, down which a mountain torrent roared and foamed in a succession of cataracts. 3 hours' hard climbing brought us to another valley, but of an entirely different character. It was several miles long, but less than a mile broad. Save at the mouth, it was walled in completely by chains of high rock peaks, their summits snow-capped. The forest extended a short distance up their sides. The bottom of the valley was in places covered by open woodland, elsewhere by marshy meadows, dotted with dense groves of spruce. Hardly had we entered this valley before we caught a glimpse of a yearling elk walking rapidly along a game path some distance ahead. We followed as quickly as we could without making a noise, but after the first glimpse never saw it again. For it is astonishing how fast an elk travels with its ground-covering walk. We went up the valley until we were well past its middle and saw an abundance of fresh elk signs. Evidently, 2 or 3 bands had made the neighborhood their headquarters. Among them were some large bulls which had been trying their horns not only on the quaking asp and willow saplings, but also on one another, though the rut had barely begun. By one pool they had scooped out a kind of wallow or bare spot in the grass and had torn and tramped the ground with their hoofs. The place smelt strongly of their urine. By the time the sun set, we were sure the elk were towards the head of the valley. We utilized the short twilight in arranging our sleeping place for the night, choosing a thick grove of spruce beside a small mountain tarn at the foot of a great cliff. We were chiefly influenced in our choice by the abundance of dead timber of a size easy to handle. The fuel question being all important on such a trip, where one has to lie out without bedding and to keep up a fire, with no axe to cut wood. Having selected a smooth spot where some low-growing firs made a windbreak, we dragged up enough logs to feed the fire throughout the night. Then we drank our fill at the icy pool and ate a few mouthfuls of bread. While it was still light, we heard the querulous bleat of the cones from among the slide rocks at the foot of the mountain, and the chipmunks and chickarees scolded at us. As dark came on, and we sat silently gazing into the flickering blaze, the owls began muttering and hooting. Clearing the ground of stones and sticks, we lay down beside the fire, pulled our soft felt hats over our ears, buttoned our jackets, and went to sleep. Of course, our slumbers were fitful and broken, for every hour or two the fire got low and had to be replenished. We woke up shivering out of each spell of restless sleep to find the logs smoldering. We were alternately scorched and frozen. As the first faint streak of dawn appeared in the dark sky, my companion touched me lightly on the arm. The fire was nearly out. We felt numbed by the chill air. At once we sprang up, stretched our arms, shook ourselves, examined our rifles, swallowed a mouthful or two of bread, and walked off through the gloomy forest. At first we could scarcely see our way, but it grew rapidly lighter. The gray mist rose and wavered over the pools and wet places. The morning voices of the wilderness began to break the death-like stillness. After we had walked a couple of miles, the mountain tops on our right hand reddened in the sun rays. Then, as we trod noiselessly over the dense moss, and on the pine needles under the scattered trees, we heard a sharp clang and clatter up the valley ahead of us. We knew this meant a game of some sort, and stealing lightly and cautiously forward, we soon saw before us the cause of the noise. In a little glade, 125 yards from us, 2 bull elk were engaged in deadly combat, while 2 others were looking on. It was a splendid sight. The great beasts faced each other with lowered horns, the manes that covered their thick necks, and the hair on their shoulders, bristling and erect. Then they charged furiously, the crash of the meeting antlers resounding through the valley. The shock threw them both on their haunches. With locked horns and glaring eyes, they strove against each other, getting their hind legs well under them, straining every muscle in their huge bodies and squealing savagely. They were evenly matched in weight, strength, and courage, and push as they might, neither got the upper hand, first one yielding a few inches, then the other, while they swayed to and fro in their struggles, smashing the bushes and plowing up the soil. Finally they separated and stood some little distance apart under the great pines, their sides heaving and columns of steam rising from their nostrils through the frosty air of the brightening morning. Again they rushed together with a crash, and each strove mightily to overthrow the other or get past his guard, but the branching antlers caught every vicious lunge and thrust. This set-to was stopped rather curiously. One of the onlooking elk was a yearling. The other, though scarcely as heavy-bodied as either of the fighters, had a finer head. He was evidently much excited by the battle, and he now began to walk towards the 2 combatants, nodding his head and uttering a queer, whistling noise. They dared not leave their flanks uncovered to his assault, and as he approached, they promptly separated and walked off side by side a few yards apart. In a moment, however, one spun round and jumped at his old adversary, seeking to stab him in his unprotected flank. But the latter was just as quick, and as before caught the rush on his horns. They closed as furiously as ever, but the utmost either could do was to inflict 1 or 2 punches on the neck and shoulders of his foe, where the thick hide served as a shield. Again the peacemaker approached, nodding his head, whistling and threatening, and again they separated. This was repeated once or twice, and I began to be afraid lest the breeze, which was very light and puffy, should shift and give them my wind. So, resting my rifle on my knee, I fired twice, putting one bullet behind the shoulder of the peacemaker and the other behind the shoulder of one of the combatants. Both were deadly shots, but, as so often with wapiti, neither of the wounded animals at the moment showed any signs of being hit. The yearling ran off unscathed. The other three crowded together and trotted behind some spruce on the left, while we ran forward for another shot. In a moment one fell, whereupon the remaining two turned and came back across the glade, trotting to the right. As we opened fire, they broke into a lumbering gallop, but were both downed before they got out of sight in the timber. As soon as the three bulls were down, we busied ourselves taking off their heads and hides and cutting off the best portions of the meat from the saddles and hams to take back to camp, where we smoked it. But first we had breakfast. We kindled a fire beside a little spring of clear water and raked out the coals. Then we cut 2 willow twigs as spits, ran on each a number of small pieces of elk loin, and roasted them over the fire. We had salt, we were very hungry, and I never ate anything that tasted better. The wapiti is, next to the moose, the most quarrelsome and pugnacious of American deer. It cannot be said that it is ordinarily a dangerous beast to hunt, yet there are instances in which wounded wapiti, incautiously approached to within striking distance, have severely misused their assailants, both with their antlers and their forefeet. I myself knew one man who had been badly mauled in this fashion. When tamed, the bulls are dangerous to human life in the rutting season. In a grapple, they are of course infinitely more to be dreaded than ordinary deer, because of their great strength. However, the fiercest wapiti bull, when in a wild state, flees the neighborhood of man with the same panic terror shown by the cows. And he makes no stand against a grizzly, though when his horns are grown, he has little fear of either wolf or cougar if on his guard and attacked fairly. The chief battles of the bulls are, of course, waged with one another. Before the beginning of the rut, they keep by themselves, singly, while the sprouting horns are still very young, at which time they lie in secluded spots and move about as little as possible, in large bands later in the season. At the beginning of the fall, these bands join with one another, and with the bands of cows and calves, which have likewise been keeping to themselves during the late winter, the spring, and the summer. Vast herds are thus sometimes formed, containing in the old days when wapiti were plenty, thousands of heads. The bulls now begin to fight furiously with one another, and the great herd becomes split into smaller ones. Each of these has one master bull, who has won his position by savage battle, and keeps it by overcoming every rival, whether a solitary bull or the lord of another harem who challenges him. When not fighting or love-making, he is kept on the run, chasing away the young bulls who venture to pay court to the cows. He has hardly time to eat or sleep, and soon becomes gaunt and worn to a degree. At the close of the rut, many of the bulls become so emaciated that they retire to some secluded spot to recuperate. They are so weak that they readily succumb to the elements, or to their brute foes. Many die from sheer exhaustion. The battles between the bulls rarely result fatally. After a longer or shorter period of charging, pushing, and struggling, the heavier or more enduring of the two begins to shove his weaker antagonist back and round, and the latter then watches his chance and bolts hotly, but as a rule harmlessly, pursued for a few hundred yards. The massive branching antlers serve as effective guards against the most wicked thrusts. While the antagonists are head-on, the worst that can happen is a punch on the shoulder which will not break the thick hide, though it may bruise the flesh underneath. It is only when a beast is caught while turning that there is a chance to deliver a possibly deadly stab in the flank with the brow prongs, the dog-killers, as they are called, in bucks. Sometimes, but rarely, fighting wapiti get their antlers interlocked and perish miserably. My own ranch, the Elkhorn, was named from finding on the spot where the ranch house now stands 2 splendid pairs of elk antlers, thus interlocked. Wapiti keep their antlers until the spring, whereas deer and moose lose theirs by midwinter. The bull's behavior in relation to the cow is merely that of a vicious and brutal coward. He bullies her continually, and in times of danger his one thought is for sneaking off to secure his own safety. For all his noble looks, he is a very unamiable beast, who behaves with brutal ferocity to the weak, and shows abject terror of the strong. According to his powers, he is guilty of abuse, robbery, and even murder. I never felt the least compunction at shooting a bull, but I hate to shoot a cow, even when forced by necessity. Maternity must always appeal to anyone. A cow has more courage than a bull. She will fight valiantly for her young calf, striking such blows with her forefeet that most beasts of prey at once slink away from the combat. Cougars and wolves commit great havoc among the bands, but they often secure their quarry only at the cost of sharp preliminary tussles. And in tussles of this kind, they do not always prove victors or escape scathless. During the rut, the bulls are very noisy, and their notes of amorous challenge are called whistling by the frontiersmen, very inappropriately. They begin to whistle about 10 days before they begin to run, and they have in addition an odd kind of bark, which is only heard occasionally. The whistling is the most curious, and to me a most attractive sound when heard in the great, lonely mountains. As with so many other things, much depends upon the surroundings. When listened to nearby and under unfavorable circumstances, the sound resembles a succession of hoarse whistling roars, ending with 2 or 3 gasping grunts. But heard at a little distance and in its proper place, the call of the wapiti is one of the grandest and most beautiful sounds in nature. Especially is this the case when several rivals are answering one another on some frosty moonlight night in the mountains. The wild melody rings from chasm to chasm under the giant pines, sustained and modulated through bar after bar, filled with challenge and proud anger. It thrills the soul of the listening hunter. Once, while in the mountains, I listened to a peculiarly grand chorus of this kind. We were traveling with pack ponies at the time, and our tent was pitched in a grove of yellow pine by a brook in the bottom of a valley. On either hand rose the mountains, covered with spruce forest. It was in September, and the first snow had just fallen. The day before we had walked long and hard, and during the night I slept the heavy sleep of the weary. Early in the morning, just as the east began to grow gray, I waked, and as I did so, the sounds that smote on my ear caused me to sit up and throw off the warm blankets. Bull elk were challenging among the mountains on both sides of the valley, a little way from us, their notes echoing like the calling of silver bugles. Groping about in the dark, I drew on my trousers, an extra pair of thick socks, and my moccasins, donned a warm jacket, found my fur cap and gloves, and stole out of the tent with my rifle. The air was very cold. The stars were beginning to pale in the dawn. On the ground the snow glimmered white, and lay in feathery masses on the branches of the balsams and young pines. The air rang with the challenges of many wapiti. Their incessant calling came pealing down through the still snow-laden woods. First one bull challenged, then another answered, then another, and another. 2 herds were approaching one another from opposite sides of the valley, a short distance above our camp, and the master bulls were roaring defiance as they mustered their harems. I walked stealthily up the valley until I felt that I was nearly between the 2 herds, and then stood motionless under a tall pine. The ground was quite open at this point, the pines, though large, being scattered. The little brook ran with a strangled murmur between its rows of willows and alders, for the ice along its edges nearly skimmed its breadth. The stars paled rapidly, the gray dawn brightened, and in the sky overhead faint rose-colored streaks were turning blood red. What little wind there was breathed in my face and kept me from discovery. I made up my mind, from the sound of the challenge now very near me, that one bull on my right was advancing towards a rival on my left who was answering every call. Soon the former approached so near that I could hear him crack the branches and beat the bushes with his horns. And I slipped quietly from tree to tree so as to meet him when he came out into the more open woodland. Day broke, and crimson gleams played across the snow-clad mountains beyond. At last, just as the sun flamed red above the hilltops, I heard the roar of the wapiti's challenge not 50 yards away, and I cocked and half-raised my rifle and stood motionless. In a moment more, the belt of spruces in front of me swayed and opened, and the lordly bull stepped out. He bore his massive antlers aloft. The snow lay thick on his mane. He snuffed the air and stamped on the ground as he walked. As I drew a bead, the motion caught his eye, and instantly his bearing of haughty and warlike self-confidence changed to one of alarm. My bullet smote through his shoulder blades, and he plunged wildly forward and fell full length on the blood-stained snow. Nothing can be finer than a wapiti bull's carriage when excited or alarmed. He then seems the embodiment of strength and stately grace. But at ordinary times his looks are less attractive, as he walks with his neck level with his body and his head outstretched, his horns lying almost on his shoulders. The favorite gait of the wapiti is the trot, which is very fast, and which they can keep up for countless miles, when suddenly and greatly alarmed they break into an awkward gallop, which is faster, but which speedily tires them. I have occasionally killed elk in the neighborhood of my ranch on Little Missouri. They were very plentiful along this river until 1881, but the last of the big bands were slaughtered or scattered about that time. Smaller bunches were found for 2 or 3 years longer, and to this day scattered individuals, singly or in parties of 2 or 3, linger here and there in the most remote and inaccessible parts of the broken country. In the old times they were often found on the open prairie, and were fond of sunning themselves on the sandbars by the river, even at midday, while they were often fed by daylight, as they still do in remote mountain fastnesses. Nowadays the few survivors dwell in the timber of the roughest ravines, and only venture abroad at dusk or even after nightfall. Thanks to their wariness and seclusiveness, their presence is often not even suspected by the cowboys or others who occasionally ride through their haunts, and so the hunters only know vaguely of their existence. It thus happens that the last individuals of a species may linger in a locality for many years after the rest of their kind have vanished. On the Little Missouri today, every elk, as in the Rockies every buffalo, killed is at once set down as the last of its race. For several years in succession, I myself kept killing 1 or 2 such last survivors. A yearling bull, which I thus obtained, was killed while in company with my staunch friend Will Dow on one of the first trips which I took with that prince of drivers, Old Man Tompkins. We were laying in our stock of winter meat, and had taken the wagon to go to a knot of high and very rugged hills where we knew there were deer, and thought there might be elk. Old Tompkins drove the wagon with unmoved composure up, down, and across frightful-looking hills, and when they became wholly impassable, steered the team over a cut bank and up a kind of winding ravine or wooded washout until it became too rough and narrow for further progress. There was good grass for the horses on a hill off to one side of us, and stunted cottonwood trees grew between the straight white walls of clay and sandstone which hemmed in the washout. We pitched our tent by a little trickling spring and kindled a great fire, the fitful glare lighting the bare cliffs and the queer sprawling tops of the cottonwoods. And after a dinner of fried prairie chicken, went to bed. At dawn we were off and hunted till nearly noon, when Dow, who had been walking to one side, beckoned to me and remarked, "There's something mighty big in the timber down under the cliff. I guess it's an elk." He had never seen one before. And the next moment, as old Tompkins expressed it, the elk came bilin' out of the coulee. Old Tompkins had a rifle on this occasion, and the sight of game always drove him crazy. As I aimed, I heard Dow telling him, to let the boss do the shooting, and I killed the elk to a savage interjectional accompaniment of threats delivered at Old Man Tompkins between the shots. Elk are sooner killed off than any other game save buffalo, but this is due to their size and the nature of the ground they frequent, rather than to their lack of shyness. They like open woodland, or mountainous park country, or hills riven by timber coulees. And such ground is the most favorable to the hunter, and the most attractive in which to hunt. On the other hand, moose, for instance, live in such dense cover that it is very difficult to get at them. When elk are driven by incessant persecution to take refuge in similar fastnesses, they become almost as hard to kill. In fact, in this respect, the elk stands to the moose, much as the blacktail stands to the whitetail. The moose and whitetail are somewhat warmer than the elk and blacktail, but it is the nature of the ground which they inhabit that tells most in their favor. On the other hand, as compared to the blacktail, it is only the elk's size which puts it at a disadvantage in the struggle for life when the rifle-bearing hunter appears on the scene. It is quite as shy and difficult to approach as the deer, but its bulk renders it much more eagerly hunted, more readily seen, and more easily hit. Occasionally, elk suffer from fits of stupid tameness or equally stupid panic, but the same is true of blacktail. In 2 or 3 instances, I have seen elk show silly ignorance of danger, but half a dozen times I have known blacktail behave with an even greater degree of stupid familiarity. There is another point in which the wapiti and blacktail agree in contrast to the moose and whitetail. Both the latter delight in water lilies, entering the ponds to find them, and feeding on them greedily. The wapiti is very fond of wallowing in the mud and of bathing in pools and lakes, but as a rule it shows as little fondness as the blacktail for feeding on water lilies or other aquatic plants. In reading of the European red deer, which is nothing but a diminutive wapiti, we often see a stag of 10 alluded to as if a full-grown monarch. A full-grown wapiti bull, however, always has 12 and may have 14. Regular normal points on his antlers, besides irregular additional prongs. And he occasionally has 10 points when a 2-year-old, as I have myself seen with calves captured young and tamed. The calf has no horns. The yearling carries 2-foot-long spikes, sometimes bifurcated, so as to make 4 points. The 2-year-old often has 6 or 8 points on his antlers, but sometimes 10, although they are always small. The 3-year-old has 8 or 10 points, while his body may be nearly as large as that of a full-grown animal. The 4-year-old is normally a 10 or 12-pointer, but as yet with much smaller antlers than those so proudly borne by the old bulls. Frontiersmen only occasionally distinguish the prongs by name. The brow and bay points are called dog killers or war tines. The tray is known simply as the 3rd point, and the most characteristic prong, the long and massive 4th, is now and then called the dagger point, the others being known as the 5th and 6th. In the high mountain forest into which the wapiti has been driven, the large, heavily furred northern lynx, the lucivee, takes the place of the smaller, thinner-haired lynx of the plains and of the more southern districts, the bobcat or wildcat. On Little Missouri the latter is the common form, yet I have seen a lucivee which was killed there. On Clark's Fork of the Columbia both occur, the lucivee being the most common. They feed chiefly on hares, squirrels, grouse, fawns, etc. And the lucivee, at least, also occasionally kills foxes and coons, and has in its turn to dread the pounce of the big timber wolf. Both kinds of lynx can most easily be killed with dogs, as they tree quite readily when thus pursued. The wildcat is often followed on horseback with a pack of hounds when the country is favorable, and when chased in this fashion yields excellent sport. The skin of both these lynxes is tender. They often maul an inexperienced pack quite badly, inflicting severe scratches and bites on any hound which has just resolution enough to come to close quarters, but not to rush in furiously. But a big fighting dog, will readily kill either. At Thompson's Falls, 2 of Willis's hounds killed a lucivee unaided, though one got torn. Archibald Rogers' dog Sly, a cross between a greyhound and a bullmastiff, killed a bobcat single-handed. He bayed the cat and then began to threaten it, leaping from side to side. Suddenly he broke the motion and, rushing in, got his foe by the small of the back and killed it without receiving a scratch. The porcupine is sure to attract the notice of anyone going through the mountains. It is also found in the timber belts fringing the streams of the Great Plains, where it lives for a week at a time in a single tree or clump of trees, peeling the bark from the limbs. But it is the easiest of all animals to exterminate, and is now abundant only in deep mountain forests. It is very tame and stupid. It goes on the ground, but its fastest pace is a clumsy waddle, and on trees, but is the poorest of tree climbers, grasping the trunk like a small, slow bear. It can neither escape nor hide. It trusts its quills for protection, as the skunk does to its odor. But it is far less astute and more helpless than the skunk. It is readily made into a very unsuspicious and familiar but uninteresting pet. I have known it comes into camp in the daytime and forages around the fire by which I was sitting. Its coat protects it against most foes. Bears sometimes eat it when very hungry, as they will eat anything, and I think that elk occasionally destroy it in sheer wantonness. One of its most resolute foes is the fisher, that big sable, almost a wolverine, which preys on everything, from a coon to a fawn or even a small fox. The noisy, active little chickarees and chipmunks, however, are by far the most numerous and lively denizens of these deep forests. They are very abundant and very noisy, scolding the travelers exactly as they do the bears when the latter dig up the caches of ants. The chipmunks soon grow tame and visit camp to pick up the crusts. The chickarees often ascend to the highest pine tops, where they cut off the cones, dropping them to the ground with a noise which often for a moment puzzles the still hunter. 2 of the most striking and characteristic birds to be seen by him who hunts and camps among the pine-clad and spruce-clad slopes of the northern Rockies are a small crow and a rather large woodpecker. The former is called Clark's crow and the latter Lewis's woodpecker. Their names commemorate their discoverers, the explorers Lewis and Clark, the first white men who crossed the United States to the Pacific, the pioneers of that great army of adventurers who since then have roamed and hunted over the Great Plains and among the Rocky Mountains. These birds are nearly of a size, being about as large as a flicker. The Clark's crow, an ash-colored bird with black wings and white tail and forehead, is as common as it is characteristic, and is sure to attract attention. It is as knowing as the rest of its race, and very noisy and active. It flies sometimes in a straight line, with regular wing beats, sometimes in a succession of loops like a woodpecker, and often lights on rough bark or a dead stump in an attitude like the latter. And it is very fond of scrambling and clinging, often head downwards, among the outermost cones on the top of a pine, chattering loudly all the while. One of the noticeable features of its flight is the hollow, beating sound of the wings. It is restless and fond of company, going by preference in small parties. These little parties often indulge in regular plays, assembling in some tall treetop and sailing round and round it in noisy pursuit of one another, lighting continually among the branches. The Lewis woodpecker, a handsome dark green bird with white breast and red belly, is much rarer, quite as shy, and generally less noisy and conspicuous. Its flight is usually strong and steady, like a jay's, and it perches upright among the twigs or takes short flights after passing insects, as often as it scrambles over the twigs in the ordinary woodpecker fashion. Like its companion, the Clark's crow, it is ordinarily a bird of the high treetops, and around these it indulges in curious aerial games, again like those of the little crow. It is fond of going in troops, and such a troop frequently chooses some tall pine and soar round and above it in irregular spirals. The remarkable and almost amphibious little water wren, with its sweet song, its familiarity, and its very curious habit of running on the bottom of the stream, several feet beneath the surface of the race of rapid water, is the most noticeable of the small birds of the Rocky Mountains. It sometimes sings loudly while floating with half-spread wings on the surface of a little pool. Taken as a whole, small birds are far less numerous and noticeable in the wilderness, especially in the deep forests, than in the groves and farmland of the settled country. The hunter and trapper are less familiar with small bird music than with the screaming of the eagle and the large hawks, the croaking bark of the raven, the loon's cry, the crane's guttural clangor, and the unearthly yelling and hooting of the big owls. No bird is so common around camp, so familiar, so amusing on some occasions, and so annoying on others, as that drab-colored imp of iniquity, the whiskey-jack, also known as the moose bird and camp robber. The familiarity of these birds is astonishing, and the variety of their cries, generally harsh but rarely musical, extraordinary. They snatch scraps of food from the entrances of the tents and from beside the campfire, and they shred the venison hung in the trees unless closely watched. I have seen an irate cook of accurate aim knock one off an elk haunch with a club seized at random, and I have known another to be killed with a switch, and yet another to be caught alive in the hand. When game is killed, they are the first birds to come to the carcass. Following them come the big jays, of a uniform dark blue color, who bully them, and are bullied in turn by the next arrivals, the magpies. While when the big ravens come, they keep all the others in the background, with the exception of an occasional wide-awake magpie. For a steady diet, no meat tastes better or is more nourishing than elk venison. Moreover, the different kinds of grouse give variety to the fare, and delicious trout swarm throughout the haunts of the elk in the Rockies. I have never seen them more numerous than in the wonderful and beautiful Yellowstone Canyon, a couple of miles below where the river pitches over the Great Falls in wind-swayed cataracts of snowy foam. At this point it runs like a mill race in its narrow winding bed between immense walls of queerly carved and colored rock which tower aloft in almost perpendicular cliffs. Late one afternoon in the fall of '90, Ferguson and I clambered down into the canyon with a couple of rods, and in an hour caught all the fish we could carry. It then lacked much less than an hour of nightfall, and we had a hard climb to get out of the canyon before darkness overtook us. As there was not a vestige of a path, and as the climbing was exceedingly laborious, and at one or two points not entirely without danger, the rocks being practicable in very few places, we could hardly have made much progress after it became too dark to see. Each of us carried the bag of trout in turn, and I personally was nearly done out when we reached the top, and then had to trot 3 miles to the horses. Chapter 10. An Elk Hunt at Two Ocean Pass. In September 1891, with my ranch partner Ferguson, I made an elk hunt in northwestern Wyoming among the Shoshone Mountains, where they join the Hoodoo and Absaraka Ranges. There is no more beautiful game country in the United States. It is a parkland where glades, meadows, and high mountain pastures break the evergreen forest, a forest which is open compared to the tangled density of the woodland farther north. It is a high, cold region of many lakes and clear rushing streams. The steep mountains are generally of the rounded form so often seen in the ranges of the Cordilleras of the United States. But the hoodoos, or goblins, are carved in fantastic and extraordinary shapes, while the Tetons, a group of isolated rock peaks, show a striking boldness in their lofty outlines. This was one of the pleasantest hunts I ever made. As always in the mountains, save where the country is so rough and so densely wooded that one must go afoot, we had a pack train, and we took a more complete outfit than we had ever before taken on such a hunt, and so traveled in much comfort. Usually, when in the mountains, I have merely had one companion, or at most a couple, and 2 or 3 pack ponies, each of us doing his share of the packing, cooking, fetching water, and pitching the small square of canvas which served as tent. In itself, packing is both an art and a mystery, and a skillful professional packer, versed in the intricacies of the diamond hitch, packs with a speed which no non-professional can hope to rival, and fixes the side packs and top packs with such scientific nicety, and adjusts the doubles and turns of the lash rope so accurately that everything stays in place under any but the most adverse conditions. Of course, like most hunters, I can myself, in case of need, throw the diamond hitch after a fashion and pack on either the off or near side. Indeed, unless a man can pack, it is not possible to make a really hard hunt in the mountains, if alone or with only a single companion. The mere fair-weather hunter who trusts entirely to the exertions of others and does nothing more than ride or walk about under favorable circumstances and shoot at what somebody else shows him is a hunter in name only. Whoever would really deserve the title must be able at a pinch to shift for himself, to grapple with the difficulties and hardships of wilderness life unaided, and not only to hunt, but at times to travel for days, whether on foot or on horseback, alone. However, after one has passed one's novitiate, it is pleasant to be comfortable when the comfort does not interfere with the sport. And although a man sometimes likes to hunt alone, yet often it is well to be with some old mountain hunter, a master of woodcraft who is a first-rate hand at finding game, creeping upon it, and tracking it when wounded. With such a companion, one gets much more game and learns many things by observation instead of by painful experience. On this trip, we had with us 2 hunters, Tazwell Woody and Elwood Hofer, a packer who acted as cook, and a boy to herd the horses. Of the latter there were 20, 6 saddle animals and 14 for the packs. 2 or 3 being spare horses, to be used later in carrying the elk antlers, sheep horns, and other trophies. Like most hunters' pack animals, they were either half-broken or else broken down. Tough, unkempt, jaded-looking beasts of every color: sorrel, buckskin, pinto, white, bay, rowan. After the day's work was over, they were turned loose to shift for themselves, and about once a week they strayed, and all hands had to spend the better part of the day hunting for them. The worst ones for straying, curiously enough, were 3 broken-down old bear-baits, which went by themselves, as is generally the case with the cast-off horses of a herd. There were 2 sleeping tents, another for the provisions, in which we ate during bad weather, and a canvas tepee, which was put up with lodge poles, Indian fashion, like a wigwam. A tepee is more difficult to put up than an ordinary tent, but it is very convenient when there is rain or snow. A small fire kindled in the middle keeps it warm, the smoke escaping through the open top. That is, when it escapes at all. Strings are passed from one pole to another on which to hang wet clothes and shoes, and the beds are made around the edges. As an offset to the warmth and shelter, the smoke often renders it impossible even to sit upright. We had a very good camp kit, including plenty of cooking and eating utensils, and among our provisions were some canned goods and sweetmeats to give a relish to our meals of meat and bread. We had fur coats and warm clothes, which are chiefly needed at night, and plenty of bedding, including waterproof canvas sheeting, and a couple of caribou hide sleeping bags procured from the survivors of a party of Arctic explorers. Except on rainy days, I used my buckskin hunting shirt or tunic. In dry weather I deem it, because of its color, texture, and durability, the best possible garb for the still hunter, especially in the woods. Starting a day's journey south of Heart Lake, we traveled and hunted on the eastern edge of the Great Basin, wooded and mountainous, wherein rise the headwaters of the mighty Snake River. There was not so much as a spotted line, that series of blazes made with the axe man's first highway through the hoary forest. But this we did not mind, as for most of the distance we followed well-worn elk trails. The train traveled in an Indian file. At the head, to pick the path, rode tall, silent old Woody, a true type of the fast-vanishing race of game hunters and Indian fighters, a man who had been one of the California 49ers, and who ever since had lived the restless, reckless life of the wilderness. Then came Ferguson and myself, then the pack animals, strung out in line, while from the rear rose the varied oaths of our three companions, whose miserable duty it was to urge forward the beasts of burden. It is heartbreaking work to drive a pack train through thick timber and over mountains, where there is either a dim trail or none. The animals have a perverse faculty for choosing the wrong turn at critical moments, and they are continually scraping under branches and squeezing between tree trunks to the jeopardy or destruction of their burdens. After having been laboriously driven up a very steep incline, at the cost of severe exertion both to them and to the men, the foolish creatures turn and run down to the bottom, so that all the work has to be done over again. Some travel too slow, others travel too fast. Yet one cannot but admire the toughness of the animals and the sure-footedness with which they pick their way along the sheer mountainsides or among boulders and over fallen logs. As our way was so rough, we found that we had to halt at least once every hour to fix the packs. Moreover, we at the head of the column were continually being appealed to for help by the unfortunates in the rear. First it would be that white-eyed cause, one side of its packs down. Then we would be notified that the saddle blanket of the lop-eared Indian buckskin had slipped back. Then a shout, "Look out for the pinto," would be followed by that pleasing beast's appearance, bucking and squealing, smashing dead timber, and scattering its load to the four winds. It was no easy task to get the horses across some of the boggy places without miring, or to force them through the denser portions of the forest, where there was much down timber. Riding with a pack train, day in and day out, becomes both monotonous and irritating, unless one is upheld by the hope of a game country ahead, or by the delight of exploration of the unknown. Yet, when buoyed by such a hope, there is pleasure in taking a train across such beautiful and wild country as that which lay on the threshold of our hunting grounds in the Shoshones. We went over mountain passes with ranges of scalped peaks on either hand. We skirted the edges of lovely lakes and of streams with boulder-strewn beds. We plunged into depths of somber woodland, broken by wet prairies. It was a picturesque sight to see the loaded pack train stringing across one of these high mountain meadows, the motley colored line of ponies winding round the marshy spots through the bright green grass, while beyond rose the dark line of frowning forest with lofty peaks towering in the background. Some of the meadows were beautiful with many flowers, goldenrod, purple aster, bluebells, white immortelles, and here and there masses of blood-red Indian pinks. In the park country, on the edges of the evergreen forest, were groves of delicate quaking aspen, the trees often growing to quite a height. Their tremulous leaves were already changing to bright green and yellow, occasionally with a reddish blush. In the Rocky Mountains, the aspens are almost the only deciduous trees, their foliage offering a pleasant relief to the eye after the monotony of the unending pine and spruce woods, which afford striking contrast to the hardwood forest east of the Mississippi. For 2 days our journey was uneventful, save that we came to the camp of a squawman, one Beaver Dick, an old mountain hunter, living in a skin teepee, where dwelt his comely Indian wife and half-breed children. He had quite a herd of horses, many of them mares and colts. They had evidently been well treated, and came up to us fearlessly. The morning of the 3rd day of our journey was gray and lowering. Gusts of rain blew in my face as I rode at the head of the train. It still lacked an hour of noon, as we were plodding up a valley beside a rapid brook running through narrow willow flats, the dark forest crowding down on either hand from the low foothills of the mountains. Suddenly the call of a bull elk came echoing down through the wet woodland on our right, beyond the brook, seemingly less than half a mile off, and was answered by a faint, far-off call from a rival on the mountain beyond. Instantly halting the train, Woody and I slipped off our horses, crossed the brook, and started to still hunt the first bull. In this place the forest was composed of the western tamarack. The large, tall trees stood well apart, and there was much down timber, but the ground was covered with deep, wet moss, over which we trod silently. The elk was traveling upwind, but slowly, stopping continually to paw the ground and thresh the bushes with his antlers. He was very noisy, challenging every minute or two, being doubtless much excited by the neighborhood of his rival on the mountain. We followed, Woody leading, guided by the incessant calling. It was very exciting as we crept toward the great bull, and the challenge sounded nearer and nearer. While we were still at some distance, the pealing notes were like those of a bugle, delivered in 2 bars, first rising, then abruptly falling. As we drew nearer, they took on a harsh, squealing sound. Each call made our veins thrill. It sounded like the cry of some huge beast of prey. At last we heard the roar of the challenge, not 80 yards off. Stealing forward 3 or 4 yards, I saw the tips of the horns through a mass of dead timber and young growth, and I slipped to one side to get a clean shot. Seeing us, but not making out what we were, and full of fierce and insolent excitement, the wapiti bull stepped boldly toward us with a stately swinging gait. Then he stood motionless, facing us, barely 50 yards away, his handsome 12-tined antlers tossed aloft as he held his head with the lordly grace of his kind. I fired into his chest, and as he turned, I raced forward and shot him in the flank. But the second bullet was not needed, for the first wound was mortal, and he fell before going 50 yards. The dead elk lay among the young evergreens. The huge, shapely body was set on legs that were as strong as steel rods and yet slender, clean, and smooth. They were in color a beautiful dark brown, contrasting well with the yellowish of the body. The neck and throat were garnished with a mane of long hair. The symmetry of the great horns set off the fine, delicate lines of the noble head. He had been wallowing, as elk are fond of doing, and the dried mud clung in patches to his flank. A stab in the haunch showed that he had been overcome in battle by some master bull who had turned him out of the herd. We cut off the head and bore it down to the train. The horses crowded together, snorting, with their ears pricked forward as they smelt the blood. We also took the loins with us, as we were out of meat, though bull elk in the rutting season is not very good. The rain had changed to a steady downpour when we again got under way. 2 or 3 miles farther we pitched camp, in a clump of pines on a hillock in the bottom of the valley, starting hot fires of pitchy stumps before the tents to dry our wet things. The next day opened with fog and cold rain. The drenched pack animals, when driven into camp, stood mopingly with drooping heads and arched backs. They groaned and grunted as the loads were placed on their backs and the cinches tightened, the packers bracing one foot against the pack to get a purchase as they hauled in on the lash rope. A stormy morning is a trial to temper. The packs are wet and heavy, and the cold makes the work even more than usually hard on the hands. By 10 we broke camp. It takes between 2 and 3 hours to break camp and get such a train properly packed. Once started, our day's journey was 6 to 8 hours, making no halt. We started up a steep, pine-clad mountainside, broken by cliffs. My hunting shoes, though comfortable, were old and thin and let the water through like a sieve. On the top of the first plateau, where black spruce groves were strewn across the grassy surface, we saw a band of elk, cows, and calves trotting off through the rain. Then we plunged down into a deep valley, and crossing it, a hard climb took us to the top of a great bare tableland, bleak and windswept. We passed little alpine lakes fringed with scattering dwarf evergreens. Snow lay in drifts on the north sides of the gullies. A cutting wind blew the icy rain in our faces. For 2 or 3 hours we traveled toward the farther edge of the tableland. In one place a spike bull elk stood half a mile off in the open. He traveled to and fro, watching us. As we neared the edge, the storm lulled, and pale, watery sunshine gleamed through the rifts in the low-scudding clouds. At last our horses stood on the brink of a bold cliff. Deep down beneath our feet lay the wild and lonely valley of Two Ocean Pass, walled in on either hand by rugged mountain chains, their flanks scarred and gashed by precipice and chasm. Beyond, in a wilderness of jagged and barren peaks, stretched the Shoshones. At the middle point of the pass, two streams welled down from either side. At first, each flowed in but one bed, but soon divided into two. Each of the twin branches then joined the like branch of the brook opposite, and swept one to the east and one to the west on their long journey to the two great oceans. They ran as rapid brooks through wet meadows and willow flats, the eastern to the Yellowstone, the western to the Snake. The dark pine forests swept down from the flanks and lower ridges of the mountains to the edges of the marshy valley. Above them jutted gray rock peaks, snowdrifts lying in the rents that seemed their northern faces. Far below us, from a great basin at the foot of the cliff, filled with the pine forest, rose the musical challenge of a bull elk, and we saw a band of cows and calves looking like mice as they ran among the trees. It was getting late, and after some searching we failed to find any trail leading down, so at last we plunged over the brink at a venture. It was very rough scrambling, dropping from bench to bench, and in places it was not only difficult, but dangerous for the loaded pack animals. Here and there we were helped by well-beaten elk trails, which we could follow for several hundred yards at a time. On one narrow pine-clad ledge we met a spike bull face to face, and in scrambling down a very steep, bare, rock-strewn shoulder, the loose stones started by the horse's hoofs, bounding in great leaps to the forest below, dislodged two cows. As evening fell, we reached the bottom and pitched camp in a beautiful point of open pine forest, thrust out into the meadow. There was good shelter and plenty of wood, water, and grass. We built a huge fire and put up our tents, scattering them in likely places among the pines, which grew far apart and without undergrowth. We dried our steaming clothes and ate a hearty supper of elk meat. Then we turned into our beds, warm and dry, and slept soundly under the canvas, while all night long the storm roared without. Next morning it still stormed fitfully. The high peaks and ridges round about were all capped with snow. Woody and I started on foot for an all-day tramp. The amount of game seen the day before showed that we were in a good elk country, where the elk had been so little disturbed that they were traveling, feeding, and whistling in daylight. For 3 hours we walked across the forest-clad spurs of the foothills. We roused a small band of elk in thick timber, but they rushed off before we saw them, with much smashing of dead branches. Then we climbed to the summit of the range. The wind was light and baffling. It blew from all points, veering every few minutes. There were occasional rain squalls. Our feet and legs were well soaked, and we became chilled whenever we sat down to listen. We caught a glimpse of a big bull feeding uphill and followed him. It needed smart running to overtake him, for an elk, even while feeding, has a ground-covering gait. Finally, we got within 125 yards, but in very thick timber, and all I could see plainly was the hip and the after part of the flank. I waited for a chance at the shoulder, but the bull got my wind and was off before I could pull the trigger. It was just one of those occasions when there are two courses to pursue, neither very good, and when one is apt to regret whichever decision is made. At noon we came to the edge of a deep and wide gorge, and sat down shivering to await what might turn up, our fingers numb and our wet feet icy. Suddenly the love challenge of an elk came pealing across the gorge, through the fine, cold rain, from the heart of the forest opposite. An hour's stiff climb, down and up, brought us nearly to him, but the wind forced us to advance from below through a series of open glades. He was lying on a point of the cliff shoulder, surrounded by his cows, and he saw us and made off. An hour afterward, as we were trudging up a steep hillside dotted with groves of fir and spruce, a young bull of 10 points, roused from his daybed by our approach, galloped across us some 60 yards off. We were in need of better venison than can be furnished by an old rutting bull, so I instantly took a shot at the fat and tender young 10-pointer. I aimed well ahead and pulled the trigger just as he came to a small gully, and he fell into it in a heap with a resounding crash. This was on the birthday of my eldest small son, so I took him home with the horns, for his very own. On the way back that afternoon, I shot off the heads of 2 blue grouse as they perched in the pines. That evening the storm broke, and the weather became clear and very cold, so that the snow made the frosty mountains gleam like silver. The moon was full, and in the flood of light the wild scenery around our camp was very beautiful. As always, where we camped for several days, we had fixed long tables and settles, and were most comfortable, and when we came in at nightfall, or sometimes long afterward, cold, tired, and hungry, it was sheer physical delight to get warm before the roaring fire of pitchy stumps, and then to feast ravenously on bread and beans, on stewed or roasted elk venison, on grouse and sometimes trout, and flapjacks with maple syrup. Next morning it dawned clear and cold, the sky a glorious blue. Woody and I started to hunt over the great tableland and led our stout horses up the mountainside by elk trails so bad that they had to climb like goats. All these elk trails have one striking peculiarity. They lead through thick timber, but every now and then send off short, well-worn branches to some cliff edge or jutting crag, commanding a view far and wide over the country beneath. Elk love to stand on these lookout points and scan the valleys and mountains round about. Blue grouse rose from beside our path. Clark's crows flew past us with a hollow, flapping sound, or lit in the pine tops, calling and flirting their tails. The gray-clad whiskey jacks, with multitudinous cries, hopped and fluttered near us. Snowshoe rabbits scuttled away, the big furry feet which give them their name already turning white. At last we came out on the great plateau, seamed with deep, narrow ravines. Reaches of pasture alternated with groves and open forests of varying size. Almost immediately we heard the bugle of a bull elk and saw a big band of cows and calves on the other side of a valley. There were 3 bulls with them, one very large, and we tried to creep up on them, but the wind was baffling and spoiled our stalk. So we returned to our horses, mounted them, and rode a mile farther toward a large open wood on a hillside. When within 200 yards we heard directly ahead the bugle of a bull and pulled up short. In a moment I saw him walking through an open glade. He had not seen us. The slight breeze brought us down to his scent. Elk have a strong characteristic smell. It is usually sweet, like that of a herd of Alderney cows, but in old bulls, while rutting, it is rank, pungent, and lasting. We stood motionless till the bull was out of sight, then stole to the wood, tied our horses, and trotted after him. He was traveling fast, occasionally calling, whereupon others in the neighborhood would answer. Evidently he had been driven out of some herd by the master bull. He went faster than we did, and while we were vainly trying to overtake him, we heard another very loud and sonorous challenge to our left. It came from a ridge crest at the edge of the woods among some scattered clumps of the northern nut pine or pinyon. A queer conifer, growing very high on the mountains, its multi-forked trunk and wide-spreading branches giving it the rounded top, and at a distance the general look of an oak rather than a pine. We at once walked toward the ridge, upwind. In a minute or two, to our chagrin, we stumbled on an outlying spike bull, evidently kept on the outskirts of the herd by the master bull. I thought he would alarm all the rest, but as we stood motionless, he could not see clearly what we were. He stood, ran, stood again, gazed at us, and trotted slowly off. We hurried forward as fast as we dared, and with too little care, for we suddenly came in view of 2 cows. As they raised their heads to look, Woody squatted down where he was to keep their attention fixed, while I cautiously tried to slip off to one side, unobserved. Favored by the neutral tint of my buckskin hunting shirt, with which my shoes, leggins, and soft hat matched, I succeeded. As soon as I was out of sight, I ran hard and came up to a hillock crested with pinyons, behind which I judged I should find the herd. As I approached the crest, their strong, sweet smell smote my nostrils. In another moment I saw the tips of a pair of mighty antlers, and I peered over the crest with my rifle at the ready. 30 yards off, behind a clump of pinyons, stood a huge bull, his head thrown back as he rubbed his shoulders with his horns. There were several cows around him, and one saw me immediately and took alarm. I fired into the bull's shoulder, inflicting a mortal wound. But he went off, and I raced after him at top speed, firing twice into his flank. Then he stopped, very sick, and I broke his neck with a fourth bullet. An elk often hesitates in the first moments of surprise and fright, and does not get really underway for 200 or 300 yards. But when once fairly started, he may go several miles, even though mortally wounded. Therefore, the hunter, after his first shot, should run forward as fast as he can, and shoot again and again until the quarry drops. In this way, many animals that would otherwise be lost are obtained, especially by the man who has a repeating rifle. Nevertheless, the hunter should beware of being led astray by the ease with which he can fire half a dozen shots from his repeater, and he should aim as carefully with each shot as if it were his last. No possible rapidity of fire can atone for habitual carelessness of aim with the first shot. The elk I thus slew was a giant. His body was the size of a steer's, and his antlers, though not unusually long, were very massive and heavy. He lay in a glade, on the edge of a great cliff. Standing on its brink, we overlooked a most beautiful country, the home of all homes for the elk, a wilderness of mountains, the immense evergreen forest broken by park and glade, by meadow and pasture, by bare hillside and barren tableland. Some 5 miles off lay the sheet of water known to the old hunters as Spotted Lake. 2 or 3 shallow, sedgy places and spots of geyser formation made pale green blotches on its wind-rippled surface. Far to the southwest, in daring beauty and majesty, the grand domes and lofty spires of the Tetons shot into the blue sky. Too sheer for the snow to rest on their sides, it yet filled the rents in their rough flanks and lay deep between the towering pinnacles of dark rock. That night, as on more than one night afterward, a bull elk came down whistling to within 200 or 300 yards of the tents and tried to join the horse herd. The moon had set, so I could not go after it. Elk are very restless and active throughout the night in the rutting season, but where undisturbed they feed freely in the daytime, resting for 2 or 3 hours about noon. The next day, which was rainy, we spent time getting in the antlers and meat of the 2 dead elk, and I shot off the heads of 2 or 3 blue grouse on the way home. The following day I killed another bull elk, following him by the strong, not unpleasing smell, and hitting him twice as he ran, at about 80 yards. So far I had had good luck, killing everything I had shot at. But now the luck changed, through no fault of mine as far as I could see, and Ferguson had his innings. The day after I killed this bull he shot 2 fine mountain rams, and during the remainder of our hunt he killed 5 elk, 1 cow for meat, and 4 good bulls. The 2 rams were with 3 others, all old and with fine horns. Ferguson peeped over a lofty precipice and saw them coming up only 50 yards below him. His 2 first and finest bulls were obtained by hard running and good shooting. The herds were on the move at the time, and only his speed of foot and soundness of wind enabled him to get near enough for a shot. One herd started before he got close, and he killed the master bull by a shot right through the heart as it trotted past, 150 yards distant. As for me, during the next 10 days I killed nothing except 1 cow for meat. And this, though, I hunted hard every day from morning till night, no matter what the weather. It was stormy, with hail and snow almost every day, and after working hard from dawn until nightfall, laboriously climbing the slippery mountainsides, walking through the wet woods, and struggling across the bare plateaus and cliff shoulders, while the violent blasts of wind drove the frozen rain in our faces, we would come in after dusk wet through and chilled to the marrow. Even when it rained in the valleys, it snowed on the mountain tops, and there was no use trying to keep our feet dry. I got 3 shots at bull elk, 2 being very hurried snapshots at animals running in thick timber, the other a running shot in the open at over 200 yards, and I missed all 3. On most days, I saw no bull worth shooting. The 2 or 3 I did see or hear we failed to stalk, the light, shifty wind baffling us, or else an outlying cow, which we had not seen giving the alarm. There were many blue and a few ruffed grouse in the woods, and I occasionally shot off the heads of a couple on my way homeward in the evening. In racing after one elk, I leapt across a gully, and so bruised and twisted my heel on a rock that, for the remainder of my stay in the mountains, I had to walk on the forepart of that foot. This did not interfere much with my walking, however, except in going downhill. Our ill success was in part due to sheer bad luck, but the chief element therein was the presence of a great hunting party of Shoshone Indians. Split into bands of 8 or 10 each, they scoured the whole country on their tough, sure-footed ponies. They always hunted on horseback and followed the elk at full speed wherever they went. Their method of hunting was to organize great drives, the riders strung in lines far apart. They signaled to one another by means of willow whistles, with which they also imitated the calling of the bull elk, thus tolling the animals to them, or making them betray their whereabouts. As they slew whatever they could, but by preference cows and calves, and as they were very persevering, but also very excitable and generally poor shots, so that they wasted much powder, they not only wrought havoc among the elk, but also scared the survivors out of all the country over which they hunted. Day in and day out we plodded on. In a hunting trip the days of long monotony in getting to the ground, and the days of unrequited toil after it has been reached, always far outnumber the red-letter days of success. But it is just these times of failure that really test the hunter. In the long run, common sense and dogged perseverance avail him more than any other qualities. The man who does not give up, but hunts steadily and resolutely through the spells of bad luck until the luck turns, is the man who wins success in the end. After a week at Two Ocean Pass, we gathered our pack animals one frosty morning and again set off across the mountains. A 2 days' jaunt took us to the summit of Wolverine Pass near Pinon Peak, beside a little mountain tarn. Each morning we found its surface skimmed with black ice, for the nights were cold. After 3 or 4 days, we shifted camp to the mouth of Wolverine Creek to get off the hunting grounds of the Indians. We had used up our last elk meat that morning, and when we were within a couple of hours' journey of our intended halting place, Woody and I struck off on foot for a hunt. Just before sunset, we came on 3 or 4 elk. A spike bull stood for a moment behind some thick evergreens 100 yards off. Guessing at his shoulder, I fired, and he fell dead after running a few rods. I had broken the luck after 10 days of ill success. Next morning, Woody and I, with the packer, rode to where this elk lay. We loaded the meat on a pack horse and let the packer take both the loaded animal and our own saddle horses back to camp, while we made a hunt on foot. We went up the steep forest-clad mountainside, and before we had walked an hour, heard 2 elk whistling ahead of us. The woods were open and quite free from undergrowth, and we were able to advance noiselessly. There was no wind, for the weather was still clear and cold. Both of the elk were evidently very much excited, answering each other continually. They had probably been master bulls, but had become so exhausted that their rivals had driven them from the herds, forcing them to remain in seclusion until they regained their lost strength. As we crept stealthily forward, the calling grew louder and louder until we could hear the grunting sounds with which the challenge of the nearest ended. He was in a large wallow, which was also a lick. When we were still 60 yards off, he heard us and rushed out, but wheeled and stood a moment to gaze, puzzled by my buckskin suit. I fired into his throat, breaking his neck, and down he went in a heap. Rushing in and turning, I called to Woody. "He's a 12-pointer, but the horns are small." As I spoke, I heard the roar of the challenge of the other bull not 200 yards ahead, as if in defiant answer to my shot. Running quietly forward, I speedily caught a glimpse of his body. He was behind some fir trees about 70 yards off, and I could not see which way he was standing, and so fired into the patch of flank which was visible, aiming high, to break the back. My aim was true, and the huge beast crashed downhill through the evergreens, pulling himself on his forelegs for 15 or 20 rods, his hindquarters trailing. Racing forward, I broke his neck. His antlers were the finest I ever got. A couple of whiskey jacks appeared at the first crack of the rifle with their customary astonishing familiarity and heedlessness of the hunter. They followed the wounded bull as he dragged his great carcass down the hill and pounced with ghoulish bloodthirstiness on the gouts of blood that were sprinkled over the green herbage. These two bulls lay only a couple of 100 yards apart on a broad game trail, which was as well beaten as a good bridle path. We began to skin out the heads, and as we were finishing, we heard another bull challenging far up the mountain. He came nearer and nearer, and as soon as we had ended our work, we grasped our rifles and trotted toward him along the game trail. He was very noisy, uttering his loud, singing challenge every minute or two. The trail was so broad and firm that we walked in perfect silence. After going only 500 or 600 yards, we got very close indeed, and flew forward on tiptoe, listening to the roaring music. The sound came from a steep, narrow ravine to one side of the trail, and I walked toward it with my rifle at the ready. A slight puff gave the elk my wind, and he dashed out of the ravine like a deer, but he was only 30 yards off, and my bullet went into his shoulder as he passed behind a clump of young spruce. I plunged into the ravine, scrambled out of it, and raced after him. In a minute I saw him standing with a drooping head, and 2 more shots finished him. He also bore fine antlers. It was a great piece of luck to get 3 such fine bulls at the cost of half a day's light work, but we had fairly earned them, having worked hard for 10 days through rain, cold, hunger, and fatigue, to no purpose. That evening my homecoming to camp, with 3 elk tongues and a brace of ruffed grouse hung at my belt, was most happy. Next day it snowed, but we brought a pack pony to where the 3 great bulls lay, and took their heads to camp. The flesh was far too strong to be worth taking, for it was just the height of the rut. This was the end of my hunt, and a day later Hofer and I, with 2 pack ponies, made a rapid push for the Upper Geyser Basin. We traveled fast. The first day was gray and overcast, a cold wind blowing strong in our faces. Toward evening we came upon a bull elk in a willow thicket. He was on his knees in a hollow, thrashing and beating the willows with his antlers. At dusk we halted and went into camp by some small pools on the summit of the pass north of Red Mountain. The elk were calling all around us. We pitched our cozy tent, dragged great stumps for the fire, cut evergreen boughs for our beds, watered the horses, tethered them to improvised picket pins in a grassy glade, and then set about getting supper ready. The wind had gone down, and snow was falling thick in large, soft flakes. We were evidently at the beginning of a heavy snowstorm. All night we slept soundly in our snug tent. When we arose at dawn, there was 1.5 feet of snow on the ground, and the flakes were falling as fast as ever. There is no more tedious work than striking camp in bad weather, and it was over 2 hours from the time we rose to the time we started. It is sheer misery to untangle picket lines and to pack animals when the ropes are frozen. And by the time we had loaded the 2 shivering, wincing pack ponies and had bridled and saddled our own riding animals, our hands and feet were numb and stiff with cold, though we were really hampered by our warm clothing. My horse was a wild, nervous roan, and as I swung carelessly into the saddle, he suddenly began to buck before I got my right leg over, and threw me off. My thumb was put out of joint. I pulled it in again and speedily caught my horse in the dead timber. Then I treated him as what the cowboys call a mean horse, and mounted him carefully, so as not to let him either buck or go over backward. However, his preliminary success had inspired him, and 12 times that day he began to buck, usually choosing a downgrade where the snow was deep and there was much fallen timber. All day long we pushed steadily through the cold, blinding snowstorm. Neither squirrels nor rabbits were abroad, and a few Clark's crows, whiskey jacks, and chickadees were the only living things we saw. At nightfall, chilled through, we reached the Upper Geyser Basin. Here I met a party of railroad surveyors and engineers coming in from their summer's fieldwork. One of them lent me a saddle horse and a pack pony, and we went on together, breaking our way through the snow-choked roads to the Mammoth Hot Springs, while Hofer took my own horses back to Ferguson. I have described this hunt at length because, though, I enjoyed it particularly on account of the comfort in which we traveled and the beauty of the land, yet in point of success in finding and killing game, in value of trophies procured, and in its alternations of good and bad luck, it may fairly stand as the type of a dozen such hunts I have made. Twice I have been much more successful, the difference being due to sheer luck, as I hunted equally hard in all three instances. Thus on this trip I killed and saw nothing but elk, yet the other members of the party either saw or saw fresh signs of not only black-tailed deer, but sheep, bear, bison, moose, cougar, and wolf. Now, in 1889, I hunted over almost precisely similar country, only farther to the northwest, on the boundary between Idaho and Montana. And, with the exception of sheep, I stumbled on all the animals mentioned, and white goat in addition, so that my bag of 12 head actually included 8 species, much the best bag I ever made, and the only one that could really be called out of the common. In 1884, on a trip to the Bighorn Mountains, I killed 3 bears, 6 elk, and 6 deer. In laying in the winter stock of meat for my ranch, I often far excelled these figures as far as mere numbers went, but on no other regular hunting trip, where the quality and not the quantity of the game was the prime consideration, have I ever equaled them. And on several where I worked hardest, I hardly averaged a head a week. The occasional days or weeks of phenomenal luck are more than earned by the many others where no luck whatever follows the very hardest work. Yet, if a man hunts with steady resolution, he is apt to strike enough lucky days amply to repay him. On this Shoshone trip, I fired 58 shots. In preference to using the knife, I generally break the neck of an elk which is still struggling, and I fire at one as long as it can stand, preferring to waste a few extra bullets rather than see an occasional head of game escape. As a consequence of these 2 traits, the 9 elk I got, 2 running at 60 and 80 yards, the others standing at from 30 to 100, cost me 23 bullets, and I missed 3 shots, all 3, it is but fair to say, difficult ones. I also cut off the heads of 17 grouse with 22 shots and killed 2 ducks with 10 shots, 58 in all. On the Bighorn trip, I used 102 cartridges. On no other trip did I use 50. To me, still hunting elk in the mountains, when they are calling, is one of the most attractive of sports, not only because of the size and stately beauty of the quarry and the grand nature of the trophy, but because of the magnificence of the scenery and the stirring, manly, exciting nature of the chase itself. It yields more vigorous enjoyment than does lurking stealthily through the grand but gloomy monotony of the marshy woodland where the moose dwells. The climbing among the steep forest-clad and glade-strewn mountains is just difficult enough to test soundness in wind and limb, while without the heart-breaking fatigue of white goat hunting. The actual grapple with an angry grizzly is, of course, far more full of strong, eager pleasure. But bear hunting is the most uncertain and usually the least productive of sports. As regards strenuous, vigorous work and pleasurable excitement, the chase of the bighorn alone stands higher. But the bighorn, grand beast of the chase though he be, is surpassed in size, both of body and of horns, by certain of the giant sheep of Central Asia. Whereas the wapiti is not only the most stately and beautiful of American game, far more so than the bison and moose, his only rivals in size, but is also the noblest of the stag kind throughout the world. Whoever kills him has killed the chief of his race, for he stands far above his brethren of Asia and Europe. Chapter 11. The Moose, the Beast of the Woodland. The moose is the giant of all deer, and many hunters esteem it the noblest of the American game. Beyond question, there are few trophies more prized than the huge shovel horns of this strange dweller in the cold Northland forests. I shot my first moose after making several fruitless hunting trips with this special game in view. The season I finally succeeded was only after having hunted 2 or 3 weeks in vain among the Bitterroot Mountains and the ranges lying southeast of them. I began about the 1st of September by making a trial with my old hunting friend Willis. We speedily found a country where there were moose, but of the animals themselves we never caught a glimpse. We tried to kill them by hunting in the same manner that we hunted elk, that is, by choosing a place where there was a sign and going carefully through it against or across the wind. However, this plan failed, though at that very time we succeeded in killing elk in this way, devoting 1 or 2 days to their pursuit. There were both elk and moose in the country, but they were usually found in different kinds of ground, though often close alongside one another. The former went in herds, the cows, calves, and yearlings by themselves, and they roamed through the higher and more open forests, well up towards timber line. The moose, on the contrary, were found singly or in small parties composed at the outside of a bull, a cow, and her young of 2 years. For the moose is practically monogamous in strong contrast to the highly polygamous wapiti and caribou. The moose did not seem to care much whether they lived among the summits of the mountains or not, so long as they got the right kind of country, for they were much more local in their distribution and at this season less given to wandering than their kin with round horns. What they wished for was a cool, swampy region of very dense growth. In the main chains of the northern Rockies, even the valleys are high enough to be cold. Of course, many of the moose lived on the wooded summits of the lower ranges, and most of them came down lower in winter than in summer, following about a fortnight after the elk. But if in a large tract of woods the cover was dense and the ground marshy, though it was in a valley no higher than the herds of the ranchmen grazed, or perchance even in the immediate neighborhood of a small frontier hamlet, then it might be chosen by some old bull who wished to lie in seclusion till his horns were grown, or by some cow with a calf to raise. Before settlers came to this high mountain region of western Montana, a moose would often thus live in an isolated marshy tract surrounded by open country. They grazed throughout the summer on marsh plants, notably lily stems, and nibbled at the tops of the very tall natural hay of the meadows. The legs of the beast are too long and the neck too short to allow it to graze habitually on short grass. Yet in the early spring, when greedy for the tender blades of young, green marsh grass, the moose will often shuffle down on its knees to get at them, and it will occasionally perform the same feat to get a mouthful or two of snow in winter. The moose, which lived in isolated, exposed localities, were speedily killed or driven away after the incoming of settlers, and at the time that we hunted we found no sign of them until we reached the region of continuous forest. Here, in a fortnight's hunting, we found as much sign as we wished, and plenty of it fresh. But the animals themselves we not only never saw, but we never so much as heard. Often after hours of careful still hunting or cautious tracking, we found the footprints deep in the soft earth, showing where our quarry had winded or hurt us, and had noiselessly slipped away from the danger. It is astonishing how quietly a moose can steal through the woods if it wishes, and it has what is to the hunter a very provoking habit of making a half or three-quarters circle before lying down and then crouching with its head so turned that it can surely perceive any pursuer who may follow its trail. We tried every method to outwit the beasts. We attempted to track them. We beat through likely spots. Sometimes we merely sat on a log and awaited events, by a drinking hole, meadow, mud wallow, or other such place, a course of procedure which often works well in still hunting, but all in vain. Our main difficulty lay in the character of the woods which the moose haunted. They were choked and tangled to the last degree, consisting of a mass of thick-growing conifers with dead timber strewn in every direction and young growth filling the spaces between the trunks. We could not see 20 yards ahead of us, and it was almost impossible to walk without making a noise. Elk were occasionally found in these same places, but usually they frequented more open timber, where the hunting was beyond comparison easier. Perhaps more experienced hunters would have killed their game, though in such cover, the best tracker and still hunter alive cannot always reckon on success with really wary animals. But be this as it may, we at any rate were completely baffled, and I began to think that this moose hunt, like all my former ones, was doomed to end in failure. However, a few days later, I met a crabbed old trapper named Hank Griffin, who was going after beaver in the mountains, and who told me that if I would come with him, he would show me moose. I jumped at the chance, and he proved as good as his word, though for the first 2 trials my ill luck did not change. At the time that it finally did change, we had at last reached a place where the moose were on favorable ground. A high, marshy valley stretched for several miles between 2 rows of stony mountains, clad with a forest of rather small fir trees. This valley was covered with reeds, alders, and rank grass, and studded with little willow-bordered ponds and island-like clumps of spruce and graceful tamaracks. Having surveyed the ground and found moose signs the preceding afternoon, we were up at times in the cool morning to begin our hunt. Before sunrise, we were posted on a rocky spur of the foothills, behind a mask of evergreens. Ourselves unseen, we overlooked all the valley, and we knew we could see any animal which might be either feeding away from cover or on its journey homeward from its feeding ground to its daybed. As it grew lighter, we scanned the valley with increasing care and eagerness. The sun rose behind us, and almost as soon as it was up, we made out some large beast moving among the dwarf willows beside a little lake 1/2 mile in front. In a few minutes the thing walked out where the bushes were thinner, and we saw that it was a young bull moose browsing on the willow tops. He had evidently nearly finished his breakfast, and he stood idly for some moments, now and then lazily cropping a mouthful of twig tips. Then he walked off with great strides in a straight line across the marsh, splashing among the wet water plants, and plowing through boggy spaces with the indifference begotten of vast strength and legs longer than those of any other animal on this continent. At times he entered beds of reeds which hid him from view, though their surging and bending showed the wake of his passage. At other times he walked through meadows of tall grass, the withered yellow stalks rising to his flanks, while his body loomed above them, glistening black and wet in the level sunbeams. Once he stopped for a few moments on a rise of dry ground, seemingly to enjoy the heat of the young sun. He stood motionless, save that his ears were continually pricked and his head sometimes slightly turned, showing that even in this remote land he was on the alert. Once, with a somewhat awkward motion, he reached his hind leg forward to scratch his neck. Then he walked forward again into the marsh. Where the water was quite deep, he broke into the long, stretching, springy trot which forms the characteristic gait of his kind, churning the marsh water into foam. He held his head straight forwards, the antlers resting on his shoulders. After a while he reached a spruce island, through which he walked to and fro, but evidently could find therein no resting place quite to his mind, for he soon left and went on to another. Here, after a little wandering, he chose a point where there was some thick young growth, which hid him from view when he lay down, though not when he stood. After some turning, he settled himself in his bed, just as a steer would. He could not have chosen a spot better suited for us. He was nearly at the edge of the morass, the open space between the spruce clump where he was lying and the rocky foothills being comparatively dry and not much over a couple of 100 yards broad, while some 60 yards from it, and between it and the hills, was a little hummock, tufted with firs, so as to afford us just the cover we needed. Keeping back from the edge of the morass, we were able to walk upright through the forest until we got to the point where he was lying in a line with this little hummock. We then dropped on our hands and knees and crept over the soft, wet sward, where there was nothing to make a noise. Wherever the ground rose at all, we crawled flat on our bellies. The air was still, for it was a very calm morning. At last we reached the hummock, and I got into position for a shot, taking a final look at my faithful 45-90 Winchester to see that all was in order. Peering cautiously through the shielding evergreens, I at first could not make out where the moose was lying, until my eye was caught by the motion of his big ears as he occasionally flapped them lazily forward. Even then I could not see his outline, but I knew where he was, and having pushed my rifle forward on the moss, I snapped a dry twig to make him rise. My veins were thrilling, and my heart was beating with that eager, fierce excitement known only to the hunter of big game, and forming one of the keenest and strongest of the many pleasures which with him go to make up the wild joy of living. As the sound of the snapping twig smote his ears, the moose rose nimbly to his feet, with a lightness on which one would not have reckoned in a beast so heavy of body. He stood broadside to me for a moment, his ungainly head slightly turned, while his ears twitched and his nostrils snuffed the air. Drawing a fine bead against his black hide, behind his shoulder, and 2/3 of his body's depth below his shaggy withers, I pressed the trigger. He neither flinched nor reeled, but started with his regular ground-covering trot through the spruces. Yet I knew he was mine, for the light blood sprang from both of his nostrils, and he fell dying on his side before he had gone 30 rods. Later in the fall, I was again hunting among the lofty ranges which continue towards the southeast, the chain of the Bitterroot, between Idaho and Montana. There were but 2 of us, and we were traveling very light, each having but one pack pony and the saddle animal he bestrode. We were high among the mountains, and followed no regular trail. Hence our course was often one of extreme difficulty. Occasionally we took our animals through the forest near timber line, where the slopes were not too steep. Again we threaded our way through a line of glades, or skirted the foothills in an open park country, and now and then we had to cross stretches of tangled mountain forest, making but a few miles a day, at the cost of incredible toil, and accomplishing even this solely by virtue of the wonderful docility and sure-footedness of the ponies, and of my companion's skill with the axe and thorough knowledge of woodcraft. Late one cold afternoon we came out in a high alpine valley in which there was no sign of any man's having ever been before us. Down its middle ran a clear brook. On each side was a belt of thick spruce forest covering the lower flanks of the mountains. The trees came down in points and isolated clumps to the brook, the banks of which were thus bordered with open glades, rendering the traveling easy and rapid. Soon after starting up this valley, we entered a beaver meadow of considerable size. It was covered with lush, rank grass, and the stream wound through it rather sluggishly in long curves, which were fringed by a thick growth of dwarfed willows. In 1 or 2 places it broadened into small ponds, bearing a few lily pads. This meadow had been all tramped up by moose. Trails led hither and thither through the grass, the willow twigs were cropped off, and the muddy banks of the little black ponds were indented by hoof marks. Evidently most of the lilies had been plucked. The footprints were unmistakable. A moose's foot is longer and slimmer than a caribou's, while on the other hand it is much larger than an elk's, and a longer oval in shape. Most of the sign was old, this high alpine meadow, surrounded by snow mountains, having clearly been a favorite resort for moose in the summer. But some enormous fresh tracks told that 1 or more old bulls were still frequenting the place. The light was already fading, and of course we did not wish to camp where we were, because we would then certainly scare the moose. Accordingly, we pushed up the valley for another mile, through an open forest, the ground being quite free from underbrush and dead timber, and covered with a carpet of thick moss in which the feet sank noiselessly. Then we came to another beaver meadow, which offered fine feed for the ponies. On its edge we hastily pitched camp just at dusk. We tossed down the packs in a dry grove, close to the brook, and turned the tired ponies loose in the meadow, hobbling the little mare that carried the bell. The ground was smooth. We threw a cross pole from one to the other of 2 young spruces, which happened to stand handily, and from it stretched and pegged out a piece of canvas which we were using as a shelter tent. Beneath this we spread our bedding, laying under it the canvas sheets in which it had been wrapped. There was still bread left over from yesterday's baking, and in a few moments the kettle was boiling and the frying pan was sizzling, while one of us skinned and cut into suitable pieces 2 grouses we had knocked over on our march. For fear of frightening the moose, we built a small fire and went to bed soon after supper, being both tired and cold. Fortunately, what little breeze there blew up the valley. At dawn I was awake and crawled out of my buffalo bag, shivering and yawning. My companion still slumbered heavily. White frost covered whatever had been left outside. The cold was sharp, and I hurriedly slipped a pair of stout moccasins on my feet, drew on my gloves and cap, and started through the ghostly woods for the meadow where we had seen the moose sign. The tufts of grass were stiff with frost. Black ice skimmed the edges and quiet places of the little brook. I walked slowly, it being difficult not to make a noise by cracking sticks or brushing against trees in the gloom. But the forest was so open that it favored me. When I reached the edge of the beaver meadow, it was light enough to shoot, though the front sight still glimmered indistinctly. Streaks of cold red showed that the sun would soon rise. Before leaving the shelter of the last spruces, I halted to listen, and almost immediately heard a curious splashing sound from the middle of the meadow, where the brook broadened into small willow-bordered pools. I knew at once that a moose was in one of these pools, wading about and pulling up the water lilies by seizing their slippery stems in his lips, plunging his head deep under water to do so. The moose love to feed in this way in the hot months, when they spend all the time they can in the water, feeding or lying down. Nor do they altogether abandon the habit even when the weather is so cold that icicles form in their shaggy coats. Crouching, I stole noiselessly along the edge of the willow thicket. The stream twisted through it from side to side in zigzags so that every few rods I got a glimpse down a lane of black water. In a minute I heard a slight splashing near me, and on passing the next point of bushes I saw the shadowy outline of the moose's hindquarters standing in a bend of the water. In a moment he walked onwards, disappearing. I ran forward a couple of rods and then turned in among the willows to reach the brook, where it again bent back towards me. The splashing in the water and the rustling of the moose's body against the frozen twigs drowned the little noise made by my moccasined feet. I strode out on the bank at the lower end of a long, narrow pool of water, dark and half-frozen. In this pool, halfway down and facing me, but a score of yards off, stood the mighty marsh beast, strange and uncouth, in look as some monster surviving over from the Pliocene. His vast bulk loomed black and vague in the dim gray dawn. His huge antlers stood out sharply. Columns of steam rose from his nostrils. For several seconds he fronted me motionless. Then he began to turn, slowly, and as if he had a stiff neck. When quarter way round, I fired into his shoulder, where he reared and bounded on the bank with a great leap, vanishing in the willows. Through these I heard him crash like a whirlwind for a dozen rods, then down he fell, and when I reached the spot, he had ceased to struggle. The ball had gone through his heart. When a moose is thus surprised at close quarters, it will often stand at gaze for a moment or two, and then turn stiffly around until headed in the right direction. Once thus headed aright, it starts off with extraordinary speed. The flesh of the moose is very good, though some deem it coarse. Old hunters, who always like rich, greasy food, rank a moose's nose with a beaver's tail as the chief of backward delicacies. Personally, I never liked either. The hide of the moose, like the hide of the elk, is of very poor quality, much inferior to ordinary buckskin. Caribou hide is the best of all, especially when used as webbing for snowshoes. The moose is very fond of frequenting swampy woods throughout the summer, and indeed late into the fall. These swampy woods are not necessarily in the lower valleys, some being found very high among the mountains. By preference, it haunts those containing lakes, where it can find the long lily roots of which it is so fond, and where it can escape the torment of the mosquitoes and deer flies by lying completely submerged, save for its nostrils. It is a bold and good swimmer, readily crossing lakes of large size, but it is, of course, easily slain if discovered by canoemen while in the water. It travels well through bogs, but not as well as the caribou, and it will not venture on ice at all if it can possibly avoid it. After the rut begins, the animals roam everywhere through the woods, and where there are hardwood forests, the winter yard is usually made among them, on high ground, away from the swamps. In the mountains, the deep snows drive the moose, like all other game, down to the lower valleys in hard winters. In the summer it occasionally climbs to the very summits of the wooded ranges to escape the flies, and it is said that in certain places where wolves are plenty, the cows retire to the tops of the mountains to calve. More often, however, they select some patch of very dense cover, in a swamp or by a lake, for this purpose. Their ways of life, of course, vary with the nature of the country they frequent. In the towering chains of the Rockies, clad in somber and unbroken evergreen forests, their habits in regard to winter and summer homes and choice of places of seclusion for cows with young calves and bulls growing their antlers differ from those of their kind which haunt the comparatively low, hilly, lake-studded country of Maine and Nova Scotia, where the forests are of birch, beech, and maple mixed with the pine, spruce, and hemlock. The moose, being usually monogamous, is never found in great herds like the wapiti and caribou. Occasionally a troop of 15 or 20 individuals may be seen, but this is rare. More often it is found singly, in pairs, or in family parties, composed of a bull, a cow, and 2 or more calves and yearlings. In yarding, 2 or more such families may unite to spend the winter together in an unusually attractive locality. And during the rut, many bulls are sometimes found together, perhaps following the trail of a cow in single file. In the fall, winter, and early spring, and in certain places during summer, the moose feeds principally by browsing, though always willing to vary its diet by mosses, lichens, fungi, and ferns. In the eastern forests, with their abundance of hardwood, the birch, maple, and moosewood form its favorite food. In the Rocky Mountains, where the forests are almost purely evergreen, it feeds on such willows, alders, and aspens as it can find, and also, when pressed by necessity, on balsam, fir, spruce, and very young pine. It peels the bark between its hard palate and sharp lower teeth to a height of 7 or 8 feet. These peelings form conspicuous moose signs. It crops the juicy budding twigs and stem tops to the same height. And if the tree is too tall, it rides it, that is, straddles the slender trunk with its forelegs, pushing it over and walking up it until the desired branches are within reach. No beast is more destructive to the young growth of a forest than the moose. Where much persecuted, it feeds in the late evening, early morning, and by moonlight. Where rarely disturbed, it passes the day much as cattle do, alternately resting and feeding for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Young moose, when caught, are easily tamed and are very playful, delighting to gallop to and fro, kicking, striking, butting, and occasionally making grotesque faces. As they grow old, they are apt to become dangerous, and even their play takes the form of a mock fight. Some lumbermen I knew on the Aroostook in Maine once captured a young moose and put it in a pen of logs. A few days later they captured another, somewhat smaller, and put it in the same pen, thinking the first would be grateful at having a companion. But if it was, it dissembled its feelings, for it promptly fell on the unfortunate newcomer and killed it before it could be rescued. During the rut the bulls seek the cows far and wide, uttering continually throughout the night a short, loud roar, which can be heard at a distance of 4 or 5 miles. The cows now and then respond with low, plaintive bellows. The bulls also thrash the tree trunks with their horns and paw big holes in soft ground. and when two rivals come together at this season, they fight with the most desperate fury. It is chiefly in these battles with one another that the huge antlers are used. In contending with other foes, they strike terrible blows with their forehoofs, and also sometimes lash out behind like a horse. The bear occasionally makes a prey of the moose. The cougar is a more dangerous enemy in the few districts where both animals are found at all plentifully. But next to man, its most dreaded foe is the big timber wolf, that veritable scourge of all animals of the deer kind. Against all of these, the moose defends itself valiantly, a cow with a calf and a rutting bull being especially dangerous opponents. In deep snows, through which the great deer flounders while its adversary runs lightly on the crust, a single wolf may overcome and slaughter a big bull moose. But with a fair chance, no one or two wolves would be a match for it. Desperate combats take place before a small pack of wolves can master the shovel-horned quarry, unless it is taken at a hopeless disadvantage. And in these battles, the prowess of the moose is shown by the fact that it is no unusual thing for it to kill one or more of the ravenous throng, generally by a terrific blow of the foreleg, smashing a wolf's skull or breaking its back. I have known of several instances of wolves being found dead, having perished in this manner. Still, the battle usually ends the other way, the wolves being careful to make the attack with the odds in their favor. And even a small pack of the ferocious brutes will in a single winter often drive the moose completely out of a given district. Both cougar and bear generally reckon on taking the moose unawares when they jump on it. In one case that came to my knowledge, a black bear was killed by a cow moose whose calf he had attacked. In the Northeast, a favorite method of hunting the moose is by calling the bulls in the rutting season, at dawn or nightfall, the caller imitating their cries through a birch bark trumpet. If the animals are at all wary, this kind of sport can only be carried on in still weather, as the approaching bull always tries to get the wind of the caller. It is also sometimes slain by fire hunting, from a canoe, as the deer are killed in the Adirondacks. This, however, is but an ignoble sport, and to kill the animal while it is swimming in a lake is worse. However, there is sometimes a spice of excitement even in these unworthy methods of the chase, for a truculent moose will do its best, with hooves and horns, to upset the boat. The true way to kill the noble beast, however, is by fair still hunting. There is no grander sport than still hunting the moose, whether in the vast pine and birch forests of the Northeast or among the stupendous mountain masses of the Rockies. The moose has a wonderfully keen nose and ears, though its eyesight is not remarkable. Most hunters assert that he is the wariest of all game and the most difficult to kill. I have never been quite satisfied that this was so. It seems to me that the nature of the ground wherein it dwells helps it even more than do its own sharp senses. It is true that I made many trips in vain before killing my first moose, but then I had to hunt through tangled timber where I could hardly move a step without noise, and could never see 30 yards ahead. If moose were found in open park-like forests like those where I first killed elk, on the Bighorn Mountains, or among brushy coulees and bare hills, like the Little Missouri Badlands, where I first killed black-tailed deer, I doubt whether they would prove especially difficult animals to bag. My own experience is much too limited to allow me to speak with any certainty on the point, but it is borne out by what more skilled hunters have told me. In the Big Hole Basin in southwest Montana, moose were quite plentiful in the late 70s. 2 or 3 of the old settlers, whom I know as veteran hunters and trustworthy men, have told me that in those times the moose were often found in very accessible localities, and that when such was the case they were quite as easily killed as elk. In fact, when run across by accident, they frequently showed a certain clumsy slowness of apprehension which amounted to downright stupidity. One of the most successful moose hunters I know is Colonel Cecil Clay of the Department of Law in Washington. He it was who killed the moose composing the fine group mounted by Mr. Hornaday in the National Museum. Colum Clay lost his right arm in the Civil War, but is an expert rifle shot nevertheless, using a short, light .44 caliber old-style Winchester carbine. With this weapon he has killed over a score of moose by fair still hunting, and he tells me that on similar ground he considers it, if anything, rather less easy to still hunt and kill a whitetail deer than it is to kill a moose. My friend Colonel James Jones killed 2 moose in a day in northwestern Wyoming, not far from the Tetons. He was alone when he shot them and did not find them especially wary. Ordinarily, moose are shot at fairly close range, but another friend of mine, Mr. E.P. Rogers, once dropped one with a single bullet at a distance of nearly 300 yards. This happened by Bridger's Lake, near Two Ocean Pass. The moose has a fast walk, and its ordinary gait when going at any speed is a slashing trot. Its long legs give it a wonderful stride, enabling it to clear down timber and high obstacles of all sorts without altering its pace. It also leaps well. If much pressed or startled, it breaks into an awkward gallop, which is quite fast for a few hundred yards, but which speedily tires it out. After being disturbed by the hunter, a moose usually trots along a distance before halting. One thing which renders the chase of the moose particularly interesting is the fact that there is in it on rare occasions a spice of peril. Under certain circumstances it may be called a dangerous quarry, being, properly speaking, the only animal of the deer kind which ever fairly deserves the title. In a hand-to-hand grapple an elk or caribou, or even under exceptional circumstances a blacktail or a whitetail, may show itself an ugly antagonist. And indeed a maddened elk may for a moment take the offensive. But the moose is the only one of the tribe with which this attitude is at all common. In bodily strength and capacity to do harm it surpasses the elk, and in temperament it is far more savage and more apt to show fight when assailed by man, exactly as the elk in these respects surpasses the common deer. 2 hunters with whom I was well acquainted once wintered between the Wind River Mountains and the 3 Tetons many years ago, in the days of the buffalo. They lived on game, killing it on snowshoes. For the most part, wapiti and deer, but also bison, and 1 moose, though they saw others. The wapiti bulls kept their antlers 2 months longer than the moose. Nevertheless, when chased, they rarely made an effort to use them, while the hornless moose displayed far more pugnacity, and also ran better through the deep snow. The winter was very severe, the snows were heavy, and the crusts hard, so that the hunters had little trouble in overtaking their game. Although, being old mountain men and not hide hunters, they killed only what was needed. Of course, in such hunting they came very close to the harried game, usually after a chase of from 20 minutes to 3 hours. They found that the ordinary deer would scarcely charge under any circumstances. That among the wapiti it was only now and then that individuals would turn upon their pursuers, though they sometimes charged boldly, but that both the bison and especially the moose, when worried and approached too near, would often turn to bay and make charge after charge in the most resolute manner, so that they had to be approached with some caution. Under ordinary conditions, however, there is very little danger indeed of a moose charging. A charge does not take place once in 100 times when the moose is killed by fair still hunting, and it is altogether exceptional for those who assault them from boats or canoes to be put in jeopardy. Even a cow moose with her calf will run if she has the chance, and a rutting bull will do the same. Such a bull, when wounded, may walk slowly forward, grunting savagely, stamping with his forefeet, and slashing the bushes with his antlers. But if his antagonist is any distance off, he rarely actually runs at him. Yet there are now and then found moose prone to attack on slight provocation, for these great deer differ as widely as men in courage and ferocity. Occasionally a hunter is charged in the fall when he has lured the game to him by calling, or when he has wounded it after a stalk. In one well-authenticated instance which was brought to my attention, a settler on the left bank of the St. Johns in New Brunswick was trampled to death by a bull moose which he had called to him and wounded. A New Yorker of my acquaintance, Dr. Merrill, was charged under rather peculiar circumstances. He stalked and mortally wounded a bull, which promptly ran towards him. Between them was a gully in which it disappeared. Immediately afterwards, as he thought, it reappeared on his side of the gully, and with a second shot he dropped it. Walking forward, he found to his astonishment that with his second bullet he had killed a cow moose. The bull lay dying in the gully, out of which he had scared the cow by his last rush. However, speaking broadly, the danger to the still hunter engaged in one of the legitimate methods of the chase is so small that it may be disregarded, for he usually kills his game at some little distance, while the moose, as a rule, only attacks if it has been greatly worried and angered, and if its pursuer is close at hand. When a moose is surprised and shot at by a hunter some way off, its one thought is of flight. Hence, the hunters who are charged by moose are generally those who follow them during the late winter and early spring, when the animals have yarded and can be killed on snowshoes, by crusting, as it is termed, a very destructive and often a very unsportsmanlike species of chase. If the snowfall is very light, moose do not yard at all, but in a hard winter they begin to make their yards in December. A yard is not, as some people seem to suppose, a trampled-down space with definite boundaries. The term merely denotes the spot which a moose has chosen for its winter home, choosing it because it contains plenty of browse in the shape of young trees and saplings, and perhaps also because it is sheltered to some extent from the fiercest winds and heaviest snowdrifts. The animal travels to and fro across this space in straight lines and irregular circles after food, treading in its own footsteps, where practicable. As the snow steadily deepens, these lines of travel become beaten paths. There results finally a space half a mile square, sometimes more, sometimes very much less, according to the lay of the land and the number of moose yarding together, where the deep snow is seamed in every direction by a network of narrow paths along which a moose can travel at speed, its back level with the snow round about. Sometimes, when moose are very plentiful, many of these yards lie so close together that the beasts can readily make their way from one to another. When such is the case, the most expert snowshoer, under the most favorable conditions, cannot overtake them, for they can then travel very fast through the paths, keeping their gait all day. In the early decades of the present century, the first settlers in Aroostook County, Maine, while moose hunting in winter, were frequently baffled in this manner. When hunters approach an isolated yard, the moose immediately leave it and run off through the snow. If there is no crust, and if their long legs can reach the ground, the snow itself impedes them but little because of their vast strength and endurance. Snowdrifts, which render an ordinary deer absolutely helpless and bring even an elk to a standstill, offer no impediment whatsoever to a moose. If, as happens very rarely, the loose snow is of such depth that even the stilt-like legs of the moose cannot touch solid earth, it flounders and struggles forward for a little time, and then sinks exhausted. For a caribou is the only large animal which can travel under such conditions. If there is a crust, even though the snow is not remarkably deep, the labor of the moose is vastly increased, as it breaks through at every step, cutting its legs and exhausting itself. A caribou, on the other hand, will go across a crust as well as a man on snowshoes, and can never be caught by the latter, save under altogether exceptional conditions of snowfall and thaw. Crusting, or following game on snowshoes, is, as the name implies, almost always practiced after the middle of February, when thaws begin and the snow crusts on top. The conditions for success in crusting moose and deer are very different. A crust through which a moose would break at every stride may carry a running deer without mishap, while the former animal would trot at ease through drifts in which the latter would be caught as if in a quicksand. Hunting moose on snow, therefore, may be, and very often is, mere butchery. And because of this possibility or probability, and also because of the fact that it is by far the most destructive kind of hunting and is carried on at a season when the bulls are hornless and the cows heavy with calf, it is rigidly and properly forbidden wherever there are good game laws. Yet this kind of hunting may also be carried on under circumstances which render it, if not a legitimate, yet a most exciting and manly sport, only to be followed by men of tried courage, hardihood, and skill. This is not because it ever necessitates any skill whatsoever in the use of the rifle or any particular knowledge of hunting craft, but because under the conditions spoken of, the hunter must show great endurance and resolution and must be an adept in the use of snowshoes. It all depends upon the depth of the snow and the state of the crust. If when the snow is very deep there comes a thaw, and if it then freezes hard, the moose are overtaken and killed with ease. For the crust cuts their legs, they sink to their bellies at every plunge, and speedily become so worn out that they can no longer keep ahead of any man who is even moderately skillful in the use of snowshoes. Though they do not, as deer so often do, sink exhausted after going a few rods from their yard. Under such circumstances, a few hardy hunters or settlers, who are perfectly reckless in the slaughtering game, may readily kill all the moose in a district. It is a kind of hunting which just suits the ordinary settler, who is hardy and enduring, but knows little of hunting craft proper. If the snow is less deep or the crust not so heavy, the moose may travel for scores of miles before it is overtaken, and this even though the crust be strong enough to bear a man wearing snowshoes without breaking. The chase then involves the most exhausting fatigue. Moreover, it can be carried on only by those who are very skillful in the use of snowshoes. These snowshoes are of two kinds. In the Northeast and in the most tangled forests of the Northwest, the webbed snowshoes are used. On the bare mountainsides and in the open forests of the Rockies, the long, narrow wooden skis, or Norwegian snow skates, are preferred, as upon them men can travel much faster, though they are less handy in thick timber. Having donned his snowshoes and struck the trail of a moose, the hunter may have to follow it for 3 days if the snow is of only ordinary depth, with a moderate crust. He shuffles across the snow without halt, while daylight lasts, and lies down wherever he happens to be when night strikes him, probably with a little frozen bread as his only food. The hunter thus goes through inordinate labor and suffers from exposure. Not infrequently, his feet are terribly cut by the thongs of the snowshoes, and become sore and swollen, causing great pain. When overtaken after such a severe chase, the moose is usually so exhausted as to be unable to make any resistance. In all likelihood, it has run itself to a standstill. Accordingly, the quality of the firearms makes little difference in this kind of hunting. Many of the most famous old moose hunters of Maine, in the long past days before the Civil War, when moose were plenty there, used what were known as $3 guns, light, single-barreled smoothbores. One whom I knew used a flintlock musket, a relic of the War of 1812. Another, in the course of an exhausting 3 days' chase, lost the lock off his cheap percussion cap gun, and when he overtook the moose he had to explode the cap by hammering it with a stone. It is in crusting, when the chase has lasted but a comparatively short time, that moose most frequently show fight, for they are not cast into a state of wild panic by a sudden and unlooked-for attack by a man who is a long distance from them, but on the contrary, after being worried and irritated, are approached very near by foes from whom they have been fleeing for hours. Nevertheless, in the majority of cases, even crusted moose make not the slightest attempt at retaliation. If the chase has been very long, or if the depth of the snow and character of the crust are exceptionally disadvantageous to them, they are so utterly done out when overtaken that they cannot make a struggle, and may even be killed with an axe. I know of at least 5 men who have thus killed crusted moose with an axe, 1 in the Rocky Mountains, 1 in Minnesota, 3 in Maine. But in ordinary snow, a man who should thus attempt to kill a moose would merely jeopardize his own life, and it is not an uncommon thing for chased moose, when closely approached by their pursuers, even when the latter carry guns and are expert snowshoers, to charge them with such ferocity as to put them in much peril. A brother of one of my cowhands, a man from Maine, was once nearly killed by a cow moose. She had beer in a yard with her last year's calf when it started. After 2 or 3 hours' chase, he overtook them. They were traveling in single file, the cow breaking her path through the snow, while the calf followed close behind, and in his nervousness sometimes literally ran up on her. The man trotted close alongside, but before he could fire, the old cow spun round and charged him, her mane bristling and her green eyes snapping with rage. It happened that just there the snow became shallow, and the moose gained so rapidly that the man, to save his life, sprang up a tree. As he did so, the cow reared and struck at him, one forefoot catching in his snowshoe and tearing it clear off, giving his ankle a bad wrench. After watching him a minute or two, she turned and continued her flight, whereupon he climbed down the tree, patched up his torn snowshoe, and limped after the moose, which he finally killed. An old hunter named Purvis told me of an adventure of the kind, which terminated fatally. He was hunting near the Coeur d'Alene Mountains with a mining prospector named Pingree. Both were originally from New Hampshire. Late in November there came a heavy fall of snow, deep enough to soon bring a deer to a standstill, although not so deep as to hamper a moose's movement. The men bound on their skis and started to the borders of a lake to kill some blacktail. In a thicket close to the lake's brink they suddenly came across a bull moose, a lean old fellow, still savage from the rut. Pingree, who was nearest, fired at and wounded him, whereupon he rushed straight at the man, knocked him down before he could turn round on his skis, and began to pound him with his terrible forefeet. Summoned by his comrades' despairing cries, Purvis rushed round the thickets and shot the squealing, trampling monster through the body, and immediately after had to swing himself up a small tree to avoid its furious rush. The moose did not turn after this charge, but kept straight on, and was not seen again. The wounded man was past all help, for his chest was beaten in, and he died in a couple of hours. Chapter 12. The Bison or American Buffalo. When we became a nation in 1776, the buffaloes, the first animals to vanish when the wilderness was settled, roved to the crests of the mountains, which mark the western boundaries of Pennsylvania, Virginia, and the Carolinas. They were plentiful in what are now the states of Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. But by the beginning of the present century, they had been driven beyond the Mississippi, and for the next 80 years they formed one of the most distinctive and characteristic features of existence on the Great Plains. Their numbers were countless, incredible. In vast herds of hundreds of thousands of individuals, they roamed from Saskatchewan to the Rio Grande, and westward to the Rocky Mountains. They furnished all the means of livelihood to the tribes of horse Indians, and to the curious population of French Métis, or half-breeds, on the Red River, as well as to those dauntless and archetypical wanderers, the white hunters and trappers. Their numbers slowly diminished, but the decrease was very gradual until after the Civil War. They were not destroyed by the settlers, but by the railways and the skin hunters. After the ending of the Civil War, the work of constructing transcontinental railway lines was pushed forward with the utmost vigor. These supplied cheap and indispensable, but hitherto wholly lacking, means of transportation to the hunters. And at the same time the demand for buffalo robes and hides became very great, while the enormous numbers of the beasts, and the comparative ease with which they were slaughtered, attracted throngs of adventurers. The result was such a slaughter of big game as the world had never before seen. Never before were so many large animals of one species destroyed in such a short time. Several million buffaloes were slain. In 15 years, from the time the destruction fairly began, the great herds were exterminated. In all probability, there are not now, all told, 500 heads of wild buffaloes on the American continent, and no herd of 100 individuals has been in existence since 1884. The first great break followed the building of the Union Pacific Railway. All the buffaloes of the middle region were then destroyed, and the others were split into two vast sets of herds, the northern and the southern. The latter were destroyed first, about 1878, the former not until 1883. My own chief experience with buffaloes was obtained in the latter year, among small bands and scattered individuals near my ranch on the Little Missouri. I have related it elsewhere. But two of my kinsmen were more fortunate and took part in the chase of these lordly beasts when the herd still darkened the prairie as far as the eye could see. During the first 2 months of 1877, my brother Elliot, then a lad, not 17 years old, made a buffalo hunt toward the edge of the Staked Plains in northern Texas. He was thus in at the death of the southern herds, for all, save a few scattering bands, were destroyed within 2 years of this time. He was with my cousin, John Roosevelt, and they went out on the range with 6 other adventurers. It was a party of just such young men who frequently drift to the frontier. All were short of cash, and all were hardy, vigorous fellows, eager for excitement and adventure. My brother was much the youngest of the party and the least experienced. But he was well grown, strong and healthy, and very fond of boxing, wrestling, running, riding, and shooting. Moreover, he had served an apprenticeship in hunting deer and turkeys. Their mess kit, ammunition, bedding, and provisions were carried in 2 prairie wagons, each drawn by 4 horses. In addition to the teams, they had 6 saddle animals, all of them shaggy, unkempt mustangs. 3 or 4 dogs, setters, and half-bred greyhounds trotted along behind the wagons. Each man took his turn for 2 days as teamster and cook, and there were always 2 with the wagons, or camp, as the case might be, while the other 6 were off hunting, usually in couples. The expedition was undertaken partly for sport and partly with the hope of profit, for after purchasing the horses and wagons, none of the party had any money left, and they were forced to rely upon selling skins and hides, and, when near the forts, meat. They started on January 2nd and shaped their course for the headwaters of the Salt Fork of the Brazos, the center of abundance for the great buffalo herds. During the first few days they were in the outskirts of the settled country and shot only small game, quail and prairie fowl. Then they began to kill turkey, deer, and antelope. These they swapped for flour and feed at the ranches or squalid, straggling frontier towns. On several occasions the hunters were lost, spending the night out in the open or sleeping at a ranch, if one was found. Both towns and ranches were filled with rough customers. All of my brother's companions were muscular, hot-headed fellows, and as a consequence they were involved in several savage free fights, in which, fortunately, nobody was seriously hurt. My brother kept a very brief diary, the entries being fairly startling from their conciseness. A number of times the mention of their arrival, either at a halting place, a little village, or a rival buffalo camp, is followed by the laconic remark, "Big fight?" or "Big row." But once they evidently concluded discretion to be the better part of valor, the entry for January 20th being, "On the road, passed through Belknap, too lively, so kept on to the Brazos, very late." The buffalo camps in particular were very jealous of one another, each party regarding itself as having exclusive right to the range it was the first to find. And on several occasions this feeling came near involving my brother and his companions in serious trouble. While slowly driving the heavy wagons to the hunting grounds, they suffered the usual hardships of plains travel. The weather, as in most Texas winters, alternated between the extremes of heat and cold. There had been little rain. In consequence, water was scarce. Twice they were forced to cross wild, barren wastes where the pools had dried up, and they suffered terribly from thirst. On the first occasion the horses were in good condition, and they traveled steadily, with only occasional short halts, for over 36 hours, by which time they were across the waterless country. The journal reads, January 27th. Big hunt. No water, and we left Quinn's blockhouse this morning at 3 a.m. On the go all night. Hot. January 28th. No water. hot. At 7 we struck water, and by 8, Stinking Creek. Grand hurrah! On the second occasion, the horses were weak and traveled slowly, so the party went 48 hours without drinking. February 19th. Pulled on 21 miles. Trail bad. Freezing night, no water, and wolves after our fresh meat. 20th. Made 19 miles over the prairie. Again only mud. No water. Freezing hard. Frightful thirst. 21st. 30 miles to Clear Fork. Fresh water. These entries were hurriedly jotted down at the time by a boy who deemed it unmanly to make any especial note of hardship or suffering. But every plainsman will understand the real agony implied in working hard for 2 nights, 1 day, and portions of 2 others without water, even in cool weather. During the last few miles the staggering horses were only just able to drag the lightly loaded wagon, for they had but one with them at the time, while the men plodded along in sullen silence, their mouths so parched that they could hardly utter a word. My own hunting and ranching were done in the north where there is more water, so I have never had a similar experience. Once I took a team in 36 hours across a country where there was no water, but by good luck it rained heavily in the night, so that the horses had plenty of wet grass, and I caught the rain in my slicker, and so had enough water for myself. Personally, I have but once been as long as 26 hours without water. The party pitched their permanent camp in a canyon of the Brazos, known as Cañon Blanco. The last few days of their journey they traveled beside the river through a veritable hunter's paradise. The drought had forced all the animals to come to the larger watercourses, and the country was literally swarming with game. Every day and all day long the wagons traveled through the herds of antelopes that grazed on every side, while, whenever they approached the canyon brink, bands of deer started from the timber that fringed the river's course. Often even the deer wandered out on the prairie with the antelope. Nor was the game shy, for the hunters, both red and white, followed only the buffaloes until the huge shaggy herds were destroyed, and the smaller beasts were in consequence but little molested. Once my brother shot 5 antelopes from a single stand when the party was short of fresh venison. He was out of sight and too leeward, and the antelopes seemed confused rather than alarmed at the rifle reports and the fall of their companions. As was to be expected where game was so plenty, wolves and coyotes also abounded. At night they surrounded the camp, wailing and howling in a kind of shrieking chorus throughout the hours of darkness. One night they came up so close that the frightened horses had to be hobbled and guarded. On another occasion a large wolf actually crept into camp, where he was seized by the dogs, and the yelling, writhing knot of combatants rolled over one of the sleepers. Finally the long-toothed prowler managed to shake himself loose and vanished in the gloom. One evening they were almost as startled by a visit of a different kind. They were just finishing supper when an Indian stalked suddenly and silently out of the surrounding darkness, squatted down in the circle of firelight, remarked gravely, "Me tonk," and began helping himself from the stew. He belonged to the friendly tribe of Tonkaways, so his hosts speedily recovered their equanimity. As for him, he had never lost his, and he sat eating by the fire until there was literally nothing left to eat. The panic caused by his appearance was natural, for at that time the Comanches were a scourge to the buffalo hunters, ambushing them and raiding their camps, and several bloody fights had taken place. Their camp had been pitched near a deep pool or water hole. On both sides the bluffs rose like walls, and where they had crumbled and lost their sheerness, the vast buffalo herds, passing and repassing for countless generations, had worn furrowed trails so deep that the backs of the beasts were but little above the surrounding soil. In the bottom, and in places along the crests of the cliffs that hemmed in the canyon-like valley, there were groves of tangled trees, tenanted by great flocks of wild turkeys. Once my brother made 2 really remarkable shots at a pair of these great birds. It was at dusk, and they were flying directly overhead from one cliff to the other. He had in his hand a .38 caliber Ballard rifle, and as the gobblers winged their way heavily by, he brought both down with 2 successive bullets. This was, of course, mainly a piece of mere luck, but it meant good shooting, too. The Ballard was a very accurate, handy little weapon. It belonged to me, and was the first rifle I ever owned or used. With it I had once killed a deer, the only specimen of large game I had then shot, and I presented the rifle to my brother when he went to Texas. In our happy ignorance, we deemed it quite good enough for buffalo or anything else. But out on the plains, my brother soon found himself forced to procure a heavier and more deadly weapon. When camp was pitched, the horses were turned loose to graze and refresh themselves after their trying journey, during which they had lost flesh woefully. They were watched and tended by the 2 men who were always left in camp, and, save on rare occasions, were only used to haul in the buffalo hides. The camp guards for the time being acted as cooks, and though coffee and flour both ran short and finally gave out, fresh meat of every kind was abundant. The camp was never without buffalo beef, deer and antelope venison, wild turkeys, prairie chickens, quails, ducks, and rabbits. The birds were simply potted as occasion required. When the quarry was deer or antelope, the hunters took the dogs with them to run down the wounded animals. But almost the entire attention of the hunters was given to the buffalo. After an evening spent lounging round the campfire and a sound night's sleep wrapped in robes and blankets, they would get up before daybreak, snatch a hurried breakfast, and start off in couples through the chilly dawn. The great beasts were very plentiful. In the first day's hunt, 20 were slain, but the herds were restless and ever on the move. Sometimes they would be seen right by the camp, and again it would need an all-day tramp to find them. There was no difficulty in spying them, the chief trouble with forest game, for on the prairie a buffalo makes no effort to hide, and its black, shaggy bulk looms up as far as the eye can see. Sometimes they were found in small parties of 3 or 4 individuals, sometimes in bands of about 200, and again in great herds of many thousands. And solitary old bulls expelled from the herds were common. If on broken land, among hills and ravines, there was not much difficulty in approaching from the leeward, for though the sense of smell in the buffalo is very acute, they do not see well at a distance through their overhanging frontlets of coarse and matted hair. If, as was generally the case, they were out on the open rolling prairie, the stalking was far more difficult. Every hollow, every earth hummock and sagebush had to be used as cover. The hunter wriggled through the grass flat on his face, pushing himself along for perhaps a quarter of a mile by his toes and fingers, heedless of the spiny cactus. When near enough to the huge, unconscious quarry, the hunter began firing, still keeping himself carefully concealed. If the smoke was blown away by the wind, and if the buffaloes caught no glimpse of the assailant, they would often stand motionless and stupid until many of their number had been slain. The hunter being careful not to fire too high, aiming just behind the shoulder, about a third of the way up the body, that his bullet might go through the lungs. Sometimes, even after they saw the man, they would act as if confused and panic-struck, huddling together and staring at the smoke puffs. But generally they were off at a lumbering gallop as soon as they had an idea of the point of danger. When once started, they ran for many miles before halting, and their pursuit on foot was extremely laborious. One morning my cousin and brother had been left in camp as guards. They were sitting idly, warming themselves in the first sunbeams, when their attention was sharply drawn to 4 buffaloes that were coming to the pool to drink. The beasts came down a game trail, a deep rut in the bluff, fronting where they were sitting, and they did not dare to stir for fear of being discovered. The buffaloes walked into the pool, and after drinking their fill, stood for some time with the water running out of their mouths, idly lashing their sides with their short tails, enjoying the bright warmth of the early sunshine. Then, with much splashing and the gurgling of soft mud, they left the pool and clambered up the bluff with unwieldy agility. As soon as they turned, my brother and cousin ran for their rifles, but before they got back, the buffaloes had crossed the bluff crest. Climbing after them, the 2 hunters found, when they reached the summit, that their game, instead of halting, had struck straight off across the prairie at a slow slope doubtless intending to rejoin the herd they had left. After a moment's consultation, the men went in pursuit, excitement overcoming their knowledge that they ought not, by rights, to leave camp. They struck a steady trot, following the animals by sight until they passed over a knoll, and then trailing them. Where the grass was long, as it was for the first 4 or 5 miles, this was a work of no difficulty, and they did not break their gait, only glancing now and then at the trail. As the sun rose and the day became warm, their breathing grew quicker, and the sweat rolled off their faces as they ran across the rough prairie sward, up and down the long inclines, now and then shifting their heavy rifles from one shoulder to the other. But they were in good training, and they did not have to halt. At last they reached stretches of bare ground, sun-baked and grassless where the trail grew dim, and here they had to go very slowly, carefully examining the faint dents and marks made in the soil by the heavy hoofs, and unraveling the trail from the mass of old footmarks. It was tedious work, but it enabled them to completely recover their breath by the time that they again struck the grassland, and but a few hundred yards from its edge, in a slight hollow, they saw the 4 buffaloes just entering a herd of 50 or 60 that were scattered out grazing. The herd paid no attention to the newcomers, and these immediately began to feed greedily. After a whispered consultation, the 2 hunters crept back and made a long circle that brought them well to leeward of the herd, in line with a slight rise in the ground. They then crawled up to this rise, and peering through the tufts of tall, rank grass, saw the unconscious beasts 125 or 50 yards away. They fired together, each mortally wounding his animal, and then, rushing in as the herd halted in confusion, and following them as they ran, impeded by numbers, hurry, and panic, they eventually got 3 more. On another occasion, the same 2 hunters nearly met with a frightful death, being overtaken by a vast herd of stampeded buffaloes. All animals that go in herds are subject to these instantaneous attacks of uncontrollable terror, under the influence of which they become perfectly mad, and rush headlong in dense masses on any form of death. Horses, and more especially cattle, often suffer from stampedes. It is a danger against which the cowboys are compelled to be perpetually on guard. A band of stampeded horses, sweeping in mad terror up a valley, will dash against a rock or tree with such violence as to leave several dead animals at its base, while the survivors race on without halting. They will overturn and destroy tents and wagons, and a man on foot caught in the rush has but a small chance for his life. A buffalo stampede is much worse, or rather was much worse in the old days, because of the great weight and immense numbers of the beasts which, in a fury of heedless terror, plunged over cliffs and into rivers, and bore down whatever was in their path. On the occasion in question, my brother and cousin were on their way homeward. They were just mounting one of the long, low swells into which the prairie was broken, when they heard a low, muttering, rumbling noise like far-off thunder. It grew steadily louder, and not knowing what it meant, they hurried forward to the top of the rise. As they reached it, they stopped short in terror and amazement, for before them the whole prairie was black with madly rushing buffaloes. Afterward they learned that another couple of hunters, 4 or 5 miles off, had fired into and stampeded a large herd. This herd in its rush gathered others, all thundering along together in uncontrollable and increasing panic. The surprised hunters were far away from any broken ground or other place of refuge, while the vast herd of huge, plunging, maddened beasts was charging straight down on them, not a quarter of a mile distant. Down they came, thousands upon thousands, their front extending a mile in breadth, while the earth shook beneath their thunderous gallop, and, as they came closer, their shaggy frontlets loomed dimly through the columns of dust thrown up from the dry soil. The 2 hunters knew that their only hope for life was to split the herd, which, though it had such a broad front, was not very deep. If they failed, they would inevitably be trampled to death. Waiting until the beasts were in close range, they opened a rapid fire from their heavy breech-loading rifles, yelling at the top of their voices. For a moment the results seemed doubtful. The line thundered steadily down on them. Then it swayed violently, as 2 or 3 of the brutes immediately in their front fell beneath the bullets, while their neighbors made violent efforts to press off sideways. Then a narrow wedge-shaped rift appeared in the line and widened as it came closer, and the buffaloes, shrinking from their foes in front, strove desperately to edge away from the dangerous neighborhood. The shouts and shots were redoubled. The hunters were almost choked by the cloud of dust, through which they could see the stream of dark, huge bodies passing within rifle length on either side. And in a moment the peril was over, and the 2 men were left alone on the plain, unharmed, though with their nerves terribly shaken. The herd careered on toward the horizon, save 5 individuals which had been killed or disabled by the shots. On another occasion, when my brother was out with one of his friends, they fired at a small herd containing an old bull. The bull charged the smoke, and the whole herd followed him. Probably they were simply stampeded and had no hostile intention. At any rate, after the death of their leader, they rushed by without doing any damage. But buffaloes were sometimes charged with the utmost determination and were then dangerous antagonists. My cousin, a very hardy and resolute hunter, had a narrow escape from a wounded cow, which he followed up a steep bluff or sand cliff. Just as he reached the summit, he was charged and was only saved by the sudden appearance of his dog, which distracted the cow's attention. He thus escaped with only a tumble and a few bruises. My brother also came in for a charge, while killing the biggest bull that was slain by any of the party. He was out alone and saw a small herd of cows and calves at some distance, with a huge bull among them, towering above them like a giant. There was no break in the ground, nor any tree nor bush near them. But by making a half circle, my brother managed to creep up against the wind behind a slight roll in the prairie surface, until he was within 75 yards of the grazing and unconscious beasts. There were some cows and calves between him and the bull, and he had to wait some moments before they shifted position, as the herd grazed onward and gave him a fair shot. In the interval they had moved so far forward that he was in plain view. His first bullet struck just behind the shoulder. The herd started and looked around, but the bull merely lifted his head and took a step forward, his tail curled up over his back. The next bullet likewise struck fair, nearly in the same place, telling with a loud "pack" against the thick hide and making the dust fly up from the matted hair. Instantly the great bull wheeled and charged in headlong anger, while the herd fled in the opposite direction. On the bare prairie, with no spot of refuge, it was useless to try to escape, and the hunter, with a reloaded rifle, waited until the bull was not far off, then drew up his weapon and fired. Either he was nervous, or the bull at the moment bounded over some obstacle, for the ball went a little wild. Nevertheless, by good luck, it broke a foreleg, and the great beast came crashing to the earth and was slain before it could struggle to its feet. 2 days after this event, a war party of Comanches swept down along the river. They jumped a neighboring camp, killing 1 man and wounding 2 more, and at the same time ran off all but 3 of the horses belonging to our 8 adventurers. With the remaining 3 horses and 1 wagon, they set out homeward. The march was hard and tedious. They lost their way and were in jeopardy from quicksands and cloudbursts. They suffered from thirst and cold, their shoes gave out, and their feet were lamed by cactus spines. At last they reached Fort Griffin in safety, and great was their ravenous rejoicing when they procured some bread, for during the final fortnight of the hunt they had been without flour or vegetables of any kind, or even coffee, and had subsisted on fresh meat straight. Nevertheless, it was a very healthy, as well as a very pleasant and exciting experience, and I doubt if any of those who took part in it will ever forget their great buffalo hunt on the Brazos. My friend, General W. H. Walker of Virginia, had an experience in the early 1950s with buffaloes on the upper Arkansas River, which gives some idea of their enormous numbers at that time. He was camped with a scouting party on the banks of the river, and had gone out to try to shoot some meat. There were many buffaloes in sight, scattered, according to their custom, in large bands. When he was a mile or two away from the river, a dull roaring sound in the distance attracted his attention, and he saw that a herd of buffalo far to the south, away from the river, had been stampeded and was running his way. He knew that if he was caught in the open by the stampeded herd, his chance for life would be small, and at once ran for the river. By desperate efforts he reached the breaks in the sheer banks just as the buffaloes reached them, and got into a position of safety on the pinnacle of a little bluff. From this point of vantage he could see the entire plain. To the very verge of the horizon, the brown masses of the buffalo bands showed through the dust clouds, coming on with a thunderous roar like that of surf. Camp was a mile away, and the stampede luckily passed to one side of it. Watching his chance, he finally dodged back to the tent, and all that afternoon watched the immense masses of buffalo as band after band tore to the brink of the bluffs on one side, raced down them, rushed through the water, up the bluffs on the other side, and again off over the plain, churning the sandy, shallow stream into a ceaseless tumult. When darkness fell, there was no apparent decrease in the numbers that were passing, and all through that night the continuous roar showed that the herds were still threshing across the river. Towards dawn, the sound at last ceased, and General Walker arose somewhat irritated, as he had reckoned on killing an ample supply of meat, and he supposed that there would be now no bison left south of the river. To his astonishment, when he strolled up on the bluffs and looked over the plain, it was still covered far and wide with groups of buffalo grazing quietly. Apparently there were as many on that side as ever, in spite of the many scores of thousands that must have crossed over the river during the stampede of the afternoon and night. The barren ground caribou is the only American animal which is now ever seen in such enormous herds. In 1862, Mr. Clarence King, while riding along the overland trail through western Kansas, passed through a great buffalo herd and was himself injured in an encounter with a bull. The great herd was then passing north, and Mr. King reckoned that it must have covered an area nearly 70 miles by 30 in extent. The figures representing his rough guess made after traveling through the herd crosswise and upon knowing how long it took to pass a given point going northward. This great herd, of course, was not a solid mass of buffaloes. It consisted of innumerable bands of every size, dotting the prairie within the limits given. Mr. King was mounted on a somewhat unmanageable horse. On one occasion in following a band, he wounded a large bull, and became so wedged in by the maddened animals that he was unable to avoid the charge of the bull, which was at its last gasp. Coming straight toward him, it leaped into the air and struck the after part of the saddle full with its massive forehead. The horse was hurled to the ground with a broken back, and King's leg was likewise broken, while the bull turned a complete somerset over them and never rose again. In the recesses of the Rocky Mountains, from Colorado northward through Alberta, and in the depths of the subarctic forest beyond the Saskatchewan, there have always been found small numbers of the bison, locally called the mountain buffalo and wood buffalo. Often indeed the old hunters term these animals bison, although they never speak of the plains animals save as buffalo. They form a slight variety of what was formerly the ordinary plains bison, integrating with it. On the whole, they are darker in color, with longer, thicker hair, and in consequence with the appearance of being heavier-bodied and shorter-legged. They have been sometimes spoken of as forming a separate species, but judging from my own limited experience and from a comparison of the many hides I have seen, I think they are really the same animal, many individuals of the two so-called varieties being quite indistinguishable. In fact, the only moderate-sized herd of wild bison in existence today, the protected herd in the Yellowstone Park, is composed of animals intermediate in habits and coat between the mountain and plains varieties, as were all the herds of the Bighorn, Big Hole, Upper Madison, and Upper Yellowstone valleys. However, the habitat of these wood and mountain bison yielded them shelter from hunters in a way that the plains never could, and hence they have always been harder to kill in the one place than in the other, for precisely the same reasons that have held good with the elk, which have been completely exterminated from the plains, while still abundant in many of the forest fastnesses of the Rockies. Moreover, the bison's dull eyesight is no especial harm in the woods, while it is peculiarly hurtful to the safety of any beast on the plains, where eyesight avails more than any other sense, the true game of the plains being the prongbuck, the most keen-sighted of American animals. On the other hand, the bison's hearing, of little avail on the plains, is of much assistance in the woods, and its excellent nose helps equally in both places. Though it was always more difficult to kill the bison of the forests and mountains than the bison of the prairie, yet now that the species is, in its wild state, hovering on the brink of extinction, the difficulty is immeasurably increased. A merciless and terrible process of natural selection, in which the agents were rifle-bearing hunters, has left as the last survivors in a hopeless struggle for existence only the wariest of the bison and those gifted with the sharpest senses. That this was true of the last lingering individuals that survived the great slaughter on the plains is well shown by Mr. Hornaday in his graphic account of his campaign against the few scattered buffalo which still lived in 1886 between the Missouri and the Yellowstone along the Big Dry. The bison of the plains and the prairies have now vanished, and so few of their brethren of the mountains and the northern forests are left that they can just barely be reckoned among American game. But whoever is so fortunate as to find any of these animals must work his hardest and show all his skill as a hunter if he wishes to get one. In the fall of 1889, I heard that a very few bison were still left around the head of Wisdom River. Thither I went and hunted faithfully. There was plenty of game of other kinds, but of bison not a trace did we see. Nevertheless, a few days later that same year, I came across these great wild cattle at a time when I had no idea of seeing them. It was, as nearly as we could tell, in Idaho, just south of the Montana boundary line, and some 25 miles west of the line of Wyoming. We were camped high among the mountains, with a small pack train. On the day in question we had gone out to find moose, but had seen no sign of them, and had then begun to climb over the higher peaks with an idea of getting sheep. The old hunter who was with me was, very fortunately, suffering from rheumatism, and he therefore carried a long staff instead of his rifle. I say fortunately, for if he had carried his rifle, it would have been impossible to stop his firing at such game as bison, nor would he have spared the cows and calves. About the middle of the afternoon we crossed a low, rocky ridge above timber line, and saw at our feet a basin or round valley of singular beauty. Its walls were formed by steep mountains. At its upper end lay a small lake, bordered on one side by a meadow of emerald green. The lake's other side marked the edge of the frowning pine forest, which filled the rest of the valley, and hung high on the sides of the gorge which formed its outlet. Beyond the lake the ground rose in a pass evidently much frequented by game in bygone days, their trails lying along it in thick zigzags, each gradually fading out after a few hundred yards, and then starting again in a little different place, as game trails so often seem to do. We bent our steps towards these trails, and no sooner had we reached the first than the old hunter bent over it with a sharp exclamation of wonder. There in the dust were the unmistakable hoof marks of a small band of bison, apparently but a few hours old. They were headed towards the lake. There had been a half a dozen animals in the party, one a big bull and 2 calves. We immediately turned and followed the trail. It led down to the little lake, where the beasts had spread and grazed on the tender green blades, and had drunk their fill. The footprints then came together again, showing where the animals had gathered, and walked off in single file to the forest. Evidently they had come to the pool in the early morning, walking over the game pass from some neighboring valley, and after drinking and feeding had moved into the pine forest to find some spot for their noontide rest. It was a very still day, and there were nearly 3 hours of daylight left. Without a word, my silent companion, who had been scanning the whole country with hawk-eyed eagerness, besides scrutinizing the sign on his hands and knees, took the trail, motioning me to follow. In a moment we entered the woods, breathing a sigh of relief as we did so. For while in the meadow we could never tell that the buffalo might not see us, if they happened to be lying in some place with a commanding lookout. The old hunter was thoroughly roused, and he showed himself a very skillful tracker. We were much favored by the character of the forest, which was rather open, and in most places free from undergrowth and down timber. As in most Rocky Mountain forests, the timber was small, not only as compared to the giant trees of the groves of the Pacific coast, but as compared to the forests of the Northeast. The ground was covered with pine needles and soft moss, so that it was not difficult to walk noiselessly. Once or twice, when I trod on a small dry twig or let the nails in my shoes clink slightly against a stone, the hunter turned to me with a frown of angry impatience. But as he walked slowly, continually halting to look ahead, as well as stooping over to examine the trail, I did not find it very difficult to move silently. I kept a little behind him and to one side, save when he crouched to take advantage of some piece of cover, and I crept in his footsteps. I did not look at the trail at all, but kept watching ahead, hoping at any moment to see the game. It was not very long before we struck their daybeds, which were made on a knoll, where the forest was open and where there was much down timber. After leaving the daybeds, the animals had at first fed separately around the grassy base and sides of the knoll, and had then made off in their usual single file, going straight to a small pool in the forest. After drinking, they had left this pool and traveled down towards the gorge at the mouth of the basin, the trail leading along the sides of the steep hill, which were dotted by open glades, while the roar of the cataracts by which the stream was broken ascended from below. Here we moved with redoubled caution, for the sign had grown very fresh, and the animals had once more scattered and begun feeding. When the trail led across the glades, we usually skirted them so as to keep in the timber. At last, on nearing the edge of one of these glades, we saw a movement among the young trees on the other side, not 50 yards away. Peering through the safe shelter yielded by some thick evergreen bushes, we speedily made out 3 bison, a cow, a calf, and a yearling, grazing greedily on the other side of the glade, under the fringing timber, all with their heads uphill. Soon another cow and calf stepped out after them. I did not wish to shoot, waiting for the appearance of the big bull, which I knew was accompanying them. So for several minutes I watched the great, clumsy, shaggy beasts, as all unconscious they grazed in the open glade. Behind them rose the dark pines. At the left of the glade, the ground fell away to form the side of a chasm. Down in its depths, the cataracts foamed and thundered. Beyond, the huge mountains towered, their crests crimsoned by the sinking sun. Mixed with the eager excitement of the hunter was a certain half-melancholy feeling as I gazed on these bison, themselves part of the last remnant of a doomed and nearly vanished race. Few indeed are the men who now have, or evermore shall have, the chance of seeing the mightiest of American beasts in all his wild vigor, surrounded by the tremendous desolation of his far-off mountain home. At last, when I had begun to grow very anxious lest the others should take alarm, the bull likewise appeared on the edge of the glade, and stood with outstretched head, scratching his throat against a young tree which shook violently. I aimed low behind his shoulder and pulled the trigger. At the crack of the rifle, all the bison, without the momentary halt of terror-struck surprise so common among game, turned and raced off at headlong speed. The fringe of young pines beyond and below the glade cracked and swayed as if a whirlwind were passing, and in another moment they reached the top of a very steep incline, thickly strewn with boulders and dead timber. Down this they plunged with reckless speed. Their sure-footedness was a marvel in such seemingly unwieldy beasts. A column of dust obscured their passage, and under its cover they disappeared in the forest. But the trail of the bull was marked by splashes of frothy blood, and we followed it at a trot. 50 yards beyond the border of the forest, we found the stark black body stretched motionless. He was a splendid old bull, still in his full vigor, with large sharp horns, and heavy mane and glossy coat. And I felt the most exulting pride as I handled and examined him, for I had procured a trophy such as can fall henceforth to few hunters indeed. It was too late to dress the beast that evening, so after taking out the tongue and cutting off enough meat for supper and breakfast, we scrambled down to near the torrent, and after some search, found a good spot for camping. Hot and dusty from the day's hard tramp, I undressed and took a plunge in the stream, the icy water making me gasp. Then, having built a slight lean-to of brush and dragged together enough dead timber to burn all night, we cut long alder twigs, sat down before some embers raked apart, and grilled and ate our buffalo meat with the utmost relish. Night had fallen, a cold wind blew up the valley, the torrent roared as it leaped past us, and drowned our words as we strove to talk over our adventures and success, while the flame of the fire flickered and danced, lighting up with continual vivid flashes the gloom of the forest round about. Chapter 13. The Black Bear. Next to the white-tailed deer, the black bear is the commonest and most widely distributed of American big game. It is still found quite plentifully in northern New England, in the Adirondacks, Catskills, and along the entire length of the Alleghanies, as well as in the swamps and canebrakes of the southern states. It is also common in the great forests of northern Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and throughout the Rocky Mountains and the timbered ranges of the Pacific coast. In the East, it has always ranked second only to the deer among the beasts of chase. The bear and the buck were the staple objects of pursuit of all the old hunters. They were more plentiful than the bison and elk, even in the long, vanished days when these two great monarchs of the forest still ranged eastward to Virginia and Pennsylvania. The wolf and the cougar were always too scarce and too shy to yield much profit to the hunter. The black bear is a timid, cowardly animal, and usually a vegetarian, though it sometimes preys on the sheep, hogs, and even cattle of the settler, and is very fond of raiding his corn and melons. Its meat is good and its fur often valuable, and in its chase there is much excitement, and occasionally a slight spice of danger, just enough to render it attractive, so it has always been eagerly followed. Yet it still holds its own, though in greatly diminished numbers, in the more thinly settled portions of the country. One of the standing riddles of American zoology is the fact that the black bear, which is easier killed and less prolific than the wolf, should hold its own in the land better than the latter, this being directly the reverse of what occurs in Europe, where the brown bear is generally exterminated before the wolf. In a few wild spots in the east, in northern Maine, for instance, here and there, in the neighborhood of the upper Great Lakes, in the East Tennessee and Kentucky mountains, and the swamps of Florida and Mississippi, there still lingers an occasional representative of the old wilderness hunters. These men live in log cabins in the wilderness. They do their hunting on foot, occasionally with the help of a single trailing dog. In Maine, they are as apt to kill moose and caribou as bear and deer, but elsewhere the two last, with an occasional cougar or wolf, are the beasts of chase which they follow. Nowadays, as these old hunters die, there is no one to take their places, though there are still plenty of backwoods settlers in all of the regions named who do a great deal of hunting and trapping. Such an old hunter rarely makes his appearance at the settlements except to dispose of his peltry and hides in exchange for cartridges and provisions, and he leads a life of such lonely isolation as to ensure his individual characteristics develop into peculiarities. Most of the wilder districts in the eastern states still preserve memories of some such old hunter who lived his long life alone, waging ceaseless warfare on the vanishing game, whose oddities, as well as his courage, hardihood, and woodcraft, are laughingly remembered by the older settlers, and who is usually best known as having killed the last wolf or bear or cougar ever seen in the locality. Generally, the weapon mainly relied on by these old hunters is the rifle, and occasionally some old hunter will be found even to this day who uses a muzzle loader, such as Kit Carson carried in the middle of the century. There are exceptions to this rule of the rifle, however. In the years after the Civil War, One of the many noted hunters of southwest Virginia and East Tennessee was Wilbur Waters, sometimes called the Hunter of White Top. He often killed black bears with a knife and dogs. He spent all his life hunting and was very successful, killing the last gang of wolves to be found in his neighborhood, and he slew innumerable bears, with no worse results to himself than an occasional bite or scratch. In the southern states, the planters living in the wilder regions have always been in the habit of following the black bear with horse and hound, many of them keeping regular packs of bear hounds. Such a pack includes not only purebred hounds, but also crossbred animals, and some sharp, agile, hard-biting fierce dogs and terriers. They follow the bear and bring him to bay, but do not try to kill him, although there are dogs of the big fighting breeds which can readily master a black bear if loosed at him 3 or 4 at a time. But the dogs of these southern bear hound packs are not fitted for such work, and if they try to close with the bear, he is certain to play havoc with them, disemboweling them with blows of his paws or seizing them in his arms and biting through their spines or legs. The riders follow the hounds through the cane brakes and also try to make cutoffs and station themselves at open points where they think the bear will pass so that they may get a shot at him. The weapons used are rifles, shotguns, and occasionally revolvers. Sometimes, however, the hunter uses the knife. General Wade Hampton, who has probably killed more black bears than any other man living in the United States, frequently used the knife, slaying 30 or 40 with this weapon. His plan was, when he found that the dogs had the bear at bay, to walk up close and cheer them on. They would instantly seize the bear in a body, and he would then rush in and stab it behind the shoulder, reaching over so as to inflict the wound on the opposite side from where he stood. He escaped scathless from all these encounters save one, in which he was rather severely torn in the forearm. Many other hunters have used the knife, but perhaps none so frequently as he, for he was always fond of steel, as witness his feats with the white arm during the Civil War. General Hampton always hunted with large packs of hounds, managed sometimes by himself and sometimes by his black individuals. He occasionally took out 40 dogs at a time. He found that all his dogs together could not kill a big fat bear, but they occasionally killed 3-year-olds, or lean and poor bears. During the course of his life, he has himself killed or been in at the death of 500 bears, at least 2/3 of them falling by his own hand. In the years just before the war, he had on one occasion in Mississippi killed 68 bears in 5 months. Once he killed 4 bears in a day, at another time 3, and frequently 2. The 2 largest bears he himself killed weighed respectively 408 and 410 pounds. They were both shot in Mississippi. But he saw at least one bear killed, which was much larger than either of these. These figures were taken down at the time, when the animals were actually weighed on the scales. Most of his hunting for bears was done in northern Mississippi, where one of his plantations was situated, near Greenville. During the half-century that he hunted on and off in this neighborhood, he knew of 2 instances where hunters were fatally wounded in the chase of the black bear. Both of the men were inexperienced, one being a raftsman who came down the river, and the other a man from Vicksburg. He was not able to learn the particulars in the last case, but the raftsman came too close to a bear that was at bay, and it broke through the dogs, rushed at and overthrew him, then lying on him, it bit him deeply in the thigh, through the femoral artery, so that he speedily bled to death. But a black bear is not usually a formidable opponent, and though he will sometimes charge home, he is much more apt to bluster and bully than actually to come to close quarters. I myself have but once seen a man who had been hurt by one of these bears. This was an Indian. He had come upon the beast close up in a thick wood, and had mortally wounded it with his gun. It had then closed with him, knocking the gun out of his hand, so that he was forced to use his knife. It charged him on all 4s, but in the grapple, when it had failed to throw him down, it raised itself on its hind legs, clasping him across the shoulders with its forepaws. Apparently it had no intention of hugging, but merely sought to draw him within reach of his jaws. He fought desperately against this, using the knife freely and striving to keep its head back, and the flow of blood weakened the animal so that it finally fell exhausted before being able to injure him. But it had bitten his left arm very severely, and its claws had made long gashes on his shoulders. Black bears, like grizzlies, vary greatly in their modes of attack. Sometimes they rush in and bite, and again they strike with their forepaws. Two of my cowboys were originally from Maine, where I knew them well. There they were fond of trapping bears, and caught a good many. The huge steel gins attached by chains to heavy clogs prevented the trapped beasts from going far, and when found they were always tied tight round some tree or bush, and usually nearly exhausted. The men killed them either with a little .32 caliber pistol or a hatchet. But once did they meet with any difficulty. On this occasion one of them incautiously approached a captured bear to knock it on the head with his hatchet, but the animal managed to partially untwist itself, and with its free forearm made a rapid sweep at him. He jumped back just in time, the bear's claws tearing his clothes, after which he shot it. Bears are shy and have very keen noses. They are therefore hard to kill by fair hunting, living, as they generally do, in dense forests or thick brush. They are easy enough to trap, however. Thus these two men, though they trapped so many, never but once killed them in any other way. On this occasion one of them, in the winter, found in a great hollow log a den where she and two well-grown cubs had taken up their abode, and shot all three with his rifle as they burst out. Where they are much hunted, bears become purely nocturnal, but in the wilder forests I have seen them abroad at all hours, though they do not relish the intense heat of noon. They are rather comical animals to watch feeding and going about the ordinary business of their lives. Once I spent half an hour lying at the edge of a wood and looking at a black bear some 300 yards off across an open glade. It was in good stalking country, but the wind was unfavorable, and I waited for it to shift. Waited too long, as it proved, for something frightened the beast, and he made off before I could get a shot at him. When I first saw him, he was shuffling along and rooting in the ground, so that he looked like a great pig. Then he began to turn over the stones and logs to hunt for insects, small reptiles, and the like. A moderate-sized stone he would turn over with a single clap of his paw, and then plunge his nose down into the hollow to gobble up the small creatures beneath, while still dazed by the light. The big logs and rocks he would tug and worry at with both paws. Once, overexerting his clumsy strength, he lost his grip and rolled clean on his back. Under some of the logs he evidently found mice and chipmunks. Then, as soon as the log was overturned, he would be seen jumping about with grotesque agility, and making quick dabs here and there as the little scurrying rodent turned and twisted, until at last he put his paw on it and scooped it up into his mouth. Sometimes, probably when he smelt the mice underneath, he would cautiously turn the log over with one paw, holding the other lifted and ready to strike. Now and then he would halt and sniff the air in every direction, and it was after one of these halts that he suddenly shuffled off into the woods. Black bears generally feed on berries, nuts, insects, carrion, and the like, but at times they take to killing very large animals. In fact, they are curiously irregular in their food. They will kill deer if they can get at them, but generally the deer are too quick. Sheep and hogs are their favorite prey, especially the latter, for bears seem to have a special relish for pork. Twice I have known a black bear killed cattle. Once the victim was a bull which had got mired, and which the bear deliberately proceeded to eat alive, heedless of the bellows of the unfortunate beast. On another occasion a cow was surprised and slain among some bushes at the edge of a remote pasture. In the spring, soon after the long winter sleep, they are very hungry, and are especially apt to attack large beasts at this time, although during the very first days of their appearance, when they are just breaking their fast, they eat rather sparingly, and by preference the tender shoots of green grass and other herbs, or frogs and crayfish. It is not for a week or two that they seem to be overcome by lean, ravenous hunger. They will even attack and master that formidable fighter, the moose, springing at it from an ambush as it passes. For a bull moose would surely be an overmatch for one of them if fronted fairly in the open. An old hunter whom I could trust told me that he had seen in the snow in early spring the place where a bear had sprung at two moose which were trotting together. He missed his spring, and the moose got off, their strides after they settled down into their pace being tremendous and showing how thoroughly they were frightened. Another time he saw a bear chase a moose into a lake, where it waded out a little distance and then turned to bay, bidding defiance to his pursuer, the latter not daring to approach in the water. I have been told, but cannot vouch for it, that instances have been known where the bear, maddened by hunger, has gone in on a moose thus standing at bay, only to be beaten down under the water by the terrible forehoofs of the quarry, and to yield its life in the contest. A lumberman told me that he once saw a moose, evidently much startled, trot through a swamp, and immediately afterwards a bear came up following the tracks. He almost ran into the man, and was evidently not in a good temper, for he growled and blustered, and 2 or 3 times made feints of charging before he finally concluded to go off. Bears will occasionally visit hunters' or lumbermen's camps in the absence of the owners, and play sad havoc with all that therein is, devouring everything edible, especially if sweet, and trampling into a dirty mess whatever they do not eat. The black bear does not average more than 1/3 the size of the grizzly, but, like all its kind, it varies greatly in weight. The largest I myself ever saw weighed was in Maine, and tipped the scale at 346 pounds. But I have a perfectly authentic record of one in Maine that weighed 397 pounds. Hart Merriam tells me that he has seen several in the Adirondacks that, when killed, weighed about 350. I have myself shot but 1 or 2 black bears, and these were obtained under circumstances of no special interest, as I merely stumbled on them while after another game and killed them before they had a chance either to run or show fight. Chapter 14. Old Ephraim the Grizzly Bear. The king of the game beasts of temperate North America, because the most dangerous to the hunter, is the grizzly bear, known to the few remaining old-time trappers of the Rockies and the Great Plains, sometimes as Old Ephraim and sometimes as Moccasin Joe, the last in allusion to his queer half-human footprints which look as if made by some misshapen giant, walking in moccasins. Bears vary greatly in size and color, no less than in temperament and habits. Old hunters speak much of them in their endless talks over the campfires and in the snow-bound winter huts. They insist on many species, not merely the black and the grizzly, but the brown, the cinnamon, the gray, the silver tip, and others with names known only in certain localities, such as the range bear, the roachback, and the smutface. But, in spite of popular opinion to the contrary, most old hunters are very untrustworthy in dealing with points of natural history. They usually know only so much about any given game animal that will enable them to kill it. They study its habits solely with this end in view, and once slain, they only examine it to see about its condition and fur. With rare exceptions, they are quite incapable of passing judgment upon questions of specific identity or difference. When questioned, they not only advance perfectly impossible theories and facts in support of their views, but they rarely even agree as to the views themselves. One hunter will assert that the true grizzly is only found in California, heedless of the fact that the name was first used by Lewis and Clark as one of the titles they applied to the large bears of the Plains country round the upper Missouri, a quarter of a century before the California grizzly was known to fame. Another hunter will call any big brindled bear a grizzly no matter where it is found, and he and his companions will dispute by the hour as to whether a bear of large, but not extreme size, is a grizzly or a silvertip. In Oregon, the cinnamon bear is a phase of the small black bear. In Montana, it is the plains variety of the large mountain silvertip. I have myself seen the skins of 2 bears killed on the upper waters of Tongue River. One was that of a male, one of a female, and they had evidently just mated. Yet one was distinctly a silver tip, and the other a cinnamon. The skin of one very big bear which I killed in the Bighorn has proved a standing puzzle to almost all the old hunters to whom I have showed it. Rarely do any 2 of them agree as to whether it is a grizzly, a silver tip, a cinnamon, or a smut face. Any bear with unusually long hair on the spine and shoulders, especially if killed in the spring when the fur is shaggy, is forthwith dubbed a roachback. The average sporting writer moreover joins with the more imaginative members of the old hunter variety in ascribing wildly various traits to these different bears. One comments on the superior prowess of the roachback, the explanation being that a bear in early spring is apt to be ravenous from hunger. The next insists that the California grizzly is the only really dangerous bear, while another stoutly maintains that it does not compare in ferocity with what he calls the smaller silvertip or cinnamon, and so on without end, all of which is mere nonsense. Nevertheless, it is no easy task to determine how many species or varieties of bear actually do exist in the United States, and I cannot even say without doubt that a very large set of skins and skulls would not show a nearly complete integration between the most widely separated individuals. However, there are certainly 2 very distinct types, which differ almost as widely from each other as a wapiti does from a mule deer, and which exist in the same localities in most heavily timbered portions of the Rockies. One is the small black bear, a bear which will average about 200 pounds weight, with fine, glossy black fur, and the foreclaws but little longer than the hind ones. In fact, the hairs of the forepaw often reach to their tips. This bear is a tree climber. It is the only kind found east of the Great Plains, and it is also plentiful in the forest-clad portions of the Rockies, being common in most heavily timbered tracts throughout the United States. The other is the grizzly, which weighs 3 or 4 times as much as the black, and has a pelt of coarse hair, which is in color gray, grizzled, or brown of various shades. It is not a tree climber, and the foreclaws are very long, much longer than the hind ones. It is found from the Great Plains west of the Mississippi to the Pacific coast. This bear inhabits indifferently lowland and mountain, the deep woods, and the barren plains where the only cover is the stunted growth fringing the streams. These 2 types are very distinct in every way, and their differences are not at all dependent upon mere geographical considerations, for they are often found in the same district. Thus I found them both in the Bighorn Mountains, each type being in extreme form, while the specimens I shot showed no trace of intergradation. The huge, grizzled, long-clawed beast and its little glossy-coated, short-clawed, tree-climbing brother roamed over exactly the same country in those mountains. But they were as distinct in habits and mixed as little together as moose and caribou. On the other hand, when a sufficient number of bears from widely separated regions are examined, the various distinguishing marks are found to be inconstant and to show a tendency, exactly how strong I cannot say, to fade into one another. The differentiation of the 2 species seems to be as yet scarcely completed. There are more or less imperfect connecting links, and as regards the grizzly, it almost seems as if the specific characters were still unstable. In the far northwest, in the basin of the Columbia, the black bear is as often brown as any other color, and I have seen the skins of 2 cubs, one black and one brown, which were shot when following the same dam. When these brown bears have coarser hair than usual, their skins are with difficulty to be distinguished from those of certain varieties of the grizzly. Moreover, all bears vary greatly in size, and I have seen the bodies of very large black or brown bears with short foreclaws, which were fully as heavy as, or perhaps heavier than, some small but full-grown grizzlies with long foreclaws. These very large bears with short claws are very reluctant to climb a tree. and are almost as clumsy about it as is a young grizzly. Among the grizzlies, the fur varies much in color and texture, even among bears of the same locality. It is, of course, richest in the deep forest, while the bears of the dry plains and mountains are of a lighter, more washed-out hue. A full-grown grizzly will usually weigh from 500 to 700 pounds, but exceptional individuals undoubtedly reach more than 1,200 weight. The California bears are said to be much larger. This, I think, is so, but I cannot say it with certainty. At any rate, I have examined several skins of full-grown Californian bears which were no larger than those of many I have seen from the northern Rockies. The Alaskan bears, particularly those of the peninsula, are even bigger beasts. The skin of one which I saw in the possession of Mr. Webster, the taxidermist, was a good deal larger than the average polar bear skin, and the animal, when alive, if in good condition, could hardly have weighed less than 1,400 pounds, very wonderfully in weight, even to the extent of becoming half as heavy again, according to whether they are fat or lean. In this respect, they are more like hogs than like any other animals. Both this huge Alaskan bear and the entirely distinct bear of the barren grounds differ widely from the true grizzly, at least in their extreme forms. The grizzly is now chiefly a beast of the high hills and heavy timber, but this is merely because he has learned that he must rely on cover to guard him from man, and has forsaken the open ground accordingly. In the old days, and in one or two very out-of-the-way places almost to the present time, he wandered at will over the plains. It is only the wariness born of fear which nowadays causes him to cling to the thick brush of the large river bottoms throughout the plains country. When there were no rifle-bearing hunters in the land to harass him and make him afraid, he roved hither and thither at will in burly self-confidence. Then he cared little for cover, unless as a weather break or because it happened to contain food he liked. If the humor seized him, he would roam for days over the rolling or broken prairie, searching for roots, digging up gophers, or perhaps following the great buffalo herds, either to prey on some unwary straggler which he was able to catch at a disadvantage in a washout, or else to feast on the carcasses of those which died by accident. Old hunters, survivors of the long-vanished ages, when the vast herds thronged the high plains and were followed by the wild red tribes, and by bands of whites who were scarcely less savage, have told me that they often met bears under such circumstances. And these bears were accustomed to sleep in a patch of rank sage-bush, in the niche of a washout, or under the lee of a boulder, seeking their food abroad, even in full daylight. The bears of the upper Missouri Basin, which were so light in color that the early explorers often alluded to them as gray or even as white, were particularly given to this life in the open. To this day, that close kinsman of the grizzly known as the bear of the barren grounds continues to lead this same kind of life in the far north. My friend Mr. Rockhill of Maryland, who was the first white man to explore eastern Tibet, describes the large, grizzly-like bear of those desolate uplands as having similar habits. However, the grizzly is a shrewd beast and shows the usual bear-like capacity for adapting himself to changed conditions. He has in most places become a cover-haunting animal, sly in his ways, wary to a degree, and clinging to the shelter of the deepest forests in the mountains and of the most tangled thickets in the plains. Hence he has held his own far better than such games as the bison and elk. He is much less common than formerly, but he is still to be found throughout most of his former range, save, of course, in the immediate neighborhood of the large towns. In most places the grizzly hibernates, or as old hunters say, holes up, during the cold season, precisely as does the black bear. But as with the latter species, those animals which live farthest south spend the whole year abroad in mild seasons. The grizzly rarely chooses that favorite den of his little black brother, a hollow tree or log, for his winter sleep, seeking or making some cavernous hole in the ground instead. The hole is sometimes in a slight hillock in a river bottom, but more often on a hillside, and may be either shallow or deep. In the mountains it is generally a natural cave in the rock, but among the foothills and on the plains, the bear usually has to take some hollow or opening, and then fashion it into a burrow to his liking with his big digging claws. Before the cold weather sets in, the bear begins to grow restless and to roam about seeking for a good place in which to hole up. One will often try and abandon several caves or partially dug out burrows in succession before finding a place to its taste. It always endeavors to choose a spot where there is little chance of discovery or molestation, taking great care to avoid leaving too evident traces of its work. Hence, it is not often that the dens are found. Once in its den, the bear passes the cold months in lethargic sleep. Yet, in all but the coldest weather, and sometimes even then, its slumber is but light, and if disturbed, it will promptly leave its den, prepared for fight or flight as the occasion may require. Many times when a hunter has stumbled on the winter resting place of a bear and has left it, as he thought, without his presence being discovered, he has returned only to find that the crafty old fellow was aware of the danger all the time and sneaked off as soon as the coast was clear. But in very cold weather, hibernating bears can hardly be awakened from their torpid lethargy. The length of time a bear stays in its den depends, of course, upon the severity of the season and the latitude and altitude of the country. In the northernmost and coldest regions, all the bears hole up and spend half the year in a state of lethargy, whereas in the south only the shes with young and the fat he bears retire for the sleep, and these but for a few weeks, and only if the season is severe. When the bear first leaves its den, the fur is in very fine order, but it speedily becomes thin and poor, and does not recover its condition until the fall. Sometimes the bear does not betray any great hunger for a few days after its appearance, but in a short while it becomes ravenous. During the early spring, when the woods are still entirely barren and lifeless, while the snow still lies in deep drifts, the lean, hungry brute, both maddened and weakened by long fasting, is more of a flesh-eater than at any other time. It is at this period that it is most apt to turn true beast of prey and show its prowess either at the expense of the wild game or of the flocks of the settler and the herds of the ranchman. Bears are very capricious in this respect, however. Some are confirmed game and cattle killers, others are not, while yet others either are or are not accordingly as the freak seizes them, and their ravages vary almost unaccountably, both with the season and the locality. Throughout 1889, for instance, no cattle, so far as I heard, were killed by bears anywhere near my range on the Little Missouri in western Dakota. Yet I happen to know that during that same season the ravages of the bears among the herds of the cowmen in the Big Hole Basin in western Montana were very destructive. In the spring and early summer of 1888, the bears killed no cattle near my ranch, but in the late summer and early fall of that year, a big bear, which we well knew by its tracks, suddenly took to cattle killing. This was a brute which had its headquarters on some very large brush bottoms a dozen miles below my ranch house, and which ranged to and fro across the broken country, flanking the river on each side. It began just before berry time, but continued its career of destruction long after the wild plums and even buffalo berries had ripened. I think that what started it was a feast on a cow which had mired and died in the bed of the creek. At least it was not until after we found that it had been feeding on the carcass and had eaten every scrap that we discovered traces of its ravages among the livestock. It seemed to attack the animals wholly regardless of their size and strength. Its victims, including a large bull and a beef steer, as well as cows, yearlings, and gaunt, weak-trail dogies, which had been brought in very late by a Texas cow outfit. For that year, several herds were driven up from the overstocked, eaten-out, and drought-stricken ranges of the far south. Judging from the signs, the crafty old grizzly, as cunning as he was ferocious, usually lay in wait for the cattle when they came down to water, choosing some thicket of dense underbrush and twisted cottonwoods through which they had to pass before reaching the sandbanks on the river's brink. Sometimes he pounced on them as they fed through the thick, low cover of the bottoms, where an assailant could either lie in ambush by one of the numerous cattle trails, or else creep unobserved toward some browsing beast. When within a few feet, a quick rush carried him fairly on the terrified quarry, and though but a clumsy animal compared to the great cats, the grizzly is far quicker than one would imagine from viewing his ordinary lumbering gait. In one or two instances, the bear had apparently grappled with his victim by seizing it near the loins and striking a disabling blow over the small of the back. In at least one instance he had jumped on the animal's head, grasping it with his forepaws, while with his fangs he tore open the throat or crunched the neck bone. Some of his victims were slain far from the river in winding, brushy coulees of the Badlands, where the broken nature of the ground rendered stalking easy. Several of the ranchmen, angered at their losses, hunted their foe eagerly, but always with ill success, until one of them put poison in a carcass and thus at last, in ignoble fashion, slew the cattle killer. Mr. Clarence King informs me that he was once eyewitness to a bear's killing a steer in California. The steer was in a small pasture, and the bear climbed over, partly breaking down the rails which barred the gateway. The steer started to run, but the grizzly overtook it in 4 or 5 bounds and struck it a tremendous blow on the flank with one paw, knocking several ribs clear away from the spine and killing the animal outright by the shock. Horses no less than horned cattle at times fall victims to this great bear, which usually spring on them from the edge of a clearing as they graze in some mountain pasture or among the foothills. And there is no other animal of which horses seem so much afraid. Generally the bear, whether successful or unsuccessful in its raids on cattle and horses, comes off unscathed from the struggle. But this is not always the case, and it has much respect for the hoofs or horns of its should-be prey. Some horses do not seem to know how to fight at all, but others are both quick and vicious, and prove themselves very formidable foes, lashing out behind and striking with their forehoofs. I have elsewhere given an instance of a stallion which beat off a bear, breaking its jaw. Quite near my ranch once, a cowboy in my employ found unmistakable evidence of the discomfiture of a bear by a long-horned range cow. It was in the early spring, and the cow with her newborn calf was in a brush-bordered valley. The footprints in the damp soil were very plain, and showed all that had happened. The bear had evidently come out of the bushes with a rush, probably bent merely on seizing the calf, and had slowed up when the cow, instead of flying, faced him. He had then begun to walk round his expected dinner in a circle, the cow fronting him and moving nervously back and forth, so that her sharp hoofs cut and trampled the ground. Finally she had charged savagely, whereupon the bear had bolted, and whether frightened at the charge or at the approach of someone, he had not returned. The grizzly is even fonder of sheep and pigs than is its smaller black brother. Lurking round the settler's house until after nightfall, it will vault into the fold or sty, grasp a helpless, bleating fleece-bearer or a shrieking, struggling member of the bristly brotherhood, and bundle it out over the fence to its death. In carrying its prey, a bear sometimes holds the body in its teeth, walking along on all fours and dragging it as a wolf does. Sometimes, however, it seizes an animal in its forearms or in one of them, and walks awkwardly on 3 legs or 2, adopting this method in lifting and pushing the body over rocks and down timber. When a grizzly can get at domestic animals, it rarely seeks to molest game, the former being far less wary and more helpless. Its heaviness and clumsiness do not fit it well for a life of rapine against shy woodland creatures. Its vast strength and determined temper, however, more than make amends for lack of agility in the actual struggle with the stricken prey. Its difficulty lies in seizing, not in killing, the game. Hence, when a grizzly does take to game killing, it is likely to attack bison, moose, and elk. It is rarely able to catch deer, still less sheep or antelope. In fact, these smaller game animals often show but little dread of its neighborhood, and, though careful not to let it come too near, go on grazing when a bear is in full sight. White-tailed deer are frequently found at home in the same thicket in which a bear has its den, while they immediately desert the temporary abiding place of a wolf or cougar. Nevertheless, they sometimes presume too much on this confidence. A couple of years before the occurrence of the feats of cattle killing mentioned above as happening near my ranch, either the same bear that figured in them, or another of similar tastes, took to game hunting. The beast lived in the same succession of huge thickets which cover for 2 or 3 miles the river bottoms and the mouths of the inflowing creeks. And he suddenly made a raid on the white-tailed deer, which were plentiful in the dense cover. The shaggy, clumsy monster was cunning enough to kill several of these knowing creatures. The exact course of procedure I never could find out, but apparently the bear laid in wait beside the game trails along which the deer wandered. In the old days, when the innumerable bison grazed free on the prairie, the grizzly sometimes harassed their bands as it now does the herds of the ranchmen. The bison was the most easily approached of all game, and the great bear could often get near some outlying straggler in its quest after stray cows, yearlings, or calves. In default of a favorable chance to make a prey of one of these weaker members of the herds, it did not hesitate to attack the mighty bulls themselves. And perhaps the grandest sight, which it was ever the good fortune of the early hunters to witness, was one of these rare battles between a hungry grizzly and a powerful buffalo bull. Nowadays, however, the few last survivors of the bison are vanishing even from the inaccessible mountain fastnesses in which they sought a final refuge from their destroyers. At present, the wapiti is of all wild game that is most likely to fall a victim to the grizzly when the big bear is in the mood to turn hunter. Wapiti are found in the same places as the grizzly, and in some spots they are yet very plentiful. They are less shy and active than deer, while not powerful enough to beat off so ponderous a foe, and they live in cover where there is always a good chance either to stalk or to stumble on them. At almost any season bears will come and feast on an elk carcass, and if the food supply runs short in early spring or in a fall when the berry crop fails, they sometimes have to do their own killing. Twice I have come across the remains of elk, which had seemingly been slain and devoured by bears. I have never heard of elk making a fight against a bear. Yet, at close quarters and at bay, a bull elk in the rutting season is an ugly foe. A bull moose is even more formidable, being able to strike the most lightning-like blows with his terrible forefeet, his true weapons of defense. I doubt if any beast of prey would rush in on one of these woodland giants when his horns were grown and if he was on his guard and bent on fighting. Nevertheless, the moose sometimes fall victim to the uncouth prowess of the grizzly in the thick, wet forests of the high northern Rockies, where both beasts dwell. An old hunter who a dozen years ago wintered at Jackson Lake in northwestern Wyoming told me that when the snows got deep on the mountains, the moose came down and took up their abode near the lake, on its western side. Nothing molested them during the winter. Early in the spring, a grizzly came out of its den, and he found its tracks in many places as it roamed restlessly about, evidently very hungry. Finding little to eat in the bleak, snow-drifted woods, it soon began to depredate on the moose and killed 2 or 3, generally by lying in wait and dashing out on them as they passed near its lurking place. Even the bulls were at that season weak and, of course, hornless, with small desire to fight, and in each case the rush of the great bear, doubtless made with the ferocity and speed which so often belie the seeming awkwardness of the animal, bore down the startled victim, taken utterly unawares, before it had a chance to defend itself. In one case the bear had missed its spring, the moose going off for a few rods with huge jumps and then settling down into its characteristic trot. The old hunter who followed the tracks said he would never have deemed it possible for any animal to make such strides while in a trot. Nevertheless, the grizzly is only occasionally, not normally, a formidable predatory beast, a killer of cattle and of large game. Although capable of far swifter movement than is promised by his frame of seemingly clumsy strength, and in spite of his power of charging with astonishing suddenness and speed, he yet lacks altogether the supple agility of such finished destroyers as the cougar and the wolf. And for the absence of this agility, no amount of mere huge muscle can atone. He is more apt to feast on animals which have met their death by accident, or which have been killed by other beasts or by man, than to do his own killing. He is a very foul feeder, with a strong relish for carrion, and possesses a gruesome and cannibal fondness for the flesh of his own kind. A bear carcass will toll a brother bear to the ambushed hunter better than almost any other bait, unless it is the carcass of a horse. Nor do these big bears always content themselves merely with the carcasses of their brethren. A black bear would have a poor chance if in the clutches of a large, hungry grizzly, and an old male will kill and eat a cub, especially if he finds it at a disadvantage. A rather remarkable instance of this occurred in the Yellowstone National Park in the spring of 1891. The incident is related in the following letter written to Mr. William Hallett Phillips, of Washington, by another friend, Mr. Elwood Hofer. Hofer is an old mountain man. I have hunted with him myself, and know his statements to be trustworthy. He was at the time at work in the park getting animals for the National Museum at Washington, and was staying at Yancey's Hotel near Tower Falls. His letter, which was dated June 21st, 1891, runs in part as follows. I had a splendid grizzly or roachback cub and was going to send him into the springs the next morning the team was here. I heard a racket outside, went out, and found him dead. An old bear that made a 9.5-inch track had killed and partly eaten him. Last night another one came, one that made an 8.5-inch track and broke Yancey up in the milk business. You know how the cabins stand here? There is a hitching post between the saloon and the old house. The little bear was killed there. In a creek close by was a milk house. Last night another bear came there and smashed the whole thing up, leaving nothing but a few flattened buckets and pans and boards. I was sleeping in the old cabin. I heard the tinware rattle, but thought it was all right, supposed it was cows or horses about. I don't care about the milk, but the damn cuss dug up the remains of the cub I had buried in the old ditch. He visited the old meat house, but found nothing. Bears are very thick in this part of the park and are getting very fresh. I sent in the game to Captain Anderson. Here it's doing well. Grizzlies are fond of fish, and on the Pacific slope, where the salmon run, they, like so many other beasts, travel many scores of miles and crowd down to the rivers to gorge themselves upon the fish which are thrown up on the banks. Wading into the water, a bear will knock out the salmon right and left when they are running thick. Flesh and fish do not constitute the grizzly's ordinary diet. At most times, the big bear is a grubber in the ground, an eater of insects, roots, nuts, and berries. Its dangerous foreclaws are normally used to overturn stones and knock rotten logs to pieces, so that it may lap up the small tribes of darkness which swarm under one and in the other. It digs up the camas roots, wild onions, and an occasional luckless woodchuck or gopher. If food is very plentiful, bears are lazy, but commonly they are obliged to be very industrious, it being no easy task to gather enough ants, beetles, crickets, tumblebugs, roots, and nuts to satisfy the cravings of so huge a bulk. The sign of a bear's work is, of course, evident to the most unpracticed eye, and in no way can one get a better idea of the brute's power than by watching it busily working for its breakfast, shattering big logs and upsetting boulders by sheer strength. There is always a touch of the comic, as well as a touch of the strong and terrible, in a bear's look and actions. It will tug and pull, now with one paw, now with two, now on all fours, now on its hind legs in the effort to turn over a large log or stone, and when it succeeds, it jumps round to thrust its muzzle into the damp hollow and lap up the affrighted mice or beetles while they are still paralyzed by the sudden exposure. The true time of plenty for bears is the berry season. Then they feast ravenously on huckleberries, blueberries, kinnikinnick berries, buffalo berries, wild plums, elderberries, and scores of other fruits. They often smash all the bushes in a berry patch, gathering the fruit with half-luxurious, half-laborious greed, sitting on their haunches and sweeping the berries into their mouths with dexterous paws. So absorbed do they become in their feasts on the luscious fruit that they grow reckless of their safety and feed in broad daylight almost at midday, while in some of the thickets, especially those of the mountain haws, they make so much noise in smashing the branches that it is a comparatively easy matter to approach them unheard. That still hunter is in luck who in the fall finds an accessible berry-covered hillside which is haunted by bears. But as a rule, the berry bushes do not grow close enough together to give the hunter much chance. Like most other wild animals, bears which have known the neighborhood of man are beasts of the darkness, or at least of the dusk and the gloaming. But they are by no means such true night lovers as the big cats and the wolves. In regions where they know little of hunters, they roam about freely in the daylight, and in cool weather are even apt to take their noontide slumbers basking in the sun. Where they are much hunted, they finally almost reverse their natural habits, and sleep throughout the hours of light, only venturing abroad after nightfall and before sunrise. But even yet, this is not the habit of those bears which exist in the wilder localities where they are still plentiful. In these places they sleep, or at least rest, during the hours of greatest heat, and again in the middle part of the night, unless there is a full moon. They start on their rambles for food about mid-afternoon and end their morning roaming soon after the sun is above the horizon. If the moon is full, however, they may feed all night long, and then wander but little in the daytime. Aside from man, the full-grown grizzly has hardly any foe to fear. Nevertheless, in the early spring, when weakened by the hunger that succeeds the winter sleep, it behooves even the grizzly, if he dwells in the mountain fastnesses of the far northwest, to beware of a famished troop of great timber wolves. These northern Rocky Mountain wolves are most formidable beasts, and when many of them band together in time of famine, they do not hesitate to pounce on the black bear and cougar. And even a full-grown grizzly is not safe from their attacks, unless he can back up against some rock which will prevent them from assailing him from behind. A small ranchman whom I knew well, who lived near Flathead Lake, once in April found where a troop of these wolves had killed a good-sized yearling grizzly. Either cougar or wolf will make a prey of a grizzly which is but a few months old, while any fox, lynx, wolverine, or fisher will seize the very young cubs. The old story about wolves fearing to feast on game killed by a grizzly is all nonsense. Wolves are canny beasts, and they will not approach a carcass if they think a bear is hidden nearby and likely to rush out at them. But under ordinary circumstances they will feast not only on the carcasses of the grizzly's victims, but on the carcass of the grizzly himself after he has been slain and left by the hunter. Of course, wolves would only attack a grizzly if in the most desperate straits for food, as even a victory over such an antagonist must be purchased with heavy loss of life. And a hungry grizzly would devour either a wolf or a cougar, or any one of the smaller carnivora offhand if it happened to corner it where it could not get away. The grizzly occasionally makes its den in a cave and spends time there in the midday hours. But this is rare. Usually it lies in the dense shelter of the most tangled piece of woods in the neighborhood, choosing by preference some bit where the young growth is thick and the ground strewn with boulders and fallen logs. Often, especially if in a restless mood and roaming much over the country, it merely makes a temporary bed, in which it lies but once or twice, and again it may make a more permanent lair or series of lairs, spending many consecutive nights in each. Usually the lair or bed is made some distance from the feeding ground, but bold bears in very wild localities may lie close by a carcass or in the middle of a berry ground. The deer-killing bear above mentioned had evidently dragged 2 or 3 of his victims to his den, which was under an impenetrable mat of bullberries and dwarf box alders, hemmed in by a cut bank on one side and a wall of gnarled cottonwoods on the other. Round this den, and rendering it noisome, were scattered the bones of several deer and a young steer or heifer. When we found it, we thought we could easily kill the bear, but the fierce, cunning beast must have seen or smelt us, for though we laid in wait for it long and patiently, it did not come back to its place, nor on our subsequent visits did we ever find traces of its having done so. Bears are fond of wallowing in the water, whether in the sand, on the edge of a rapid plains river, on the muddy margin of a pond, or in the oozy moss of a clear, cold mountain spring. One hot August afternoon, as I was clambering down a steep mountainside near Pandore Lake, I heard a crash some distance below, which showed that a large beast was afoot. On making my way towards the spot, I found I had disturbed a big bear as it was lolling at ease in its bath. The discolored water showed where it had scrambled hastily out and galloped off as I approached. The spring welled out at the base of a high granite rock, forming a small pool of shimmering broken crystal. The soaked moss lay in a deep wet cushion round about, and jutted over the edges of the pool like a floating shelf. Graceful, water-loving ferns swayed to and fro. Above, the great conifers spread their murmuring branches, dimming the light and keeping out the heat. Their brown boles sprang from the ground like buttressed columns. On the barren mountainside beyond the heat was oppressive. It was a small wonder that Bruin should have sought the spot to cool his gross carcass in the fresh spring water. The bear is a solitary beast, and although many may assemble together in what looks like a drove on some favorite feeding ground, usually where the berries are thick or by the banks of a salmon-thronged river, the association is never more than momentary, each going its own way as soon as its hunger is satisfied. The males always live alone by choice, save in the rutting season when they seek the females. Then 2 or 3 may come together in the course of their pursuit and rough courtship of the female, and if the rivals are well matched, savage battles follow, so that many of the old males have their heads seamed with scars made by their fellows' teeth. At such times they are evil-tempered and prone to attack man or beast on slight provocation. Then she brings forth her cubs, 1, 2, or 3 in number, in her winter den. They are very small and helpless things, and it is some time after she leaves her winter home before they can follow her for any distance. They stay with her throughout the summer and the fall, leaving her when the cold weather sets in. By this time they are well grown, and hence, especially if an old male has joined the she, the family may number 3 or 4 individuals, so as to make what seems like quite a little troop of bears. A small ranchman who lived a dozen miles from me on the Little Missouri once found a she-bear and 3 half-grown cubs feeding at a berry patch in a ravine. He shot the old woman in the small of the back, where she made a loud roaring and squealing. One of the cubs rushed towards her, but its sympathy proved misplaced, for she knocked it over with a hearty cuff, either out of mere temper or because she thought her pain must be due to an unprovoked assault from one of her offspring. The hunter then killed one of the cubs, and the other 2 escaped. When bears are together and one is wounded by a bullet, but does not see the real assailant, it often falls tooth and nail upon its comrade, apparently attributing its injury to the latter. Bears are hunted in many ways. Some are killed by poison, but this plan is only practiced by the owners of cattle or sheep who have suffered from their ravages. Moreover, they are harder to poison than wolves. Most often they are killed in traps, which are sometimes deadfalls, on the principle of the little figure-4 trap familiar to every American country boy, sometimes log pens in which the animal is taken alive, but generally huge steel gins. In some states there is a bounty for the destruction of grizzlies, and in many places their skins have a market price, although much less valuable than those of the black bear. The men who pursue them for the bounty or for their fur, as well as the ranchmen who regard them as foes to stock, ordinarily use steel traps. The trap is very massive, needing no small strength to set, and it is usually chained to a bar or log of wood, which does not stop the bear's progress outright, but hampers and interferes with it, continually catching in tree stumps and the like. The animal, when trapped, makes off at once, biting at the trap and the bar, but it leaves a broad wake, and sooner or later is found tangled up by the chain and bar. A bear is by no means so difficult to trap as a wolf or fox, although more so than a cougar or a lynx. In wild regions, a skillful trapper can often catch a great many with comparative ease. A cunning old grizzly, however, soon learns the danger and is then almost impossible to trap, as it either avoids the neighborhood altogether or finds out some way by which to get at the bait without springing the trap, or else deliberately springs it first. I have been told of bears which spring traps by rolling across them, the iron jaws slipping harmlessly off the big round body. An old horse is the most common bait. It is, of course, all right to trap bears when they are followed merely as vermin or for the sake of the fur. Occasionally, however, hunters who are out merely for sport adopt this method, but this should never be done. To shoot a trapped bear for sport is a thoroughly unsportsmanlike proceeding. A funny plea sometimes advanced in its favor is that it is dangerous. No doubt in exceptional instances this is true, exactly as it is true that in exceptional instances it is dangerous for a butcher to knock over a steer in the slaughterhouse. A bear caught only by the toes may wrench itself free as the hunter comes near and attack him with pain-maddened fury. Or if followed at once, and if the trap and bar are light, it may be found in some thicket, still free, and in a frenzy of rage. But even in such cases, the beast has been crippled, and though crazy with pain and anger, is easily dealt with by a good shot. While ordinarily the poor brute is found in the last stages of exhaustion, tied tight to a tree where the log or bar has caught, its teeth broken to splintered stumps by rabid snaps at the cruel trap and chain. Some trappers kill the trapped grizzlies with a revolver, so that it may easily be seen that the sport is not normally dangerous. Two of my own cowboys, Sewell and Dow, were originally from Maine, where they had trapped a number of black bears, and they always killed them either with a hatchet or a small .32 caliber revolver. One of them, Sewell, once came near being mauled by a trapped bear, seemingly at the last gasp, which he approached incautiously with his hatchet. There is, however, one very real danger to which the solitary bear trapper is exposed, the danger of being caught in his own trap. The huge jaws of the gin are easy to spring and most hard to open. If an unwary passer-by should tread between them and be caught by the leg, his fate would be doubtful, though he would probably die under the steadily growing torment of the merciless iron jaws, as they pressed ever deeper into the sore flesh and broken bones. But if caught by the arms while setting or fixing the trap, his fate would be in no doubt at all, for it would be impossible for the stoutest man to free himself by any means. Terrible stories are told of solitary mountain hunters who disappeared and were found years later in the lonely wilderness as moldering skeletons, the shattered bones of the forearms still held in the rusty jaws of the gin. Doubtless the grizzly could be successfully hunted with dogs if the latter were carefully bred and trained to the purpose, but as yet this has not been done, and though dogs are sometimes used as adjuncts in grizzly hunting, they are rarely of much service. It is sometimes said that very small dogs are the best for this end, but this is only so with grizzlies that have never been hunted. In such a case, the big bear sometimes becomes so irritated with the bouncing, yapping little terriers or feist dogs that he may try to catch them, and thus permit the hunter to creep upon him. But the minute he realizes, as he speedily does, that the man is his real foe, he pays no further heed to the little dogs, who can then neither bring him to bay nor hinder his flight. Ordinary hounds, of the kinds used in the South for fox, deer, wildcat, and black bear, are but little better. I have known one or two men who at different times tried to hunt the grizzly with a pack of hounds, and feist dogs wanted to the chase of the black bear, but they never met with success. This was probably largely owing to the nature of the country in which they hunted, a vast tangled mass of forest and craggy mountain. But it was also due to the utter inability of the dogs to stop the quarry from breaking bay when it wished. Several times a grizzly was bayed, but always in some inaccessible spot which it took hard climbing to reach, and the dogs were never able to hold the beast until the hunters came up. Still, a well-trained pack of large hounds, which were both bold and cunning, could doubtless bay even a grizzly. Such dogs are the big half-breed hounds sometimes used in the Alleghenies of West Virginia, which are trained not merely to nip a bear, but to grip him by the hock as he runs and either throw him or twirl him round. A grizzly could not disregard a wary and powerful hound capable of performing this trick, even though he paid small heed to mere barking and occasional nipping. Nor do I doubt that it would be possible to get together a pack of many large, fierce dogs trained to dash straight at the head and hold on like a vice, which could fairly master a grizzly and, though unable, of course, to kill him, would worry him breathless and hold him down so that he could be slain with ease. There have been instances in which 5 or 6 of the big so-called bloodhounds of the southern states, not pure bloodhounds at all, but huge, fierce bandogs with a cross of the ferocious Cuban bloodhound to give them good scenting powers, have by themselves mastered the cougar and the black bear. Such instances occurred in the hunting history of my own forefathers on my mother's side, who during the last half of the 18th and the first half of the present century lived in Georgia and over the border in what are now Alabama and Florida. These big dogs can only overcome such foes by rushing in and grappling all together. If they hang back, lunging and snapping, a cougar or bear will destroy them one by one. With a quarry so huge and redoubtable as the grizzly, no number of dogs, however large and fierce, could overcome him unless they all rushed on him in a mass, the first in the charge seizing by the head or throat. If the dogs hung back, or if there were only a few of them, or if they did not seize around the head, they would be destroyed without an effort. It is murder to slip merely 1 or 2 close-quarter dogs at a grizzly. Twice I have known a man take a large bulldog with his pack when after one of these big bears, and in each case the result was the same. In one instance the bear was trotting when the bulldog seized it by the cheek, and without so much as altering its gait, it brushed off the hanging dog with a blow from the forepaw that broke the latter's back. In the other instance the bear had come to bay, and when seized by the ear it got the dog's body up to its jaws and tore out the life with one crunch. A small number of dogs must rely on their activity and must hamper the bear's escape by inflicting a severe bite and avoiding the counterstroke. The only dog I ever heard of which, single-handed, was really of service in stopping a grizzly was a big Mexican sheepdog, once owned by the hunter Tazewell Woody. It was an agile beast with powerful jaws and possessed both intelligence and a fierce, resolute temper. Woody killed 3 grizzlies with its aid. It attacked with equal caution and ferocity, rushing at the bear as the latter ran, and seizing the outstretched hock with a grip of iron, stopping the bear short, but letting go before the angry beast could whirl round and seize it. It was so active and wary that it always escaped damage, and it was so strong and bit so severely that the bear could not possibly run from it at any speed. In consequence, if it once came to close quarters with its quarry, Woody could always get near enough for a shot. Hitherto, however, the mountain hunters, as distinguished from the trappers who have followed the grizzly, have relied almost solely on their rifles. In my own case, about half the bears I have killed I stumbled across almost by accident, and probably this proportion holds good generally. The hunter may be after bear at the time, or he may be after black-tail deer or elk, the common game in most of the haunts of the grizzly. Or he may merely be traveling through the country or prospecting for gold. Suddenly he comes over the edge of a cut bank, or round the sharp spur of a mountain, or the shoulder of a cliff which walls in a ravine, or else the indistinct game trail he has been following through the great trees twists sharply to one side to avoid a rock or a mass of down timber, and behold, he surprises old Elfram digging for roots, or munching berries, or slouching along the path, or perhaps rising suddenly from the lush, rank plants amid which he has been lying. Or it may be that the bear will be spied afar rooting in an open glade or on a bare hillside. In the still hunt proper, it is necessary to find some favorite feeding ground, where there are many roots or berry-bearing bushes, or else to lure the grizzly to a carcass. This last method of baiting for bears is, under ordinary circumstances, the only way which affords even a moderately fair chance of killing them. They are very cunning, with the sharpest of noses, and where they have had experience of hunters, they dwell only in cover where it is almost impossible for the best of still hunters to approach them. Nevertheless, in favorable ground, a man can often find and kill them by fair stalking, in berry time, or more especially in the early spring, before the snow has gone from the mountains, and while the bears are driven by hunger to roam much abroad and sometimes to seek their food in the open. In such cases, the still hunter is stirring by the earliest dawn, and walks with stealthy speed to some high point of observation from which he can overlook the feeding grounds where he has previously discovered signs. From the beginning of vantage he scans the country far and near, either with his own keen eyes or with powerful glasses. And he must combine patience and good sight with the ability to traverse long distances noiselessly and yet at speed. He may spend 2 or 3 hours sitting still and looking over a vast tract of country before he will suddenly spy a bear. Or he may see nothing after the most careful search in a given place, and must then go on 6 miles to another, watching warily as he walks, and continuing this possibly for several days before getting a glimpse of his game. If the bear are digging roots or otherwise procuring their food on the bare hillsides and tablelands, it is of course comparatively easy to see them, and it is under such circumstances that this kind of hunting is most successful. Once seen, the actual stalk may take 2 or 3 hours, the nature of the ground and the direction of the wind often necessitating a long circuit. Perhaps a gully, a rock, or a fallen log offers a chance for an approach to within 200 yards, and although the hunter will, if possible, get much closer than this, yet even at such a distance a bear is a large enough mark to warrant risking a shot. Usually the berry grounds do not offer such favorable opportunities, as they often lie in thick timber or are covered so densely with bushes as to obstruct the view, and they are rarely commanded by a favorable spot from which to spy. On the other hand, as already said, bears occasionally forget all their watchfulness while devouring fruit, and make such a noise rending and tearing the bushes that, if once found, a man can creep upon them unobserved. Chapter 15. Hunting the Grizzly. If out in the late fall or early spring, it is often possible to follow a bear's trail in the snow, having come upon it either by chance or hard hunting, or else having found where it leads from some carcass on which the beast has been feeding. In the pursuit one must exercise great caution, as at such times the hunter is easily seen a long way off, and game is always especially watchful for any foe that may follow its trail. Once I killed a grizzly in this manner. It was early in the fall, but snow lay on the ground, while the gray weather boded a storm. My camp was in a bleak, wind-swept valley high among the mountains which form the divide between the headwaters of the Salmon and Clark's Fork of the Columbia. All night I had lain in my buffalo bag under the lee of a windbreak of branches in the clump of fir trees where I had halted the preceding evening. At my feet ran a rapid mountain torrent, its bed choked with ice-covered rocks. I had been lulled to sleep by the stream's splashing murmur and the loud moaning of the wind along the naked cliffs. At dawn I rose and shook myself free of the buffalo robe coated with hoarfrost. The ashes of the fire were lifeless. In the dim morning the air was bitter cold. I did not linger a moment, but snatched up my rifle, pulled on my fur cap and gloves, and strode off up a side ravine. As I walked, I ate some mouthfuls of venison left over from supper. 2 hours of toil up the steep mountain brought me to the top of a spur. The sun had risen, but was hidden behind a bank of sullen clouds. On the divide I halted and gazed out over a vast landscape, inconceivably wild and dismal. Around me towered the stupendous mountain masses which make up the backbone of the Rockies. From my feet, as far as I could see, stretched a rugged and barren chaos of ridges and detached rock masses. Behind me, far below, the stream wound like a silver ribbon, fringed with dark conifers and the changing, dying foliage of poplar and quaking aspen. In front, the bottoms of the valleys were filled with the somber evergreen forest, dotted here and there with black, ice-skimmed tarns, and the dark spruces clustered also in the higher gorges and were scattered thinly along the mountain sides. The snow which had fallen lay in drifts and streaks, while where the wind had scope it was blown off, and the ground left bare. For 2 hours I walked onwards across the ridges and valleys. Then, among some scattered spruces, where the snow lay to the depth of half a foot, I suddenly came on the fresh, broad trail of a grizzly. The brute was evidently roaming restlessly about in search of a winter den, but willing in passing to pick up any food that lay handy. At once I took the trail, traveling above and to one side, and keeping a sharp lookout ahead. The bear was going across the wind, and this made my task easy. I walked rapidly, though cautiously, and it was only in crossing the large patches of bare ground that I had to fear making a noise. Elsewhere the snow muffled my footsteps, and made the trail so plain that I scarcely had to waste a glance upon it, bending my eyes always to the front. At last, peering cautiously over a ridge crowned with broken rocks, I saw my quarry, a big burly bear with silvered fur. He had halted on an open hillside and was busily digging up the caches of some rock gophers or squirrels. He seemed absorbed in his work, and the stalk was easy. Slipping quietly back, I ran towards the end of the spur, and in 10 minutes struck a ravine, of which one branch ran past within 70 yards of where the bear was working. In this ravine was a rather close growth of stunted evergreens, affording good cover, although in 1 or 2 places I had to lie down and crawl through the snow. When I reached the point for which I was aiming, the bear had just finished rooting and was starting off. A slight whistle brought him to a standstill, and I drew a bead behind his shoulder and low down, resting the rifle across the crooked branch of a dwarf spruce. At the crack he ran off at speed, making no sound, but the thick spatter of blood splashes, showing clear on the white snow, betrayed the mortal nature of the wound. For some minutes I followed the trail, and then, topping a ridge, I saw the dark bulk lying motionless in a snowdrift at the foot of a low rock wall, down which he had tumbled. The usual practice of the still hunter who is after grizzly is to toll it to bait. The hunter either lies in ambush near the carcass or approaches it stealthily when he thinks the bear is at its meal. One day, while camped near the Bitterroot Mountains in Montana, I found that a bear had been feeding on the carcass of a moose, which lay some 5 miles from the little open glade in which my tent was pitched, and I made up my mind to try to get a shot at it that afternoon. I stayed in camp till about 3 o'clock, lying lazily back on the bed of sweet-smelling evergreen boughs, watching the pack ponies as they stood under the pines on the edge of the open, stamping now and then and switching their tails. The air was still, the sky a glorious blue. At that hour in the afternoon, even the September sun was hot. The smoke from the smoldering logs of the campfire curled thinly upwards. Little chipmunks scuttled out from their holes to the packs which lay in a heap on the ground, and then scuttled madly back again. A couple of drab-colored whiskey-jacks with bold mien and fearless bright eyes hopped and fluttered round, picking up the scraps and uttering an extraordinary variety of notes, mostly discordant. So tame were they that one of them lit on my outstretched arm as I half dozed, basking in the sunshine. When the shadows began to lengthen, I shouldered my rifle and plunged into the woods. At first my route lay along a mountain side, then for half a mile over a windfall, the dead timber piled about in crazy confusion. After that, I went up the bottom of a valley by a little brook, the ground being carpeted with a sponge of soaked moss. At the head of this brook was a pond covered with water lilies. And a scramble through a rocky pass took me into a high, wet valley where the thick growth of spruce was broken by occasional strips of meadow. In this valley, the moose carcass lay, well at the upper end. In moccasined feet, I trod softly through the soundless woods. Under the dark branches, it was already dusk, and the air had the cool chill of evening. As I neared the clump where the body lay, I walked with redoubled caution, watching and listening with strained alertness. Then I heard a twig snap, and my blood leaped, for I knew the bear was at his supper. In another moment I saw his shaggy brown form. He was working with all his awkward giant strength, trying to bury the carcass, twisting it to one side and the other with wonderful ease. Once he got angry and suddenly gave it a tremendous cuff with his paw. In his bearing he had something half humorous, half devilish. I crept up within 40 yards, but for several minutes he would not keep his head still. Then something attracted his attention in the forest, and he stood motionless, looking towards it, broadside to me, with his forepaws planted on the carcass. This gave me my chance. I drew a very fine bead between his eye and ear, and pulled the trigger. He dropped like a steer when struck with a poleaxe. If there is a good hiding place handy, it is better to lie in wait at the carcass. One day on the headwaters of the Madison, I found that a bear was coming to an elk I had shot some days before, and I at once determined to ambush the beast when he came back that evening. The carcass lay in the middle of a valley a quarter of a mile broad. The bottom of this valley was covered by an open forest of tall pines. A thick jungle of smaller evergreens marked where the mountains rose on either hand. There were a number of large rocks scattered here and there, one of very convenient shape, being only some 70 or 80 yards from the carcass. Up this I clambered. It hid me perfectly, and on its top was a carpet of soft pine needles, on which I could lie at my ease. Hour after hour passed by. A little black woodpecker with a yellow crest ran nimbly up and down the tree trunks for some time, and then flitted away with a party of chickadees and nuthatches. Occasionally a Clark's crow soared about overhead, or clung in any position to the swaying end of a pine branch, chattering and screaming. Flocks of crossbills, with wavy flight and plaintive calls, flew to a small mineral lick nearby, where they scraped the clay with their queer little beaks. As the westering sun sank out of sight beyond the mountains, these sounds of bird life gradually died away. Under the great pines, the evening was still with the silence of primeval desolation. The sense of sadness and loneliness, the melancholy of the wilderness, came over me like a spell. Every slight noise made my pulses throb as I lay motionless on the rock, gazing intently into the gathering gloom. I began to fear that it would grow too dark to shoot before the grizzly came. Suddenly, and without warning, the great bear stepped out of the bushes and trod across the pine needles with such swift and silent footsteps that its bulk seemed unreal. It was very cautious, continually halting to peer around, and once it stood up on its hind legs and looked long down the valley towards the red west. As it reached the carcass, I put a bullet between its shoulders. It rolled over, while the woods resounded with its savage roaring. Immediately it struggled to its feet and staggered off, and fell again to the next shot, squalling and yelling. Twice this was repeated, the brute being one of those bears which greet every wound with a great outcry, and sometimes seem to lose their feet when hit, although they will occasionally fight as savagely as their more silent brethren. In this case the wounds were mortal, and the bear died before reaching the edge of the thicket. I spent much of the fall of 1889 hunting on the headwaters of the Salmon and Snake in Idaho, and along the Montana boundary line from the Big Hole Basin and the head of the Wisdom River to the neighborhood of Red Rock Pass and to the north and west of Henry's Lake. During the last fortnight my companion was the old mountain man already mentioned, named Griffith or Griffin. I cannot tell which, as he was always called either Hank or Griff. He was a crabbedly honest old fellow and a very skillful hunter, but he was worn out with age and rheumatism, and his temper had failed even faster than his bodily strength. He showed me a greater variety of game than I had ever seen before in such a short time, nor did I ever before or after make such a successful hunt. But he was an exceedingly disagreeable companion on account of his surly, moody ways. I generally had to get up first to kindle the fire and make ready breakfast, and he was very quarrelsome. Finally, during my absence from camp one day, while not very far from Red Rock Pass, he found my whiskey flask, which I kept purely for emergencies, and drank all the contents. When I came back he was quite drunk. This was unbearable, and after some high words I left him, and struck off homeward through the woods on my own account. We had with us 4 pack and saddle horses, and of these I took a very intelligent and gentle little bronco mare, which possessed the invaluable trait of always staying near camp, even when not hobbled. I was not hampered with much of an outfit, having only my buffalo sleeping bag, a fur coat, and my washing kit, with a couple of spare pairs of socks and some handkerchiefs. A frying pan, some salt, flour, baking powder, a small chunk of salt pork, and a hatchet made up a light pack, which, with the bedding, I fastened across the stock saddle by means of a rope and a spare packing cinch. My cartridges and knife were in my belt, my compass and matches, as always, in my pocket. I walked, while the little mare followed almost like a dog, often without my having to hold the lariat which served as halter. The country was for the most part fairly open, as I kept near the foothills, where glades and little prairies broke the pine forest. The trees were of small size. There was no regular trail, but the course was easy to keep, and I had no trouble of any kind save on the second day. That afternoon I was following a stream which at last canyoned up, that is, sank to the bottom of a canyon-like ravine, impassable for a horse. I started up a side valley, intending to cross from its head coulees to those of another valley which would lead in below the canyon. However, I got enmeshed in the tangle of winding valleys at the foot of the steep mountains, and as dusk was coming on, I halted and camped in a little open spot by the side of a small, noisy brook with crystal water. The place was carpeted with soft, wet green moss, dotted red with the kinnikinick berries, and at its edge, under the trees where the ground was dry, I threw down the buffalo bed on the mat of sweet-smelling pine needles. Making camp took but a moment. I opened the pack, tossed the bedding on a smooth spot, knee-haltered the little mare, dragged up a few dry logs, and then strolled off, rifle on shoulder, through the frosty gloaming, to see if I could pick up a grouse for supper. For half a mile I walked quickly and silently over the pine needles, across a succession of slight ridges separated by narrow, shallow valleys. The forest here was composed of lodgepole pines, which on the ridges grew close together, with tall, slender trunks, while in the valleys the growth was more open. Though the sun was behind the mountains, there was still plenty of light by which to shoot, but it was fading rapidly. At last, as I was thinking of turning towards camp, I stole up to the crest of one of the ridges and looked over into the valley some 60 yards off. Immediately I caught the loom of some large, dark object, and another glance showed me a big grizzly walking slowly off with his head down. He was quartering to me, and I fired into his flank, the bullet, as I afterwards found, ranging forward and piercing one lung. At the shot he uttered a loud, moaning grunt and plunged forward at a heavy gallop, while I raced obliquely down the hill to cut him off. After going a few hundred feet, he reached a laurel thicket, some 30 yards broad and 2 or 3 times as long, which he did not leave. I ran up to the edge and there halted, not liking to venture into the mass of twisted, close-growing stems and glossy foliage. Moreover, as I halted, I heard him utter a peculiar, savage kind of whine from the heart of the brush. Accordingly, I began to skirt the edge, standing on tiptoe and gazing earnestly to see if I could not catch a glimpse of his hide. When I was at the narrowest part of the thicket, he suddenly left it directly opposite, and then wheeled and stood broadside to me on the hillside, a little above. He turned his head stiffly towards me. Scarlet strings of froth hung from his lips. His eyes burned like embers in the gloom. I held true, aiming behind the shoulder, and my bullet shattered the point, or lower end of his heart, taking out a big nick. Instantly the great bear turned with a harsh roar of fury and challenge, blowing the bloody foam from his mouth, so that I saw the gleam of his white fangs. And then he charged straight at me, crashing and bounding through the laurel bushes so that it was hard to aim. I waited until he came to a fallen tree, raking him as he topped it with a ball, which entered his chest and went through the cavity of his body, but he neither swerved nor flinched, and at the moment I did not know that I had struck him. He came steadily on, and in another second was almost upon me. I fired for his forehead, but my bullet went low, entering his open mouth, smashing his lower jaw, and going into the neck. I leaped to one side almost as I pulled the trigger, and through the hanging smoke the first thing I saw was his paw, as he made a vicious side blow at me. The rush of his charge carried him past. As he struck, he lurched forward, leaving a pool of bright blood where his muzzle hit the ground. But he recovered himself and made 2 or 3 jumps onwards, while I hurriedly jammed a couple of cartridges into the magazine, my rifle holding only 4, all of which I had fired. Then he tried to pull up, but as he did so, his muscles seemed to suddenly give way, his head drooped, and he rolled over and over like a shot rabbit. Each of my first 3 bullets had inflicted a mortal wound. It was already twilight, and I merely opened the carcass and then trotted back to camp. Next morning I returned and with much labor took off the skin. The fur was very fine, the animal being in excellent trim and unusually bright-colored. Unfortunately, in packing it out, I lost the skull and had to supply its place with one of plaster. The beauty of the trophy and the memory of the circumstances under which I procured it make me value it perhaps more highly than any other in my house. This is the only instance in which I have been regularly charged by a grisly person. On the whole, the danger of hunting these great bears has been much exaggerated. At the beginning of the present century, when white hunters first encountered the grizzly, he was doubtless an exceedingly savage beast, prone to attack without provocation, and a redoubtable foe to persons armed with the clumsy, small-bore, muzzle-loading rifles of the day. But at present bitter experience has taught him caution. He has been hunted for sport, and hunted for his pelt, and hunted for the bounty, and hunted as a dangerous enemy to stock, until, save in the very wildest districts, he has learned to be more wary than a deer, and to avoid man's presence almost as carefully as the most timid kind of game. Except in rare cases he will not attack of his own accord, and, as a rule, even when wounded, his object is escape rather than battle. Still, when fairly brought to bay, or when moved by a sudden fit of ungovernable anger, the grizzly is beyond peradventure a very dangerous antagonist. The first shot, if taken at a bear a good distance off and previously unwounded and unharried, is not usually fraught with much danger, the startled animal being at the outset bent merely on flight. It is always hazardous, however, to track a wounded and worried grizzly into thick cover, and the man who habitually follows and kills this chief of American game in dense timber, never abandoning the bloody trail whithersoever it leads, must show no small degree of skill and hardihood, and must not too closely count the risk to life or limb. Bears differ widely in temper, and occasionally one may be found who will not show fight, no matter how much he is bullied. But, as a rule, a hunter must be cautious in meddling with a wounded animal which has retreated into a dense thicket, and has been once or twice roused, and such a beast, when it does turn, will usually charge again and again, and fight to the last with unconquerable ferocity. The short distance at which the bear can be seen through the underbrush, the fur of his charge, and his tenacity of life, make it necessary for the hunter on such occasions to have steady nerves and a fairly quick and accurate aim. It is always good to have 2 men following a wounded bear under such conditions. This is not necessary, however, and a good hunter, rather than lose his quarry, will, under ordinary circumstances, follow and attack it, no matter how tangled the fastness in which it has sought refuge. But he must act warily and with the utmost caution and resolution if he wishes to escape a terrible and probably fatal mauling. An experienced hunter is rarely rash and never heedless. He will not, when alone, follow a wounded bear into a thicket if by the exercise of patience, skill, and knowledge of the game's habits he can avoid the necessity. But it is idle to talk of the feat as something which ought in no case to be attempted. While danger ought never to be needlessly incurred, it is yet true that the keenest zest in sport comes from its presence and from the consequent exercise of the qualities necessary to overcome it. The most thrilling moments of an American hunter's life are those in which, with every sense on the alert, and with nerves strung to the highest point, he is following alone into the heart of its forest fastness the fresh and bloody footprints of an angered grizzly. And no other triumph of American hunting can compare with the victory to be thus gained. These big bears will not ordinarily charge from a distance of over 100 yards, but there are exceptions to this rule. In the fall of 1890, my friend Archibald Rogers was hunting in Wyoming, south of Yellowstone Park, and killed 7 bears. One, an old he, was out on a bare tableland, grubbing for roots, when he was spied. It was early in the afternoon, and the hunters, who were on a high mountain slope, examined him for some time through their powerful glasses before making him out to be a bear. They then stalked up to the edge of the wood which fringed the tableland on one side, but could get no nearer than about 300 yards, the plains being barren of all cover. After waiting for a couple of hours, Rogers risked the shot, in despair of getting nearer, and wounded the bear, though not very seriously. The animal made off, almost broadside to, and Rogers ran forward to intercept it. As soon as it saw him, it turned and rushed straight for him, not heeding his second shot, and evidently bent on charging home. Rogers then waited until it was within 20 yards and brained it with his third bullet. In fact, bears differ individually in courage and ferocity, precisely as men do, or as the Spanish bulls, of which it is said that not more than 1 in 20 is fit to stand the combat of the arena. One grizzly can scarcely be bullied into resistance. The next may fight to the end, against any odds, without flinching, or even attack unprovoked. Hence, men of limited experience in this sport, generalizing from the actions of the 2 or 3 bears each has happened to see or kill, often reach diametrically opposite conclusions as to the fighting temper and capacity of the quarry. Even old hunters, who indeed as a class are very narrow-minded and opinionated, often generalize just as rashly as beginners. One will portray all bears as very dangerous, another will speak and act as if he deemed them of no more consequence than so many rabbits. I knew one old hunter who had killed a score without ever seeing one show fight. On the other hand, Dr. James C. Merrill, USA, who has had about as much experience with bears as I have had, informs me that he has been charged with the utmost determination 3 times. In each case, the attack was delivered before the bear was wounded or even shot at, the animal being roused by the approach of the hunters from his daybed and charging headlong at them from a distance of 20 or 30 paces. All 3 bears were killed before they could do any damage. There was a very remarkable incident connected with the killing of one of them. It occurred in the northern spurs of the Bighorn Range. Dr. Merrill, in company with an old hunter, had climbed down into a deep, narrow canyon. The bottom was threaded with well-beaten elk trails. While following one of these, the 2 men turned a corner of the canyon and were instantly charged by an old she-grizzly, so close that it was only by good luck that one of the hurried shots disabled her and caused her to tumble over a cut bank where she was easily finished. They found that she had been lying directly across the game trail on a smooth, well-beaten patch of bare earth, which looked as if it had been dug up, refilled, and trampled down. Looking curiously at this patch, they saw a bit of hide, only partially covered at one end. Digging down, they found the body of a well-grown grizzly cub. Its skull had been crushed, and the brains licked out, and there were signs of other injuries. The hunters pondered long over this strange discovery, and hazarded many guesses as to its meaning. At last they decided that probably the cub had been killed, and its brains eaten out, either by some old male grizzly or by a cougar, that the mother had returned and driven away the murderer, and that she had then buried the body and lain above it, waiting to wreak her vengeance on the first passer-by. Old Tazewell Woody, during his 30 years' life as a hunter in the Rockies and on the Great Plains, killed very many grizzlies. He always exercised much caution in dealing with them, and as it happened, he was by some suitable tree in almost every case when he was charged. He would accordingly climb the tree, a practice of which I do not approve, however, and the bear would look up at him and pass on without stopping. Once, when he was hunting in the mountains with a companion, the latter, who was down in a valley, while Woody was on the hillside, shot at a bear. The first thing Woody knew, the wounded grizzly, running uphill, was almost on him from behind. As he turned, it seized his rifle in its jaws. He wrenched the rifle round, while the bear still gripped it, and pulled the trigger, sending a bullet into its shoulder, whereupon it struck him with its paw, and knocked him over the rocks. By good luck, he fell in a snowbank, and was not hurt in the least. Meanwhile the bear went on, and they never got it. Once he had an experience with a bear which showed a very curious mixture of rashness and cowardice. He and a companion were camped in a little tepee or wigwam, with a bright fire in front of it, lighting up the night. There was an inch of snow on the ground. Just after they went to bed, a grizzly man came close to camp. Their dog rushed out, and they could hear it bark round in the darkness for nearly an hour. Then the bear drove it off and came right into camp. It went close to the fire, picking up the scraps of meat and bread, pulled a haunch of venison down from a tree, and passed and repassed in front of the tepee, paying no heed whatever to the two men, who crouched in the doorway talking to one another. Once it passed so close that Woody could almost have touched it. Finally his companion fired into it, and off it ran, badly wounded, without an attempt at retaliation. Next morning they followed its tracks in the snow, and found it a quarter of a mile away. It was near a pine, and had buried itself under the loose earth, pine needles and snow. Woody's companion almost walked over it, and putting his rifle to its ear, blew out its brains. In all his experience, Woody had personally seen but 4 men who were badly mauled by bears. 3 of these were merely wounded. One was bitten terribly in the back. Another had an arm partially chewed off. The third was a man named George Dow, and the accident happened to him on the Yellowstone about the year 1878. He was with a pack animal at the time, leading it on a trail through a wood. Seeing a big she-bear with cubs, he yelled at her, whereat she ran away, but only to cache her cubs, and in a minute, having hidden them, came racing back at him. His pack animal being slow, he started to climb a tree, but before he could get far enough up, she caught him, almost biting a piece out of the calf of his leg, pulled him down, bit and cuffed him 2 or 3 times, and then went on her way. The only time Woody ever saw a man killed by a bear was once when he had given a touch of variety to his life by shipping on a New Bedford whaler which had touched at one of the Puget Sound ports. The whaler went up to a part of Alaska where bears were very plentiful and bold. One day a couple of boats' crews landed, and the men, who were armed only with an occasional harpoon or lance, scattered over the beach, one of them, a Frenchman, wading into the water after shellfish. Suddenly a bear emerged from some bushes and charged among the astonished sailors, who scattered in every direction. But the bear, said Woody, just had it in for that Frenchman, and went straight at him. Shrieking with terror, he retreated up to his neck in the water, but the bear plunged in after him, caught him, and disemboweled him. One of the Yankee mates then fired a bomb lance into the bear's hips, and the savage beast hobbled off into the dense cover of the low scrub where the enraged sailor folk were unable to get at it. The truth is that while the grizzly generally avoids a battle if possible, and often acts with great cowardice, it is never safe to take liberties with him. He usually fights desperately and dies hard when wounded and cornered, and exceptional individuals take the aggressive on small provocation. During the years I lived on the frontier, I came in contact with many persons who had been severely mauled or even crippled for life by grizzlies, and a number of cases where they killed men outright were also brought under my ken. Generally, these accidents, as was natural, occurred to hunters who had roused or wounded the game. A fighting bear sometimes uses his claws and sometimes his teeth. I have never known one to attempt to kill an antagonist by hugging, in spite of the popular belief to this effect. Though he will sometimes draw an enemy towards him with his paws, the better to reach him with his teeth and to hold him so that he cannot escape from the biting. Nor does the bear often advance on his hind legs to the attack, though if the man has come close to him in thick underbrush or has stumbled on him in his lair unawares, he will often rise up in this fashion and strike a single blow. He will also rise in clinching with a man on horseback. In 1882, a mounted Indian was killed in this manner on one of the river bottoms, some miles below where my ranch house now stands, not far from the junction of the Beaver and Little Missouri. The bear had been hunted into a thicket by a band of Indians, in whose company my informant, a white squaw man, with whom I afterward did some trading, was traveling. One of them, in the excitement of the pursuit, rode across the end of the thicket. As he did so, the great beast sprang at him with wonderful quickness, rising on its hind legs and knocking over the horse and rider with a single sweep of its terrible forepaws. It then turned on the fallen man and tore him open, and though the other Indians came promptly to his rescue and slew his assailant, they were not in time to save their comrade's life. A bear is apt to rely mainly on his teeth or claws, according to whether his efforts are directed primarily to killing his foe or to making good his own escape. In the latter event, he trusts chiefly to his claws. If cornered, he of course makes a rush for freedom, and in that case he downs any man who is in his way with a sweep of his great paw, but passes on without stopping to bite him. If while sleeping or resting in thick brush, someone suddenly stumbles on him, close up he pursues the same course, less from anger than from fear, being surprised and startled. Moreover, if attacked at close quarters by men and dogs, he strikes right and left in defense. Sometimes what is called a charge is rather an effort to get away. In localities where he has been hunted, a bear, like every other kind of game, is always on the lookout for an attack and is prepared at any moment for immediate flight. He seems ever to have in his mind, whether feeding, sunning himself, or merely roaming around, the direction, usually towards the thickest cover or most broken ground, in which he intends to run if molested. When shot at, he instantly starts towards this place, or he may be so confused that he simply runs he knows not whither, and in either event he may take a line that leads almost directly to or by the hunter, although he had at first no thought of charging. In such a case he usually strikes a single knockdown blow and gallops on without halting, though that one blow may have taken life. If the claws are long and fairly sharp, as in early spring or even in the fall if the animal has been working over soft ground, they add immensely to the effect of the blow, for they cut like blunt axes. Often, however, late in the season, and if the ground has been dry and hard or rocky, the claws are worn down nearly to the quick, and the blow is then given mainly with the underside of the paw, although even under this disadvantage a thump from a big bear will down a horse or smash in a man's breast. The hunter Hofer once lost a horse in this manner. He shot at and wounded a bear which rushed off, as ill luck would have it, past the place where his horse was picketed. Probably more in fright than in anger, it struck the poor beast a blow, which in the end proved mortal. If a bear means mischief and charges not to escape but to do damage, its aim is to grapple with or throw down its foe and bite him to death. The charge is made at a gallop, the animal sometimes coming on silently, with the mouth shut and sometimes with the jaws open, the lips drawn back and teeth showing, uttering at the same time a succession of roars or of savage rasping snarls. Certain bears charge without any bluster and are perfectly straight, while others first threaten and bully, and even when charging stop to growl, shake their head, and bite at a bush, or knock holes in the ground with their forepaws. Again, some of them charge home with a ferocious resolution, which their extreme tenacity of life renders especially dangerous, while others can be turned or driven back even by a shot which is not mortal. They show the same variability in their behavior when wounded. Often a big bear, especially if charging, will receive a bullet in perfect silence, without flinching or seeming to pay any heed to it, while another will cry out and tumble about, and if charging, even though it may not abandon the attack, will pause for a moment to whine or bite at the wound. Sometimes a single bite causes death. One of the most successful bear hunters I ever knew, an old fellow whose real name I never heard, as he was always called Old Ike, was killed in this way in the spring or early summer of 1886 on one of the headwaters of the Salmon. He was a very good shot, had killed nearly 100 bears with the rifle, and although often charged, had never met with any accident, so that he had grown somewhat careless. On the day in question, he had met a couple of mining prospectors and was traveling with them, when a grizzly crossed his path. The old hunter immediately ran after it, rapidly gaining, as the bear did not hurry when it saw itself pursued, but slouched slowly forwards, occasionally turning its head to grin and growl. It soon went into a dense grove of young spruce, and as the hunter reached the edge, it charged fiercely out. He fired one hasty shot, evidently wounding the animal, but not seriously enough to stop or cripple it, and as his two companions ran forward, they saw the bear seize him with its widespread jaws, forcing him to the ground. They shouted and fired, and the beast abandoned the fallen man on the instant and sullenly retreated into the spruce thicket, whither they dared not follow it. Their friend was at his last gasp, for the whole side of the chest had been crushed in by the one bite, the lungs showing between the rent ribs. Very often, however, a bear does not kill a man by one bite, but after throwing him, lies on him, biting him to death. Usually, if no assistance is at hand, such a man is doomed, although, if he pretends to be dead and has the nerve to lie quietly under very rough treatment, it is just possible that the bear may leave him alive, perhaps after half-burying what it believes to be the body. In a very few exceptional instances, men of extraordinary prowess with the knife have succeeded in beating off a bear, and even in mortally wounding it. But in most cases, a single-handed struggle, at close quarters with a grizzly bent on mischief, means death. Occasionally the bear, although vicious, is also frightened, and passes on after giving one or two bites. And frequently a man who is knocked down is rescued by his friends before he is killed, the big beast mayhap using his weapons with clumsiness. So a bear may kill a foe with a single blow of its mighty forearm, either crushing in the head or chest by sheer force of sinew, or else tearing open the body with its formidable claws. And so, on the other hand, he may, and often does, merely disfigure or maim the foe by a hurried stroke. Hence it is common to see men who have escaped the clutches of a grizzly, but only at the cost of features marred beyond recognition, or a body rendered almost helpless for life. Almost every old resident of western Montana or northern Idaho has known 2 or 3 unfortunates who have suffered in this manner. I have myself met one such man in Helena and another in Missoula. Both were living at least as late as 1889, the date at which I last saw them. One had been partially scalped by a bear's teeth. The animal was very old, and so the fangs did not enter the skull. The other had been bitten across the face, and the wounds never entirely healed, so that his disfigured visage was hideous to behold. Most of these accidents occur in following a wounded or worried bear into thick cover, and under such circumstances an animal apparently hopelessly disabled or in the death throes may with a last effort kill one or more of its assailants. In 1874, my wife's uncle, Captain Alexander Moore, USA, and my friend Captain Bates, with some men of the 2nd and 3rd Cavalry, were scouting in Wyoming near the Freeze-Out Mountains. One morning they roused a bear in the open prairie and followed it at full speed as it ran towards a small creek. At one spot in the creek, beavers had built a dam, and as usual in such places, there was a thick growth of bushes and willow saplings. Just as the bear reached the edge of this little jungle, it was struck by several balls, both of its forelegs being broken. Nevertheless, it managed to shove itself forward on its hind legs, and partly rolled, partly pushed itself into the thicket, the bushes, though low, being so dense that its body was at once completely hidden. The thicket was a mere patch of brush, not 20 yards across in any direction. The leading troopers reached the edge almost as the bear tumbled in. One of them, a tall and powerful man named Miller, instantly dismounted and prepared to force his way in among the dwarfed willows, which were but breast high. Among the men who had ridden up were Moore and Bates, and also the two famous scouts, Buffalo Bill, long a companion of Captain Moore, and California Joe, Custer's faithful follower. California Joe had spent almost all his life on the plains and in the mountains as a hunter and Indian fighter, and when he saw the trooper about to rush into the thicket, he called out to him not to do so, warning him of the danger. But the man was a very reckless fellow, and he answered by jeering at the old hunter for his overcaution in being afraid of a crippled bear. California Joe made no further effort to dissuade him, remarking quietly, "Very well, Sonny, go in. It's your own affair." Miller then leaped off the bank on which they stood and strode into the thicket, holding his rifle at the port. Hardly had he taken 3 steps when the bear rose in front of him, roaring with rage and pain. It was so close that the man had no chance to fire. Its forearms hung useless, and as it reared unsteadily on its hind legs, lunging forward at him, he seized it by the ears and strove to hold it back. His strength was very great, and he actually kept the huge head from his face and braced himself so that he was not overthrown. But the bear twisted its muzzle from side to side, biting and tearing the man's arms and shoulders. Another soldier jumping down, slew the beast with a single bullet and rescued his comrade. But though alive, he was too badly hurt to recover and died after reaching the hospital. Buffalo Bill was given the bear skin, and I believe has it now. The instances in which hunters who have rashly followed grizzlies into thick cover have been killed or severely mauled might be multiplied indefinitely. I have myself known of 8 cases in which men have met their deaths in this manner. It occasionally happens that a cunning old grizzly will lie so close that the hunter almost steps on him, and he then rises suddenly with a loud, coughing growl and strikes down or seizes the man before the latter can fire off his rifle. More rarely a bear which is both vicious and crafty deliberately permits the hunter to approach fairly near to, or perhaps pass by, its hiding place, and then suddenly charges him with such rapidity that he has barely time for the most hurried shot. The danger in such a case is of course great. Ordinarily, however, even in the brush, the bear's object is to slink away, not to fight, and very many are killed even under the most unfavorable circumstances without accident. If an unwound bear thinks itself unobserved, it is not apt to attack. And in thick cover, it is really astonishing to see how one of these large animals can hide and how closely it will lie when there is danger. About 12 miles below my ranch, there are some large river bottoms and creek bottoms covered with a matted mass of cottonwood, box alders, bulberry bushes, rose bushes, ash, wild plums, and other bushes. These bottoms have harbored bears ever since I first saw them, but though often in company with a large party, I have repeatedly beaten through them, and though we must at times have been very near indeed to the game, we never so much as heard it run. When bears are shot, as they usually must be, in open timber or on the bare mountain, the risk is very much less. Hundreds may thus be killed with comparatively little danger, yet even under these circumstances they will often charge and sometimes make their charge good. The spice of danger, especially to a man armed with a good repeating rifle, is only enough to add zest to the chase, and the chief triumph is in outwitting the wary quarry and getting within range. Ordinarily the only excitement is in the stalk, the bear doing nothing more than keep a keen lookout and manifest the utmost anxiety to get away. As is but natural, accidents occasionally occur, yet they are usually due more to some failure in man or weapon than to the prowess of the bear. A good hunter whom I once knew at a time when he was living in Butte received fatal injuries from a bear he attacked in open woodland. The beast charged after the first shot, but slackened its pace on coming almost up to the man. The latter's gun jammed, and as he was endeavoring to work it, he kept stepping slowly back, facing the bear, which followed a few yards distant, snarling and threatening. Unfortunately, while thus walking backwards, the man struck a dead log and fell over it, whereupon the beast instantly sprang on him and mortally wounded him before help arrived. On rare occasions, men who are not at the time hunting it fall victims to the grizzly. This is usually because they stumble on it unawares, and the animal attacks them more in fear than in anger. One such case, resulting fatally, occurred near my own ranch. The man walked almost over a bear while crossing a little point of brush in a bend of the river, and was brainwashed with a single blow of the paw. In another instance, which came to my knowledge, the man escaped with a shaking up, and without even a fright. His name was Perkins, and he was out gathering huckleberries in the woods on a mountainside near Ponderay Lake. Suddenly, he was sent flying head over heels by a blow which completely knocked the breath out of his body. And so instantaneous was the whole affair that all he could ever recollect about it was getting a vague glimpse of the bear just as he was bowled over. When he came to, he found himself lying some distance down the hillside, much shaken, and without his berry pail, which had rolled 100 yards below him, but not otherwise the worse for his misadventure, while the footprints showed that the bear, after delivering the single hurried stroke at the unwitting disturber of its daydreams, had run off uphill as fast as it was able. A she-bear with cubs is a proverbially dangerous beast, yet even under such conditions, different grizzlies act in directly opposite ways. Some she-grizzlies, when their cubs are young but are able to follow them about, seem always worked up to the highest pitch of anxious and jealous rage, so that they are likely to attack unprovoked any intruder or even passer-by. Others, when threatened by the hunter, leave their cubs to their fate without a visible qualm of any kind, and seem to think only of their own safety. In 1882, Mr. Caspar W. Whitney, now of New York, met with a very singular adventure with a she-bear and cub. He was in Harvard when I was, but left it, and, like a good many other Harvard men of that time, took to cowpunching in the West. He went on a ranch in Rio Arriba County, New Mexico, and was a keen hunter, especially fond of the chase of cougar, bear, and elk. One day, while riding a stony mountain trail, he saw a little grizzly cub watching him from the chaparral above, and he dismounted to try to capture it. His rifle was a .40-90 Sharps. Just as he neared the cub, he heard a growl and caught a glimpse of the old she. And he at once turned uphill and stood under some tall, quaking aspens. From this spot he fired at and wounded the she, then 70 yards off, and she charged furiously. He hit her again, but as she kept coming like a thunderbolt, he climbed hastily up the aspen, dragging his gun with him as it had a strap. When the bear reached the foot of the aspen, she reared and bit and clawed the slender trunk, shaking it for a moment, and he shot her through the eye. Off she sprang for a few yards, and then spun round a dozen times, as if dazed or partially stunned, for the bullet had not touched the brain. Then the vindictive and resolute beast came back to the tree and again reared up against it, this time to receive a bullet that dropped her lifeless. Mr. Whitney then climbed down and walked to where the cub had been sitting as a looker-on. The little animal did not move until he reached out his hand, when it suddenly struck at him like an angry cat, dove into the bushes, and was seen no more. In the summer of 1888, an old-time trapper named Charlie Norton, while on Loon Creek, of the Middle Fork of the Salmon, meddled with her and her cubs. She ran at him, and with one blow of her paw almost knocked off his lower jaw. Yet he recovered and was alive when I last heard of him. Yet the very next spring the cowboys with my own wagon on the Little Missouri Roundup killed a mother bear, which made but little more fight than a coyote. She had 2 cubs and was surprised in the early morning on the prairie far from cover. There were 8 or 10 cowboys together at the time, just starting off on a long circle, and of course they all got down their ropes in a second, and putting spurs to their fiery little horses, started toward the bears at a run, shouting and swinging their loops round their heads. For a moment the old she tried to bluster and made a half-hearted threat of charging, but her courage failed before the rapid onslaught of her yelling, rope-swinging assailants, and she took to her heels and galloped off, leaving the cubs to shift for themselves. The cowboys were close behind, however, and after half a mile's run, she bolted into a shallow cave or hole in the side of a butte, where she stayed cowering and growling until one of the men leaped off his horse, ran up to the edge of the hole, and killed her with a single bullet from his revolver, fired so close that the powder burned her hair. The unfortunate cubs were roped and then so dragged about that they were speedily killed instead of being brought alive to camp, as ought to have been done. In the cases mentioned above, the grizzly attacked only after having been itself assailed, or because it feared an assault, for itself or for its young. In the old days, however, it may almost be said that a grizzly was more apt to attack than to flee. Lewis and Clark and the early explorers who immediately succeeded them, as well as the first hunters and trappers, the Rocky Mountain men of the early 1800s, decades of the present century, were repeatedly assailed in this manner. And not a few of the bear hunters of that period found that it was unnecessary to take much trouble about approaching their quarry, as the grizzly was usually prompt to accept the challenge and to advance of its own accord as soon as it discovered the foe. All this is changed now. Yet even at the present day an occasional vicious old bear may be found, in some far-off and little-trod fastness, which still keeps up the former habit of its kind. All old hunters have tales of this sort to relate, the prowess, cunning, strength, and ferocity of the grizzly being favorite topics for campfire talk throughout the Rockies. But in most cases it is not safe to accept these stories without careful sifting. Still, it is just as unsafe to reject them all. One of my own cowboys was once attacked by a grizzly, seemingly in pure wantonness. He was riding up a creek bottom and had just passed a clump of rose and bullberry bushes when his horse gave such a leap as almost to unseat him and then darted madly forward. Turning round in the saddle to his utter astonishment, he saw a large bear galloping after him at the horse's heels. For a few jumps the race was close, then the horse drew away, and the bear wheeled and went into a thicket of wild plums. The amazed and indignant cowboy, as soon as he could rein in his steed, drew his revolver and rode back to and around the thicket, endeavoring to provoke his late pursuer to come out and try conclusions on more equal terms. But prudent Ephraim had apparently repented of his freak of ferocious bravado, and declined to leave the secure shelter of the jungle. Other attacks are of a much more explicable nature. Mr. Huffman, the photographer of Miles City, informed me that once when butchering some slaughtered elk, he was charged twice by a she-bear and 2 well-grown cubs. This was a piece of sheer bullying, undertaken solely with the purpose of driving away the man and feasting on the carcasses. For in each charge the 3 bears, after advancing with much blustering, roaring, and growling, halted just before coming to close quarters. In another instance, a gentleman I once knew, a Mr. S. Carr, was charged by a grizzly man with a mere ill temper at being disturbed at mealtime. The man was riding up a valley, and the bear was at an elk carcass near a clump of firs. As soon as it became aware of the approach of the horseman, while he was yet over 100 yards distant, it jumped on the carcass, looked at him a moment, and then ran straight for him. There was no particular reason why it should have charged, for it was fat and in good trim, though when killed its head showed scars made by the teeth of rival grizzlies. Apparently it had been living so well, principally on flesh, that it had become quarrelsome, and perhaps its not overly sweet disposition had been soured by combat with others of its own kind. In yet another case, a grizzly charged with even less excuse. An old trapper from whom I occasionally bought fur was toiling up a mountain pass when he spied a big bear sitting on his haunches on the hillside above. The trapper shouted and waved his cap, whereupon, to his amazement, the bear uttered a loud whoa and charged straight down on him, only to fall a victim to misplaced boldness. I am even inclined to think that there have been wholly exceptional occasions when a grizzly has attacked a man with the deliberate purpose of making a meal of him. When, in other words, it has started on the career of a man-eater. At least on any other theory, I find it difficult to account for an attack which once came to my knowledge. I was at Sand Point on Pend Oreille Lake and met some French and Métis trappers, then in town with their bales of beaver, otter, and sable. One of them, who gave his name as Baptiste Lamoche, had his head twisted over to one side, the result of the bite of a bear. When the accident occurred, he was out on a trapping trip with 2 companions. They had pitched camp right on the shore of a cove in a little lake, and his comrades were off fishing in a dugout or pirogue. He himself was sitting near the shore by a little lean-to, watching some beaver meat which was sizzling over the dying embers. Suddenly, and without warning, a great bear, which had crept silently up beneath the shadows of the tall evergreens, rushed at him with a guttural roar and seized him before he could rise to his feet. It grasped him with its jaws at the junction of the neck and shoulder, making the teeth meet through bone, sinew, and muscle, and turning, racked off towards the forest, dragging with it the helpless and paralyzed victim. Luckily, the 2 men in the canoe had just paddled round the point, in sight of and close to camp. The man in the bow, seeing the plight of their comrade, seized his rifle and fired at the bear. The bullet went through the beast's lungs, and it forthwith dropped its prey, and running off some 200 yards, lay down on its side and died. The rescued man recovered full health and strength, but never again carried his head straight. Old hunters and mountain men tell many stories, not only of malicious grizzlies thus attacking men in camp, but also of their even dogging the footsteps of some solitary hunter and killing him when the favorable opportunity occurs. Most of these tales are mere fables, but it is possible that in altogether exceptional instances they rest on a foundation of fact. One old hunter whom I knew told me such a story. He was a truthful old fellow, and there was no doubt that he believed what he said, and that his companion was actually killed by a bear. But it is probable that he was mistaken in reading the signs of his comrade's fate, and that the latter was not dogged by the bear at all, but stumbled on him and was slain in the surprise of the moment. At any rate, cases of wanton assaults by grizzlies are altogether out of the ordinary. The ordinary hunter may live out his whole life in the wilderness and never know aught of a bear attacking a man unprovoked. And the great majority of bears are shot under circumstances of no special excitement, as they either make no fight at all, or if they do fight, are killed before there is any risk of their doing damage. If surprised on the plains at some distance from timber or from badly broken ground, it is no uncommon feat for a single horseman to kill them with a revolver. Twice of late years it has been performed in the neighborhood of my ranch. In both instances the men were not hunters out after game, but simply cowboys riding over the range in the early morning in pursuit of their ordinary duties among the cattle. I knew both men and have worked with them on the roundup. Like most cowboys, they carried .44 caliber Colt revolvers and were accustomed to and fairly expert in their use, and they were mounted on ordinary cow ponies, quick, wiry, plucky little beasts. In one case, the bear was seen from quite a distance, lounging across a broad tableland. The cowboy, by taking advantage of a winding and rather shallow coulee, got quite close to him. He then scrambled out of the coulee, put spurs to his pony, and raced up to within 50 yards of the astonished bear, where the latter quite understood what it was that was running at him through the gray dawn. He made no attempt to fight, but ran at top speed towards a clump of brush not far off at the head of a creek. Before he could reach it, however, the galloping horseman was alongside, and fired 3 shots into his broad back. He did not turn, but ran on into the bushes and then fell over and died. In the other case, the cowboy, a Texan, was mounted on a good cutting pony, a spirited, handy, agile little animal, but excitable, and with a habit of dancing, which rendered it difficult to shoot from its back. The man was with the roundup wagon, and had been sent off by himself to make a circle through some low, barren buttes, where it was not thought more than a few heads of stock would be found. On rounding the corner of a small washout, he almost ran over a bear which was feeding on the carcass of a steer that had died in an alkali hole. After a moment of stunned surprise, the bear hurled himself at the intruder with furious impetuosity, while the cowboy, wheeling his horse on its haunches and dashing in the spurs, carried it just clear of his assailant's headlong rush. After a few springs he reined in and once more wheeled half round, having drawn his revolver, only to find the bear again charging and almost on him. This time he fired into it, near the joining of the neck and shoulder, the bullet going downwards into the chest hollow, and again by a quick dash to one side he just avoided the rush of the beast and the sweep of its mighty forepaw. The bear then halted for a minute, and he rode close by it at a run, firing a couple of shots, which brought on another resolute charge. The ground was somewhat rugged and broken, but his pony was as quick on its feet as a cat, and never stumbled, even when going at full speed to avoid the bear's first mad rushes. It speedily became so excited, however, as to render it almost impossible for the rider to take aim. Sometimes he would come up close to the bear and wait for it to charge, which it would do, first at a trot, or rather rack, and then at a lumbering but swift gallop, and he would fire 1 or 2 shots before being forced to run. At other times, if the bear stood still in a good place, he would run by it, firing as he rode. He spent many cartridges, and though most of them were wasted, occasionally a bullet went home. The bear fought with the most savage courage, champing its bloody jaws, roaring with rage, and looking the very incarnation of evil fury. For some minutes it made no effort to flee, either charging or standing at bay. Then it began to move slowly towards a patch of ash and wild plums in the head of a gully, some distance off. Its pursuer rode after it, and when close enough would push by it and fire, while the bear would spin quickly round and charge as fiercely as ever, though evidently beginning to grow weak. At last, when still a couple of 100 yards from cover, the man found he had used up all his cartridges, and then merely followed at a safe distance. The bear no longer paid heed to him, but walked slowly forwards, swaying its great head from side to side, while the blood streamed from between its half-open jaws. On reaching the cover he could tell by the waving of the bushes that it walked to the middle and then halted. A few minutes afterwards some of the other cowboys rode up, having been attracted by the incessant firing. They surrounded the thicket, firing and throwing stones into the bushes. Finally, as nothing moved, they ventured in and found the indomitable grizzly warrior lying dead. Cowboys delight in nothing so much as the chance to show their skill as riders and ropers, and they always try to ride down and rope any wild animal they come across in favorable ground and close enough up. If a party of them meets a bear in the open, they have great fun, and the struggle between the shouting, galloping Rough Riders and their shaggy quarry is full of wild excitement and not unaccompanied by danger. The bear often throws the noose from his head so rapidly that it is a difficult matter to catch him, and his frequent charges scatter his tormentors in every direction, while the horses become wild with fright over the roaring, bristling beast. For horses seem to dread a bear more than any other animal. If the bear cannot reach cover, however, his fate is sealed. Sooner or later the noose tightens over one leg, or perchance over the neck and forepaw, and as the rope straightens with a pluck, the horse braces itself desperately, and the bear tumbles over. Whether he regains his feet or not, the cowboy keeps the rope taut. Soon another noose tightens over a leg, and the bear is speedily rendered helpless. I have known of these feats being performed several times in northern Wyoming, although never in the immediate neighborhood of my ranch. Mr. Archibald Rogers' cowhands have in this manner caught several bears on or near his ranch on the Gray Bull, which flows into the Bighorn, and those of Mr. G. B. Grinnell has also occasionally done so. Any set of moderately good ropers and riders who are accustomed to back one another up and act together can accomplish the feat if they have smooth ground and plenty of room. It is, however, indeed a feat of skill and daring for a single man. And yet I have known of more than one instance in which it has been accomplished by some reckless knight of the rope and the saddle. One such occurred in 1887 on the Flathead Reservation, the hero being a half-breed, and another in 1890 at the mouth of the Bighorn, where a cowboy roped, bound, and killed a large bear single-handed. My friend General Red Jackson of Belmead, in the pleasant mid-county of Tennessee, once did a feat which casts into the shade even the feats of the men of the lariat. General Jackson, who afterwards became one of the ablest and most renowned of the Confederate cavalry leaders, was at the time a young officer in the Mounted Rifle Regiment, now known as the 3rd United States Cavalry. It was some years before the Civil War, and the regiment was on duty in the Southwest, then the debatable land of Comanche and Apache. While on a scout after hostile Indians, the troops in their march roused a large grizzly which sped off across the plain in front of them. Strict orders had been issued against firing at the game because of the proximity of the Indians. Young Jackson was a man of great strength, a keen swordsman, who always kept the finest edge on his blade, and he was on a swift and mettled Kentucky horse, which luckily had but one eye. Riding at full speed, he soon overtook the quarry. As the horse hoofs sounded nearer, the grim bear ceased its flight, and whirling round, stood at bay, raising itself on its hind legs and threatening its pursuer with bared fangs and spread claws. Carefully riding his horse so that its blind side should be towards the monster, the cavalryman swept by at a run, handling his steed with such daring skill that he just cleared the blow of the dreaded forepaw, while with one mighty saber stroke he cleft the bear's skull, slaying the grinning beast as it stood upright.